Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the Inquiry into Budget Estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Aitchison and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of roads and regional transport. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thanks for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn in. Prior to giving evidence, Minister, once again I remind you that you don't need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, let's begin the process of stating your name and position title, swearing an oath or an affirmation, and we'll start with my left, to my left, Mr Macy.
Robert Macy, Acting Chief Executive of New South Wales Trainlink. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Ms Rubukaba, is it?
Raquel Rubukaba, Acting Deputy Secretary for Infrastructure, Projects and Engineering. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr Cullen.
Bernard Carlon, Chief of the Centres for Road Safety and Maritime Safety, Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks very much.
Matthew Fuller, Deputy Secretary of the Roads, Maintenance and Resilience Area. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks. Mr Murray.
Yep. Good morning, Committee. Josh Murray, Secretary of Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Ms Mars.
Thank you. Trudy Mears, Deputy Secretary, Planning, Integration and Passenger. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thanks so much. Ms Webb.
Good morning. I, Sally Webb, Deputy Secretary, Safety Policy, Environment and Regulation, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Howard Paul Collins, Coordinator General for Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good morning, Anthony Hayes, Head of Regional Integration for Transport. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. So we'll begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning all. Minister, your Labor government campaigned heavily on no more privatisation. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Media reports last month suggest that Transport for New South Wales is negotiating a 2-year contract extension with a private company to provide bus services. Is this correct?
Thank you for that question. That's my understanding, but obviously, given the former government
have privatised all of the bus services in New South Wales, it's very hard to just suddenly stand one up when we
So
get into this
you-
space.
just
but
to
I can
confirm,
get Mr Collins
Minister.
to give you more information.
No, that's okay. Just
about
confirming that it is correct that
that's my
Transport for New
understanding.
South Wales is negotiating a
Yeah.
2-year contract extension with a private company for bus services.
Yeah, so not a new
Right.
privatisation, but ensuring that
extension, yep.
services are available for that community, given that they have been privatised by previous
In
governments.
2020, Minister, you made a post on Facebook, and I quote verbatim, "I have signed the pledge to fight for the New South Wales public transport system. Previous privatisation experiments have led to service cuts, less bus routes, longer journey times, fewer bus stops and more late-running services. Under privatisation, a private company will need to squeeze a profit out of bus services. This is a broken promise to everyone in New South Wales." There's even a photo of you smiling while holding a pledge that says, "Let's keep our buses public." And I do have that to table, Chair. That photograph.
Just one copy, is it?
No,
You've got?
so staff have the rest of the copies.
Okay. We've got copies, so we will be distributing to relevant witnesses.
So just confirming, Minister, that's you, yes?
Yeah, it is actually.
You're in court. Good photo. Great photo.
Thanks. That was COVID, no makeup. Great job. Thanks.
It is.
Bit of identity there.
Got that now. So given yours and Labor's very public position, this contract extension with a private operator, to use your own words, is a broken promise to everyone in New South Wales.
Thank you for the question, Ms Overall, and I do note that there's no commitment from your government, from your party, to do anything about fixing the mess that was created in the privatisation of bus services. Our government has undertaken the bus task force. We have put in planning. We have put in the last budget over $450 million extra to provide additional bus services to the residents of New South Wales. We
And
made
in
a
doing that,
commitment
Minister,
not to
you
do
are
further
extending private bus contracts, yes, in order
Ms.
to
Overall,
deliver that.
Ms Overall, we are extending an existing arrangement. It is not a new privatisation, because we need to ensure that the services, such that they are still available for the community. And we
Indeed.
look for every opportunity that we can to keep things in-house and bring things back in-house. If you look at our record on labour hire, we've reduced it significantly. We are trying to do this work, but unfortunately, when privatisation occurs, it's very difficult when we're going through contractual negotiations across the state on bus services to just suddenly start operating service again when your government totally dismantled the public bus system in New South Wales.
Well, let's
We'd
look
have
at
to
your
start from
record
scratch.
then, Minister. Why was the decision to extend these private bus operations kept secret until the story broke?
Well, I don't...
Did you go to the public and let them know that this extension was going to occur?
Ms Overall, there's commercial negotiations that have to take place here, and this is very similar to when the former government had to extend contracts to ensure that you had continuity
Your
of service.
Labor government says no more privatisation, Minister.
No, more, I think, is the...
No more.
Is the text. More, as in new privatisations. It's very
Oh,
clear.
the mental gymnastics there and backflips, Minister. Do you agree?
Okay, this is a first point of order. Let's hear the first
We might
point of
just
order
clear
of the
this
day.
up now,
May as
Chair.
well.
Just the procedural fairness resolution is pretty clear about courtesy to the witness. That was pretty argumentative and a touch of irony there, and I'd argue that's not courteous to the witness.
Yes, I will uphold the point of order, and just we encourage quite good debate, and I'm pretty lax in terms of a chair, but let's try not to be rude to the witnesses in the first
Fully
10
agree.
minutes.
Fully agree, Chair. Minister, do you agree the voters of New South Wales deserve an explanation for Labor's blatant untruthfulness in making a major promise to get elected and then breaking it the moment you're in government?
Miss Overall, I completely reject the premise of that question. I don't think that the public would expect us to stop bus services to go through a full setting up and re-establishing of public bus services, which would take an enormous amount of time to do, because your government dismantled the public bus system. The important thing here is that communities have public transport. They rely on that to get to work, to get to school, to get to health, to get to all their appointments, and that is the important thing. We have to maintain continuity of service. This is an extension of an existing contract.
A private contract, absolutely. So will this top secret contract extension with this private company lead to service cuts, less bus routes, longer journey times, and the company squeezing profits like you stated so emphatically in 2020?
Ms Overall, thanks for that question. Again, I think that it's really important here to look at the work that we have been doing in bus service planning and ensuring that we have more services in New South Wales for residents. There's more than 1,000 new bus services that we have put in place since we've been elected, and we have been really trying to do enhancements. If you look at some of the services we've rolled out, for example, in Dubbo, we made sure that we had connections going to retirement villages, to hospitals, to recreation facilities. So we had them going to services that people actually needed to get to, unlike a lot of the services that had been planned when you were in government, which didn't actually get.
Could I just ask a quick one just on that contract?
Oh, sorry. So,
yeah. Sorry,
I can't answer that question for Ms Overall now.
Sorry, I think you'd sufficiently done it. Yeah, if I could just ask on the contract, if I may. Thank you, Minister, for coming today. Just on that contract end, did that contract end come as a surprise to you? I think you had 2 years from the election and the contract doesn't run out till 2026. Was that a surprise to you?
No, I might get Mr. Collins or Howard to give you more detail about that part of what we can say.
I think we're talking about Region 6, aren't we, which is the
Transit Systems
Greater
West.
Sydney. That's
It's
out of alignment with all the other contracts. It was one which was let earlier than all the other Greater Sydney contracts. And in terms of recommending to the Minister, it was at a time, as you know, Bus Task Force, the bus industry was in crisis. We wanted, and one of the reasons why it's commercial is
I'm not asking about whether it's commercial. I'm just asking whether it was a surprise. That's all I need to know.
It shouldn't be a surprise. It was there.
Thank you.
The government knew that this was going to be a challenge.
Yep.
And we looked at all options, and our recommendation to Minister was that in view of getting it aligned with the other contracts, in view of the short period, the best thing we can do is continue for consistency.
And can I just clarify this? But I just want to clarify, this is a Western Sydney contract, so it's not actually within my remit of my portfolio. I'm regional transport and roads, just so everyone's clear what we're asking questions on.
Just clarifying about the privatisation situation there, Minister. But let's move on. The Sydney Morning Herald this morning reporting the Auditor-General investigating whether grants awarded from your signature fund, the Regional Roads Fund that we discussed last estimates, are compliant and in accordance with legislative requirements. Is this true, Minister?
Sorry, is this true what bit?
That the Auditor-General is investigating your signature Regional Roads
Fund.
Fund.
There's a standard investigation that the Auditor-General does on grant funds. They state very clearly on their website that this is assessing whether Transport for New South Wales designed and implemented the grants program in compliance with the Grants Administration Guide, key principles of the administration of public expenditure and relevant legislative requirements. It also clearly stated that it was selected for audit as part of its continuing focus on the administration of grants. And if we look at, why they have such an interest in this, we look at the bushfire recovery grants under your government, where
Minister,
26 of 27 were in coalition-held electorates.
Did you read it this morning?
75% of the New South Wales club grants were in coalition electorates. More than 68% of the refresh and renew grants went to government. 96% of the stronger community.
This is the second.
Sorry, I can keep going with all of these.
I'm sure that you can. This is the second Labor election funding scheme examined by the audit in a matter of months, of course the first being the local small commitments allocation grant. Now such audits, as you're giving a great history of there, are conducted to ensure New South Wales taxpayer funds are being spent efficiently, effectively and in accordance with the law. That is the object of such an audit, isn't it?
That's right.
So have any anomalies been uncovered? What is the Auditor General concerned with your regional
The Auditor
Roads
General is
Fund?
undertaking the investigation. It's really up to them to do that. I'm not inserting myself into that or making any preemptive statements about what findings might be. I welcome the scrutiny of the Auditor General on any of our government programs.
Welcome it. Excellent. The Thornton Road and Rail Bridge.
Yeah.
How much is the allocated funding?
So there was an original allocation of $15 million, and just to give you some context on that project, it's one that was started under 2010. Sorry?
As long as it's brief.
So I'm only allowed to answer questions the way you want them answered. Is that what you're saying?
The question was, how much is the allocated funding?
Well, I need to give you there's been some complexity on it. So when the bridge was promised back in 2010 and started under the former Labor government.
Started or was it an election commitment?
It was started and it was under construction in 2010 to have that process happening. The former Liberal government said they would do the duplication. They didn't do the duplication. At the time that project was delivered, the initial part of it, it was $12 million. We made a commitment from opposition that we would put $15 million towards it because we didn't know at that point what the costing would be. Obviously, in opposition, you don't have all of the benefits of costings there to do it.
So just to clarify there, Minister, so it was an election commitment of $15 million
towards
that you made.
The completion of that, yes.
Prior to
2023 election, yep.
So with no process as such to determine, it was just a figure that you came up with out of thin air.
Yeah, so if we go back to the whole purpose of the Regional Roads Fund, it was to catch up on things that had not been completed under your government
Morning
for
Herald,
years.
it's a slush
and in fact,
fund,
in last budget estimates, Ms. Overall, I remember, in fact, I think I've got it here, I've dragged it out of the vault, your press release, which you helpfully tabled,
that's very
and
kind.
you were complaining that we actually funded in the Regional Roads Fund a project you announced without funding. So that was what this fund was about identifying
projects that you promised prior to an election before getting in, and we have had this discussion.
So did you not want this one funded for
we
your
have
former
had this
electorate?
discussion
Is that
last
what you're saying?
estimates, Minister. So if we can just move on to finish explaining where
I'm telling you
how much is the allocated funding.
The purpose of that fund is to catch up on projects that communities across the state
I don't need the purpose of the fund, Minister. How much is the allocated fund for the Thornton Road Bridge?
So $15 million was promised at the election. In the budget, most recently, once Transport's been doing that planning work, they've made an estimate that it will cost up to $50 million.
Sorry, and who made that estimate?
Transport for New South Wales, as part of the work they've been doing on the business case, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And they have advised me that it will take up to $50 million to complete that. And so we Yes. And so we had the communities working on it. It's at Gate 2 at the moment, and they are looking at all of those processes to make sure that the project can be completed, because part of the real genesis of this fund was projects which were half completed or done, in a small amount, or there were significant parts that were left off and unfunded and no one ever went back to it. So that was what this fund was about. Example, Churros Heads. In fact, I think Natalie Ward, Ms Ward, when she was the Metropolitan
I'm talking about
Minister,
Thornton Road Bridge here, Minister. Just the Thornton
fund.
Road Bridge. So $50 million, that's the figure, the latest figure. Why does the department website say $45 million? Well,
that's what the allocation is at the moment, because that's what we're spending in this year.
So it's $45 million, not $50 million.
Well, it's up to. There's a balance there.
But the website says $45 million approved. So does that mean
that's right? It says $45 million approved.
So are you $5 million short, or are you going to be using that $5 million to top up something else?
We will be working through it. We're at Gate 2. We're not completing the project. We're working through.
But your announcement says $50 million. You've just confirmed $50 million, but it's actually $45 million.
Yeah, the Transport has the $5 million for that available internally, I'm advised, so that's where that will probably end up coming from.
So that will come not from the Regional Roads Fund, that will come from Transport for New South Wales. So it's a commitment of $45 million from your signature Regional Roads Fund with an additional $5 million topped up from Transport
Just
for New
like
South Wales.
A whole lot of other projects which
Did
have
you state
multiple
that in your announcement, Minister, that that's the way the funding would work?
I don't think the people of Thornton are terribly worried about where the money comes from. I think they're really worried
I think they might
about
be after
getting
this.
through.
I think they might
I think
be.
they're really worried about getting through Thornton, where when you were in government, you took the cap off development north of that bridge. You put 20,000 people in that area, and it is an issue for resilience for that community. And they are struggling just to get to work, to pick up kids from childcare, to get to appointments, to get to uni.
So tell us, Minister,
because your government sat on it for 12 years.
So let's just get to that then. You're talking about Thornton and the people of the good people of that electorate. What is that electorate, Minister?
It's Maitland.
So your electorate, Minister.
Yeah.
And
I'm really pleased, I have to say, thank you to Mr. Lazell for his ringing endorsement of the way that I've been serving my community. I didn't quite get $1 billion out the door like he did with the at the Upper Hunter by-election when Paul Barilaro gave him some money.
I can't believe that you could use it. Point of order, so if we're talking about being courteous. Anyway, I'll move on. Was a business case presented for the Thornton Road Bridge?
My understanding is all projects that were state projects over $10 million had to go through the assurance process with Transport for New South Wales. This was canvassed at last estimates.
Was there a business case for Thornton Road Bridge?
When?
You're the minister, you tell me.
Well, there was one originally when we were in
Was
government
there?
in 2020.
Well, we're not talking about the dark ages of history, Minister.
Well,
prior to
tell that to the people
prior
of Thornton
to
who
this
can't
election,
get to work, can't get to school, can't
this
get to
was an
medical
election
appointments.
commitment from you.
Okay, another point of order has been taken, Mr. Namber.
Chair, Ms Overall is asking a question that goes to prior to the last election. I would argue that that is not relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry, which is the
he hasn't finished.
Which is the estimated expenditure from the consolidated fund for the 25-26 financial year. What might have happened in 2020 is not relevant
to the point of order.
Ms Ward. The Minister quite plainly offered that up in her answer and sought to go back to that time. So I think that's fair. I think we just move on with the 1 minute that's
and I
left.
won't uphold the point of order. We do allow wide latitude in terms of asking the questions, and I think it was completely within order. Ms Overall, continue.
Yes, so was a business case presented for the Thornton Road Bridge, the project, at any time, Minister?
Working through the gateway processes now and have been in that process.
Business case, yes or no?
Because we're in government now. We weren't in government when we made the commitment.
It was an election commitment when you made, before you decided that you would allocate such money.
Are you making any election commitments for 2027?
What about a benefit cost ratio? You know, actual spend and if it's good value for taxpayers. Did that occur by any chance? Was that looked at as part of this gateway process?
My understanding is that these have to go through the assurance processes with Transport for New South Wales, and they are all done in a standardised way, and that's the way that they are completed.
So, tell me then, if no business case, how was this extra $35 million approved?
Yeah. So, look, my understanding is the business case is going through in February, but the issue
going through in February next year?
Yes, my understanding is. Yep.
February 2026, although this commitment was made prior to March 2023, you have allocated an additional $35 million to it, and you're going to have a business case completed by February 2026.
Ms Overall,
so at the minute you're taking pot shots at the fact that it may cost up to $50 million. Is that correct?
Ms Overall, your government failed to invest in the fastest growing regional community in New South Wales, the fastest growing regional community in New South Wales, which had been contributing an enormous amount of money through stamp duty, through new housing developments, and you failed to invest in that road. And when I was in opposition, I asked a former minister, Mr. Toole to come up to the area to see it. He was going to, but then Mr. Faraway got the role and he never came up there. They had no regard for the
Point of
people.
order.
Thanks,
Chair.
Minister.
And it's very concerning.
Thanks, Minister. You're now eating into crossbench time, so we'll
Sorry.
we'll need to
Point of order,
interrupt
if I
for that.
may, Chair.
Another point of order.
Loath
Yep.
to interrupt, but just going forward, it's going to be a long day. I just ask that the courtesy is extended to all sides, and this is about the current budget estimates. It is about the current period of this budget estimates for this committee to examine, and I don't think it's useful for us to trawl back through history as much as the Minister might want to. I'm not directing her answer. I'm just saying that
Thank
we
you.
would ask that we can find.
I've heard enough.
To the
mate.
point of order,
I won't
Madam
uphold
Chair,
the point of order. If we can just move
Right.
on, I think the Minister is able to respond how she wishes, and if she wants to bring up the former government's moves in any way, I think that is more than appropriate. But to continue on the Regional Roads Fund, $334 million. I just wanted to get clear in terms of those business cases. So with the Sydney Morning Herald reporting today that the 30 projects which were allocated funding, there was no business cases beforehand. Election promises, there's clearly an issue there, but that's for another time. But do all of those commitments, are they now subject to business cases, every single one of them? And if the business case then has a not so great benefit cost ratio or blows the budget out, what happens then? Do they just continue to go ahead because they're election promises?
Look, the Regional Roads Fund was really set up to try and fit gaps which had been in undercostings, and so some of those projects already had extensive business cases because they had been funded under other state and federal and even local council government funding. So some of them had come through, for example, the RLRRP betterment program that was a state and federal funding one. Program. So then this was to top up to make sure that the project could get completed, because we had in the first couple of years and even in the last years of the former government, significant cost escalations in pricing on construction projects and roads in New South Wales. And so the fund was to allow contingencies. And I guess if you look at it, the coalition had an election commitment which didn't actually have any outline of what they would spend the money on, and they had
just to be clear, with the if there are new business cases generated, or regardless in some ways, so regardless of the final figure of these election promises by Labor pre-election, they will be built. Is that correct? Is there any scenario where anything doesn't go ahead because it's actually too expensive once the business case is settled?
Well, I think that's part of what the business cases on the state, so the business cases are done on the state projects, and then there's quite a number of council projects which they have lead on. The business cases in the terms of the state projects do have to go through those assurance processes, and obviously we have to make sure that they make, they're financially viable and all that sort of stuff. But the issue is for the council ones, they are working through them.
Okay.
But
sure, that's fine. That's all I need.
Yeah.
I just wanted to turn to so the Transport for New South Wales Speak Up hotline. How does that work? How is the process, protocols for that to ensure that people are able to have faith in that hotline?
Yeah, I'll get Josh to answer that.
Thank you, Chair. The Speak Up hotline is something that we, through the rest of our EAP services, we contract a service by professional providers of the hotlines, and then they're embedded into our governance processes for investigations.
So the Sydney Morning Herald reported that the whistleblower of the case that's currently before ICAC in terms of the potentially corrupt Transport for New South Wales officials and contractors has stated that whistleblower she did not have any confidence in the person who answered her call. What's been the response from Transport for New South Wales as a result of that statement?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're looking into that. Obviously, the allegations raised in the ICAC over the past 6 weeks have been incredibly concerning to the agency. We take them very seriously, and on behalf of the leadership team, we share the public and the Parliament's concern about the allegations that have been raised against those individuals. Elements like the effectiveness of the Speak Up hotline and the reporting also that's been suggested by some of the businesses who've given evidence that they didn't feel as though that they had a clear pathway through to talk to people in transport is something that we have already begun looking at as this evidence has come to light, and we are working very closely with the Commission in terms of the evidence that it is providing.
So this is the fourth inquiry, ICAC inquiry into Transport for New South Wales since 2019 into various activities, allegations. What is Transport for New South Wales actually doing to restore confidence that taxpayers' money isn't being wasted and in fact handed over to to potentially dozens, if not more than dozens, of people in the state instead of actually going to the projects? What is Transport for New South Wales doing?
Yes, thank you for the question. We have a very comprehensive program underway to meet not just the elements that are coming forth in the Operation Wyvern hearings that are currently continuing, but meet the needs of the reports into the previous 3 investigations. Now, as you mentioned, they have all been tabled since 2019, and many of them, including the current inquiry, have legacy tales a lot longer than that in terms of the engagement of some of these individuals within the organisation. Certainly, a lot of the elements that have been common to these investigations relate to the way the organisation has grown over the period of time in question, and the number of procurement systems in particular that existed. Even 2 years ago, there were 8 different procurement areas within the organisation, and as a result, each of those had supplier management software, multiple versions of each that they would be using through the process. So, in answer to your question, one of the most significant things we are doing is centralising responsibility for procurement. Late last year, we appointed a Chief Procurement Officer, and central to their role has been the response and the safeguarding of the organisation against elements such as this.
Thanks, Mr. Murray. So, in what's been heard before the ICAC this week is that there are still current Transport for New South Wales officials. For example, I believe that in the WhatsApp group chat that has been canvassed at that hearing, are you aware of who those officials are, the officials that are in that WhatsApp group?
All I can say on that matter is we work very closely with the Commission. On many times the Commission gives us that information and allows us to take our own management actions against people. Other times they have asked us to hold back, including at the start of the Wyvern investigations. The people who Transport is aware of in relation to this inquiry, and I'll be careful with what I say.
Sure, yeah.
But the people that Transport is aware of have all been investigated and are no longer working at Transport.
Okay, and so back to the...
However, sorry,
sure,
Chair, I anticipate that it is likely that there will be some further names that emanate before we reach the end of these hearings, and that is something we're working closely with the ICAC on.
Well, it certainly sounds like that. I mean, the seriousness of this, of course, is it doesn't sound like it was just one random bad egg, but the breadth of the people involved in this is incredibly concerning. So the issue is as well that this could go on for many, many months. We know how long these hearings take. We know how long it takes for the ICAC to hand down any findings. So what is Transport New South Wales doing in the meantime to ensure that this isn't going on right now with other individuals in other areas?
As I alluded to before, we have a procurement transformation program which is organisation-wide.
What does that mean exactly?
The key point of that is the centralisation of procurement authority. And with an organisation as large as Transport, up until the process began last year with the centralisation of that work, which does accord with the previous recommendations from ICAC, there were still these pockets of procurement activity that were able to occur across Transport and the former roads divisions. What we've focused on is bringing that all under central leadership and accountability, with the ability to be a lot more forensic in how those matters are carried out. Obviously, we have a range of other measures that sit underneath all of those areas, and in regards to the ICAC's recommendations, 21 of 26 have been completed, and the remaining 5 are in progress through that centralisation work.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Murray. We'll go to Mr. Benaziac now.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. I might just turn to the press release you issued yesterday around the recategorisation of roads. In your press release, it states the reform will be delivered within existing Transport for New South Wales funding. Can you detail exactly how much funding is going to be allocated to implement and maintain that new road categorisation strategy or system?
Thank you for that question. Look, this is a really important piece of work for the state. It's one that we've had a lot of feedback from, with the previous government promising to reclassify up to 15,000 kilometres of road, never delivering that report, and leaving a lot of those councils in a situation where they can't respond to the growing needs of freight or, growing populations post-COVID with migration, etc. It's been a really difficult challenge for them. In terms of the funding on that, it will be undertaken in a way that is absorbed as a business as usual. That was the whole point. If you look back at the history of recategorisation of roads, or as it used to be called reclassification, it was sort of something that happened about every 10 years. It became a very politicised process where, governments either gave roads back.
Okay, so just on that, I've followed the history a bit, so we don't need to go into too much depth there.
Sorry.
What oversight mechanisms or probity mechanisms are going to be put in place to ensure it doesn't become subject to political influence and the decisions around recategorisation are based on evidence and data? Yeah,
so that's the whole point of it. So it's been around getting guidelines drafted in extensive consultation with councils across states. So Transport's been working very closely with councils. I've spoken, as I've gone around, I've listened to them and heard what their perceptions of the process were. It's looking at how do we properly categorise roads for functionality, for purpose, for all of that. If you look back to that previous commitment, it was, councils could essentially just say if they didn't want to have that cost anymore, it was too much for them, so therefore state government should take it over, whereas we've said no, we've got to have a road system with integrity. So part of that has been put out in guidelines, and there's a portal that's being set up, but hopefully will be here very shortly, where road managers like councils can go onto the website, they can go through criteria that are all there, they can see in advance whether it is likely that the road that they've selected for recategorisation will meet the criteria and guidelines, and then they have a conversation with Transport for New South Wales. We've said to councils very clearly, and on the public record, both myself and the department on this, that we know there'll have to be some prioritisation process. That's one of the things we've been working through, so that we are looking at roads which are urgently required for recategorisation, because potentially, say there's a lot more freight on there for a road safety purpose or whatever the thing is. So there's a whole piece of work that we're doing in transport to try and improve the management of roads. When I came into government, we had something like 14 databases that managed the road network in transport. There's now one. We've got the OSRAP data, which is now online, so that people can see what the safety ratings are. That collects an enormous amount of data. And then we have the recategorisation process, so we're clearly articulating whether a council or a state government should be responsible for that road. And these are all evidence and data driven rather than a political stand up beside a road before an election say this might be reclassified if we get elected.
All right, so...
and this is entirely new, so that's where the, this process...
So where will the ultimate decision rely on? Will it come to the Minister via Josh Murray with a recommendation as to these are the roads that we are putting forward to be recategorised, and it's the Minister that makes the final call, or how will that final decision be made?
Yeah, my understanding is that in the process it will go through all of that conversation with the council and transport, and then they will make the recommendation for whether it's going to be recategorised or whatever, and then that would come to me as the Minister to sign off that it's, because I think there has to be gazettals that have to happen as part of that. But one of the things is, because it's a clear and transparent process, I think you'll find the councils will have a lever to be able to say this should be done. And if we look back to what happened under the former process with the independent panel, arm's length of government, report goes to the Minister, councils have priority roads that they disagreed with the former government's decisions on. They really didn't have any way to prosecute a case that the wrong decision had been made, and then when they went to the final report it was never released by the former government, and so there was like all this work done and no outcome. What we're saying is this should be a business as usual approach. Council should put their information into the portal, get an assessment themselves so they know if it's worthwhile going through it, have the conversation with transport, work through how that works, and then a decision is recommended by transport, and then I sign off on it. If they, go to the stage where they disagree with, like, say for some reason a future minister decided to not go with the recommendation of the department for some reason, then the council would have some evidence base to argue that case, which they've never had before.
Okay. Can I go to the situation, currently there's some nebulous arrangements where councils are contracted to do the roadworks and maintenance on state roads. So if a road is recategorised, are you saying from a local council road to a state road, will those arrangements still exist where the councils are still contracted to do the work on that road, or will that change that relationship where that won't be allowed to happen?
It depends, really, because if the council's got a road maintenance contract with Transport for New South Wales, then it would just go into that. So councils have a variety of different arrangements based on their capacity to provide those services to the state government on the state road network, or how they manage their local and regional. And again, this is a decision that council can go into, and that you've identified one of the problems with the former commitment and promise that was never kept, is that was unclear. It was unclear who was going to pay for the roads to be upgraded. It was unclear who was going to get, if there was a transfer, whether the councils would have to get them up to a functional level. And we saw some stages where councils thought they were going to get a reclassification under the former government and stopped maintaining roads. Some of them did things which probably preempted them from not becoming a state road because they allowed development there. So there was a lot of challenges in that work. This is to try and get that transparency, accountability and data-driven approach into it.
Thank you. Can I just quickly shift to the regional road maintenance backlog? What's the current dollar value of the road maintenance backlog, and how does that compare from the last 3 years?
So I'd have to take the exact numbers on notice, but I will say in terms of what we've done in regional road repairs and maintenance, and I'll give Matt can come to that in a minute, but I just want to say some things on this. When we came to government, we put an extra $390 million onto regional roads to get them through that first period. So that went out in the first budget, and that was more than double what, it was it more than doubled the amount that they had got. They'd only got $250 million for regional councils under the former government's funding. So we did that work, and then we have really escalated on the disaster recovery funding because that's a key concern. And we know that, you know, the former government, and even in our first term, as we were trying to grapple with what had been left to us, there was $190 million on average being spent on recovery of roads from disasters, natural disasters over the last 5 years, being spent each year. So $190 million. In the last year's budget, it's actually 1.024, so more than 5 times that amount was given to regional councils. And that was really part of a structural misunderstanding of the process of how councils have to do it. Back in the old days, before all of this wet weather, council had a natural disaster, they cash flowed it themselves, as maybe it's $2 million, they might have a $50 million operating budget, they got the money back from the feds and the state. That's how it worked. When you've now got a situation where you've got some councils might have an operating budget of $30 million and they've got $120 million or more, but they can't go out to tender unless they've got certainty of funding. So we worked really hard with NEMA, RA and Transport to put in the tripartite agreements.
So you've taken on notice the FIDET. Can you also take on notice, if you can't tell us now, how much of the 25-26 road budget is specifically allocated to addressing that backlog?
Yeah, Matt can do that now. You can do it now.
Thank you, Mr. Benasiak, for the question. Look, I too will take the question in terms of the accrued backlog liability on notice. In the last 12 months, we have been working incredibly hard, given the incredible challenge that's been brought about by the weather, not just through natural disasters, but
I appreciate that. I know that
Mr. Fuller, maybe we can.
I'm getting dirty
the
looks.
bell's rung. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
We'll come back to it
Yeah,
in the afternoon if need be. But yeah.
Okay. To the opposition once more, Ms. Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, to come back to the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge, so given no business case or benefit cost ratio, how was the extra $35 million approved?
It went through a budget process.
And was that overseen by you? Was it your ministerial discretion?
No.
No?
It went to ERC.
Right, ERC. Excuse me. ERC. Right. So what's the total budget allocation for your regional roads fund?
The total commitment for the fund was $334. I think there's still some money that hasn't been allocated in that, but that's what we've got at this point. That's the total value of the fund.
Okay. And this 50 million, well, not really, 45 million, as according to the website.
Well, out of that fund, yes.
So where has that money come from?
It's in the budget process.
But are you suggesting that it was part of the previously unallocated funds that's been taken from?
That's my understanding of that. Yeah.
Right. So that's from the $97 million that was previously unallocated.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So $50 million.
45,
This one project accounts for around 1/6 of your entire signature fund.
Yep.
In the Maitland Electric, of which you are the member.
Yeah.
What's the proximity of the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge that you have publicly stated previously will be a game changer to your principal place of residence?
Ms. Overall, I am happy to answer that question, but I do...
Can you just give broad brushstrokes there, Minister? Is it a few kilometres just around the corner? I'm not asking for your specifics of your home address.
Well, if I answer that question, I'm going to be honest, if I answer that question, and I am honest about this, but I'm also aware that I do have, as we all do as members of Parliament, the desire not to be too open about our personal residences.
Yes.
But if I give you too much detail about where I live, it really pinpoints it to a small
just within
number
the
of
general
houses.
proximity.
So
there.
I live,
and it is, unfortunately, and I do understand where you're coming from with that, Minister. I truly do, but it is pinpointed in the Sydney Morning Herald. As
yes,
of this
I'm
morning
really
as well.
grateful to Mr. Lazell for
that's
commentary, and
that's a big call.
I wonder, Clarence
so-
Town Bridge, how far that is from his residence, but
So
that was another bridge
within
that was
within
approved under
back
that
to
government.
to the point of the question. So it's in your principal place of residence is within the general vicinity of this project. Have you at any point declared a conflict of interest?
I don't have a conflict of interest in this at all. I am a resident of Maitland, as everyone knows. I don't use that bridge to get to work. I don't use it to get to drop off kids to school. I don't use it to get to health or medical appointments. I very rarely use that access. And the reality is there are 20,000 or 30,000 more other people who live in that area. So it's not.
None of them are the minister that oversees this signature fund that has just allocated $45 million from you and $5 million from Transport for New South Wales. And really, Minister, it's about the pub test. When you're talking about conflict of interest, perceived or potential or actual. So you haven't declared a conflict of interest in this situation.
Ms. Overall, this project was commenced in 2010 under the former Labor government.
No, Minister, that
and
is
it
ancient
sat
history.
on the desk.
That is ancient history,
well,
Minister.
Well, it may be to you, but to
now,
the 30,000
Premier,
people in Thornton who can't get to school, who can't get to work,
you as the Minister
who can't get
have
to their
allocated an
babysitting,
additional $35 million to this project, which is within proximity to your principal place of residence. The Premier was standing right beside you when you made the announcement for this bridge. Did he know that you lived nearby?
Ms. Overall, of course he did. He knows where I live.
Why did he not compel you to declare a conflict of interest?
Ms. Overall, I make all declarations that are required of me on perceived or other.
Is that you? Sorry, yes, I wasn't sure whether it was Bob or you. Both sound exactly the same when you call points for order, apparently. Mr. Lawrence.
Such a ridiculous question as to be discourteous. Honestly, it's up there with when did you stop beating your wife? Spurious.
Seriously, to the point of order.
To the point of order?
Withdraw the chair,
okay.
Move on.
Well, it's withdrawn, but just in terms of what the member was saying, just another reminder in terms of courtesy, politeness, respect. I think we can still ask the questions, but still be respectful.
Minister, let's get this straight. A $45 million project paid for from your ministerial regional roads fund that is currently being investigated by the Auditor General, a project with no business case, no benefit cost ratio, in your electorate, in fact within cooee of your own home, and no declaration of a conflict of interest, even though such proximity could be perceived to have its obvious advantages.
Ms. Overall, it has been a feature of every hearing that I have attended with the Nationals in this place as budget estimates that you have made, you or your colleagues have made unsubstantiated or factually incorrect allegations about me and backgrounded media about my financial
have you
arrangements,
declared a conflict
my
or not,
previous
Minister?
career, etc.
I am not
and
making
I
allegations.
make all my
Have you
declarations
declared a
in
conflict or
accordance
not?
with
A point
the
of order has been
requirements.
taken again. Minister will hear it. Mr. Lawrence.
I think in circumstances where such a global proposition is put that kind of incorporates all these different allegations, that really courtesy should be given to actually allow an answer.
Yes, and I have ruled on that in that way previously, that I think particularly when ministers are addressing allegations, we do let them, we hear that in terms of their response. So if the minister could just continue without taking liberty in my ruling and speaking for a long time, which can also happen. Minister, if you could continue, and then Ms. Overall asks the next question after you address the allegations.
So do you want to ask the question again? Just.
I'll move straight to the crux of the matter. Have you declared a conflict of interest in relation to the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge?
Ms. Overall, I make all of the required disclosures that are required of me in my role as a minister. I take that very seriously and I continue to do that.
Good. So did you declare this particular project?
Ms. Overall, there is no conflict of interest in this situation. That road is of no material benefit to me or my family, and it is something that was already on the books in 2010. It is part of a greater Thornton network. It was the only state asset in that area that could be upgraded, and that's why the decision was made to support it through an election commitment.
So you'd be fair to say that you have not, to this point, declared a conflict of interest?
I think I've answered that question.
So do you, in the interests of perceptions of the public, of potentially not passing the pub test, would you commit to declaring a conflict of interest?
I make all of the required disclosures of myself, and I hold myself to very high standards of integrity.
Take that as a no. Thank you, Minister. You've also said that you welcome the Auditor General's investigation of the Regional Roads Fund. That would include into the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge?
Yes.
And
can I just ask a quick question, if I may, Chair? Minister, how close would the bridge need to be to your house for you to declare a conflict of interest?
If I used the bridge on a daily basis, or if it helped me get to work or get to school for kids, or any of my general life, yes, I would. But it's not one that I use on a very infrequently.
So, you very infrequently. How
Yeah.
often is very infrequently?
Once every 2 months, maybe 1 or 2 months.
And you see no need whatsoever, even once or twice?
Because I use lots of roads in my electorate, and I use roads all across the state at much more higher frequencies.
All right. And so no necessity in your view to declare any conflict, actual, real, perceived or otherwise?
Story of the day. Yeah, point of order has been taken, correct. Mr. Nanva.
Chair, even allowing for wide latitude in questioning during budget estimates, we've sat through quite a series of questions on this one point. I'd say it's now no longer relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry.
Repetition or something, but look, I
to the,
won't
to the
uphold the point of order because it's up to the members to be able to ask these questions, even if they continue asking, although the Minister has responded to the best of her ability to numerous questions. So perhaps asking the members to move on
All right, just
would be pertinent.
One more. Yep, given the style of answer, we've sought clarification to be fair to the witness, Brown and Dunn. But just one more on that. So you would self-identify, do you say, as to decide for yourself what perceived conflicts you need to declare? Is that correct?
Look, I just want to say this project, the design will be out to the community by the end of 2025. The business case will be completed by the end of February 2026. The funding was put into the budget to ensure that the project could continue to be done, and that will have that ability to provide BCRs, etc. in that space. This is a project that the community has called for for two decades that this has been called for, and that is the basis on which it was funded, and that was very clear. And if you speak to anyone in Maitland who
I don't
uses
debate that. What I'm asking you is about your
project.
conflict, and you're not answering that.
Let's move on. So finally, on this point, Minister, the Auditor General investigating the Regional Roads Fund, what about a working group for Transport for New South Wales? Will they be looking into Thornton Road and Rail project specifically, or the Regional Roads Fund more broadly?
Sorry, what?
A working group from Transport for New South Wales, will they be looking into the situation?
A working group?
Yes.
Which working group?
That's what I'm asking. Will there be a working group for Transport for New South Wales to look into this? Mr. Murray?
Thank you for the question. We're obviously we're contacted by the Audit Office, as we are in the manner of any of their reviews, as they do into any grant administration programs, and we will participate through that process.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, Minister, there's been yet another extremely timely new announcement just this morning. That's in relation to $20 million more to deliver Tripoli Way extension in full. I understand that this was rushed through the Expenditure Review Committee just last Thursday, not even 5 days ago. My goodness me, did you know there was a by-election?
Order.
Where was the money taken from for that project?
Settled, yeah.
It's a little routine.
Ad lib. I think in terms of where the money is coming from, that you will need to probably ask the Treasurer on that in terms of the actual money, because that came through Expenditure Review.
Can you take that on notice, Minister?
Yep.
It's a road project. Why can't we ask you about it?
Order. We'll just continue with the questions.
Why was the council kept in the dark until late yesterday, given they're going to be involved in its delivery?
Look, Transport has been having ongoing discussions, and I've discussed with the council on a number of occasions and members of the community about this project. I mean, this is a project again, former government took it out of the Albion Park upgrades back in 2017, which meant it was never going to happen. We had thousands of people going into this area to live, and not having that extension of the funding there for them. It is a real bugbear, and it has been ongoing. The timing of it was that council is getting to the stage where they will be able to, the critical timing of this was that they were getting to the point where they needed to know about the money before they went
and it's
forward.
Just conveniently right before a by-election. We're not going to find out that the local MP lives just around the corner, are we, Minister? Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk about some more buses. Have you visited the site of construction for 126 new buses promised by New South Wales Labor?
No, I haven't actually. I haven't got there. I'm not in the lead on the procurement, and I just haven't had a chance to get there.
Right, so you haven't actually visited the paddock at Nowra that I did get to visit when there was just me and Skippy.
It's kangaroos.
No, that's right. The photo was the wrong way around, wasn't it? Because you didn't see the stuff at the back of it. I remember that one. No, I haven't been there.
Paying close attention. Now, your Labor government promised that these buses would be built in regional New South Wales and not offshore. So how many buses have been provided from China so far?
Look, I might get... sorry, it is from Mr. Graham, but I think you're probably better actually to ask him to say that, to go through that, actually.
It's
in his
Transport,
remit.
Minister.
Well, do you want one of the departmental
Transport.
reps to do it? That's fine.
So you can't answer a question on transport. You don't know how many buses have been provided from China so far?
I can find... I've got it, but I can't remember just off the top of my head
that's
right
okay.
now.
So you
but
can
if
take it
I
on
thought...
notice. That's fine. Yep, that's okay. And you may also need to take on notice how many more are expected from China.
Hello?
yeah, sorry. Yep.
So you're looking that up, or you're going to take that on notice?
I'll look it up, and then if I come up back with it, I'll come back to you.
That'd be great. And you might also come back with, will any buses actually be built at Nowra? And if so, when?
Okay.
It's a yes?
Yep.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks for being so courteous. Now I might ask a few questions in relation to some regional areas. The great member for Oxley, Michael Kemp, has been advocating for the Vala Beach Road intersection safety review and upgrade. Yet while we wait, we keep having fatalities at this location. When are you going to take serious action to save lives in that particular area?
Ms. Overall, I actually reject that premise of that question. I take very seriously when there are deaths on our road network.
Okay, can you let us know about actions?
Are you going to listen, or are you just going to keep interrupting?
Are you going to answer the question?
Order.
Actions,
No, Ms. Overall, at this point, I am going to please ask that members, when they ask questions of the Minister, do so in a respectful tone. That has not been the case for some of this morning, and I do very much try to conduct this Portfolio Committee's budget estimate hearings with respect. And I think you can get every question out, Ms Overall, in a more respectful tone.
I will.
And Minister, if you could also please, it would also try to refrain from using the same tone back, and we can see how we go.
Thanks, Chair. Look, transport, so just this issue arose with some changes that were made basically around the change of government time, and there was some concerns around road safety at that intersection, and the former government was working on that, and then I think the implementation happened in around March or April 2023, so very early on in our term. It created some confusion for the community about how that road was working, and so then we've had fatality there and numerous crashes. I have been up with the member for Oxley to the site on at least one occasion. I've been at another time at least on my own, maybe twice. At other times, we've sent the engineers from the Centre for Road Safety up there. We've put in a speed zone reduction to try and assist, and we've got an AI camera in there that's currently collecting data on what's happening at the site. And we're trying to design a number of changes that will improve the speed compliance, looking at the visibility of the signage and speed enforcement. Now, we've said that we will deliver a solution at Valor Beach. That's my priority in response to the concerns that have been raised by the member for Oxley and also the communities.
Can I just respectfully ask, Minister, when the solution may be?
Well, we get the data from the camera this month. I think it's very close to coming online now. It's a complex situation because there's a blind hill, a T-junction, challenging topography, and these require considered solutions. We've been looking at temporary roundabouts and new roundabout, range of different options, but we're getting the engineers to do this because particularly with the experience we had with what happened with the previous treatment of this intersection, we want to get it right this time.
So sooner rather than later?
Absolutely, and I've given that commitment to the community. I've given that commitment to Mr Kemp, and very concerned about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the roughly 950 jobs that will be cut from transport, how many are going to be cut from regional transport?
Thanks for that question.
From the regions?
Yeah. No, thanks for that question. It's a really big issue, obviously, because the government wants to ensure that we maintain jobs in the regions. And to that point, we've said, and look, these decisions are never easy, and it is difficult. It's a difficult process if we,
Yeah.
So I won't give you all the talking points on that, but
you.
just under this government, we've had 300 more jobs in the region than previously. We've said publicly that we're not going to be looking at...
Is this in transport, sorry, Minister?
Yeah, transport for New South Wales. Yep. So we've said publicly that we're not going to be looking at frontline service delivery jobs, and a lot of those are in the region. So, it's more around the back-end processing, centralising functions such as procurement, project support, communications and technology. So we're not, I can't rule out any, but I'm saying that, our focus is on keeping as many jobs in regional New South Wales as we can.
And so what's the criteria that's being applied then in relation to those job cuts? So to ensure that regional, for example, services aren't impacted, but also, as you say, to try and maintain jobs in the region. Are there criteria that has been developed?
Yeah, I'll get Josh to answer that because it's he's leading that work.
Thank you. The next phase of the savings program that Transport is working through and has been well detailed over recent weeks. It does begin with the design principles of those corporate and back office functions. So they are within the finance, technical and commercial areas, and also the people, culture and workplaces and communications elements of the organisation. That is the starting position of those areas.
Okay.
They are mostly the metropolitan-based support services that then span across the state.
All right. I think we can also come back to delve into that a little bit further in the afternoon if need be. So, Minister, are you ensuring that as a result of these cuts then, that there won't be any impact on the maintenance of infrastructure such as bridges, rail lines, roads? None of that will be impacted.
Look, absolutely, that's a key concern, that we want to have that work done efficiently, and we want to make sure that the service levels are uplifted, not compromised in any way.
Okay, so Minister, in this year's budget, how much was allocated for new regional transport projects? If anything.
Yeah. We had the $450 million worth of the $450 million worth of bus uplift, which is across the whole. We are obviously working through the planning.
Of bus, what did you say?
The bus services, increased bus services, $452 million over 4 years. And so that was in there. Obviously, there is a focus on the road repairs at that, but there's 9.9 billion in regional transport and roads, but you're looking for the breakdown on the transport, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
There obviously does seem to, there's, I'm trying to get a sense of the breakdown between new transport projects compared to road spending in the budget. Doesn't seem to be, I couldn't find anything in terms of new regional transport projects.
Yeah, so the buses come under that, and obviously they'll be worked through with planning on a prioritisation basis. Obviously, we want to get the rest of the 16 cities that were unfunded by the former government underway, so that will come under that. And
are they all going to, in terms of those 16 cities? Because I did have a question on that. So are you saying that all of those 16 cities, regional cities, as announced, will be
yeah, that's what we're looking to do in that $452 million over the 4 years.
Just a quick question on that, actually, which is quite specific, but I did write to you on the 9th of July about the 16 Regional City Services Improvement Plan. I've been contacted by constituents in Port Macquarie regarding the service plan itself, which apparently they haven't been able to access. I know that the former member for Port Macquarie has asked about this as well. Any associated studies undertaken? Is there a reason that the community can't see that work that's already been undertaken? They've been requesting it. I've asked you about it, and I don't think anything has happened.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, sorry if I haven't got back to you on the Mincora. We've just been.
That's okay.
Okay, but I will come back to you on that one, on that issue of where that can get to. Just in terms of, it is a concern that wasn't funded, and that's something we've been trying to get money for in the budget, and that's where we've got to with that.
So Port Macquarie is going to get it?
Yeah, because it is one of those ones that was left out. Then also we're doing the regional rail fleet. That work continues.
Yes.
And then the XPT refurbishments. So that's
I'll get to that as
40
well.
million. But I mean, just you're asking about funding.
Yes.
That's there. So
the refurbishment. Can I just a question about the $10 million. In last year's budget, there was $10 million that was allocated towards the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan.
Yeah.
Was that $10 million allocated internally in terms of somebody developing that plan? Was it contracted out?
Yeah, that was
internal. Has a plan been presented?
Yeah, internally. No, it hasn't been presented, but we're looking at all of the issues around the Illawarra in rail resilience. And I mean, across the whole network, we've got serious issues with on time running, and we know that, and we've been working on that. But really, there's three kind of components of that. There's the track work, there's the timetabling, and the rolling stock. And obviously, the Illawarra Rail Resilience Plan is about looking particularly. What
does $10 million get? I mean, that I feel like that is could just be a standard work for people within Transport for New South Wales to have a look at that. But this is a specific $10 million plan that was announced.
Yeah.
$10 million. Where does that go, and what is produced?
Yeah, how about I get Trudy to speak and talk to you through it?
Yeah, we can bring back the actual spend to date, but we are looking at spending a minimal amount of that 10 million initially, looking at the planning opportunities, as the Minister mentioned, for short-term reliability, infrastructure uplift, and then long-term infrastructure. So the larger portion of the funding would be spent on investigations, site works, understanding what the geography is, doing detailed technical investigations to inform an investment plan.
So so none of that's already taken place within. I mean, this has been a big issue for some time. None of that's already been undertaken on that line.
We've done the preliminary work, but we have not done the full investigations.
I mean, in the past, before the $10 million announcement, there was no work.
Not a significant amount. There had been previous work. I know Mr. Collins had talked about different work we had done down south in previous sessions, but new planning had not been done until we received this funding.
Okay, Minister, is there any move by your department? Have you asked for the department to give you options in terms of the electrification of the train from Kiama to Bomaderry?
So yeah, that's one of the parts of that work that we're looking at.
So $10 million plan. Is it a business case, or is it just? It's
really to look at what are the most effective ways. There's so many different proposals on the table to improve rail resilience in the Illawarra, and so this is part of that planning, as Trudy has said, is to get on the table what are the things that are viable, what are some costs to just get that planning work done.
How many people within the department are working on that?
I'd have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, it would be good to get some more details on that. Minister, you just started talking about the regional train fleet. Do we have a rough time, a year even, when we expect the first new train to be on the tracks? Not being tested, but actually with passengers?
Yeah, so as you know, it's one of these ones we inherited, which has been slow. We are working through as fast as we can. We're on track with where we had been at, previous timelines discussed. So, yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Mr. Benazir.
Thank you. Minister, I might just switch to maritime for a bit. Just going to the announcement I think you made on the 14th or the 15th about the Boating Infrastructure Communities Grants Program.
Yeah.
Can you explain why funding was allocated to projects that don't involve boating infrastructure, namely an effluent station and a small watercraft strategy?
Yeah, I can probably get Howard to talk to that.
Did you sign off on these projects, or was that
the department
previous transport minister that had responsibility?
The department assessed them. So
okay, Mr. Collins, can you explain to me?
Are we talking about the BIDS program, Mr. Benazir?
Yeah, Boating Infrastructure Community Grants Program. There was a $735,000 given to Wentworth Shire Council to refurbish their effluent station. So I'm just wondering what the benefit is to boaters, other than stopping them from slipping on a Bondi cigar at the boat ramp.
Yeah, I'm obviously, as you know, Mr. Benazir, and I know you've visited with Mark Hutchins, the Roselle HQ. We obviously have responsibility for environmental services. We have a team who deal with a number of issues, and also pollution control. I don't know the details of why that particular project was funded at that extent. I'll find that out certainly for this afternoon. But there also are, as you know, a number of sites we inherited from Crown Lands with modest funding, if I put it that way, and a modest number of staff. But obviously we have been focusing the next round of this funding on public amenities, mainly in the area which are obviously very useful to people, but also dredging as well. I think 28 million for public boating amenities.
To be fair, Mr. Collins, the problem with the Boating Now program was it probably should have been called the Picnic Table Now program or the Toilet Block Now program, because that's what councils were applying for and spending the money on, and there was more money spent on toilet blocks and picnic tables and barbecue settings than there were actually on boat ramp infrastructure, and now it seems we're creeping down that path again.
Well, 386 projects, I think, almost all complete. The Boating Now program is in the past, but certainly I think the latest program, which was announced by the Minister, certainly the majority of that focus is on boating infrastructure, dredging, and prioritising working with local communities on what is needed in the.
There's still a lot of vagaries in there, Mr. Collins, about toilet blocks and amenities.
Yeah, but I think the majority of those are actually not about toilet blocks or amenities. The majority of them are a lots to do with dredging, maintenance of wharfs, betterments, and we've had, you know, a lot of programs, 46 successful projects, obviously under that particular program have been announced. 22 boat ramps and associated infrastructure, 40 obviously to enhance, I know you and I have talked about the disability access, particularly for fishers, and obviously 42 for environmental benefits. Some of those are going to deal with pollution amounts, and 5 projects focusing on future needs, including dredging.
Right, so when we come back to it, or we can do it now, Mr. Collins, what evidence was provided that this project actually supported boating access in terms of the effluent station refurbishment?
Well, the boating infrastructure and communities program is not just about access. It's about supporting those communities and dealing with the wide range of boaters, from not only tinnies to paddle boards to all sorts of things, and those people who use our
the problem
waterways.
with paddle boards and kayaks, Mr. Collins, is they don't actually pay the bills in terms of the Waterways Fund. The Waterways Fund is largely made up of boating registration, motorboats, etc., and their licences fees. We contribute
and moorings,
and we contribute close to $60 million to that fund, and I think boaters have a right to get a little bit antsy when they see it being put into a small watercraft strategy for Willoughby City Council. You know, why wasn't that put into bricks and mortar in terms of boating infrastructure rather than a council planning document?
Let me take on notice the detail of that one, but I think overall boaters do appreciate the quality of the water. We've seen an amazing improvement of the quality of water. You know, we've seen humpback whales in Sydney. We've seen all sorts of stuff. So I do think the majority of this fund is connected with improvements which come out of your and my licence fees when we use the water.
With all due respect, no point having great quality water if you can't actually get on it because the boat ramp's not safe or it's not structurally sound.
22 of those upgrade projects are directly about boat ramps. The majority of the work that we are carrying out certainly is to do with boating infrastructure.
In terms of those 2 ones I've just mentioned, are you able to provide the committee the submissions that were made in terms of those applications and the scoring sheets, in terms of how they were assessed? I'm curious as to why they were assessed higher than actual boating infrastructure that actually made serious improvements.
I will certainly take on notice to understand and share with you as much as we can regarding the assessment criteria.
I'm happy for it to be de-identified. I don't need to know who did the scoring, but just I'd be interested to see how they were scored compared to other projects.
And a lot of it is engagement with the local community, local boating community, and also the people who use our waterways. But I'll find that detail and share with as much as we can.
Sure. Minister, given Maritime doesn't actually have data on usage patterns, how were these projects assessed in terms of value for money?
So they were assessed by the department. I didn't have a role in any of the assessments of it. So they have the criteria of the grants.
Does it concern you that Maritime doesn't have usage data in terms of patronage on these facilities? Wouldn't that be a good tool to assess whether or where limited funds should be invested strategically?
Mr. Benaziac, the Maritime, New South Wales Maritime does an incredible job. The staff.
I'm not saying that, but if
and
they don't
are
have data,
assessing on the basis of, because some of these projects, I understand. So these projects are really important for communities right across the state to get on the water, and they are assessed on a range of criteria. They are assessed in accordance with that. Obviously, there may not be formal usage criteria, as you say, but there also has to be capacity of the agencies that are applying for the funding to be able to deliver the projects. And so that's a really important part of that as well. And in some of these projects that, they may be also contributing funds as well. So
I appreciate that, but I go to Mr. Howard Collins' evidence in a previous estimate where he admitted that we're probably, 50 years behind where we need to be for maritime infrastructure. We've got limited funds from the Waterways Fund. We know the state of the Waterways Fund at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, mate,
my concern is how do we spend this money wisely to get the best bang for our buck? And if it's not based on usage data, are we just creating seasonal white elephants that sit there dormant for 9 months of the year and 3 months they're used?
Yeah, I think one of the challenges with that is that if we did use it on have just purely on usage, I think we'd fix every boat ramp in Sydney and nothing would be fixed in the region. So my team is pretty experienced in understanding the local needs. We have officers from Eden all the way to Tweed, and many of those facilities, whilst they're not used by many dozens of people, they're often the most neglected and have been left without maintenance or even repair. So we have criteria. We'll share that with you of how we've ended up with this current round. There's always the ability, and we see this a continual process where additional projects can be added to the program as funding becomes available.
Is part of the criteria that the designs and construction are done by marine engineers?
I have to take that on notice. Most of those infrastructure projects are dealt with by the MIDO team, and they do employ the appropriate engineers for the structures. But again, if you have any particular project you're interested in where you think there is an issue, please let us know.
Yeah.
And I just want to note too, 63% of those projects are actually in regional New South Wales.
Which is great compared to the last boat in our program where almost none and stuff all were.
Yeah, so we are trying to do that. And as I said, the delivery partners can contribute up to 50% of the funding then. So when you look, we're putting in the 33, potentially there could be up to another $33 million that is actually there. So it is about leveraging that investment as well.
Thanks, Minister.
Okay, time for at least one question from the opposition. You've got a minute and a half.
Oh, very quickly. Minister, the Ulmarra Ferry, the member for Clarence, has been working closely with the community trying to fight the terrible Labor decision to axe that ferry. At the time, you committed to assist the council with a $5 million transition fund, and recently this offer has been rescinded. Why have you backflipped on that promise?
Ms. Overall, I totally reject the premise of your question. That is, we have not rescinded that offer at all. And in fact, I was speaking to the General Manager of the Council about this yesterday. So, no, that's absolutely incorrect.
So that the $5 million is still in place?
We are working with the Council. It's interesting to note that I haven't had any correspondence from Mr Williams about this. I know he'd been reaching out to people about it, but not to me, which would have been the first place to go to get some clarity on this.
So the $5 million is still in place or not?
Yeah, absolutely.
It is.
We're still looking at that, and that's fine. The council wrote to me some time ago, and I think they've outlined a much higher figure than that, and we will be working through with them on getting the finer details on that, and I've undertaken to speak to the General Manager and come back to her by the end of this month about that.
Right, thank you.
Minister, will the people of regional New South Wales see one of the new regional trains on their tracks before the end of the year?
Other than testing, no.
Before the end of 2026?
I can't give you that time frame. Again, this is a procurement piece that comes under Minister Graham's lead on it, but that's not my understanding. But we're not going to give you a time at this point because we are still working through to get the project delivered. It's a very complex project to deliver, and one that, in 10 years, the former government failed to deliver one single train onto the network.
And Minister, there's a number of people in regional New South Wales that have been considering that the government is extending the life of the XPTs with the refurbishment, that when the new regional train line eventually does come on board, has there been consideration given to extending the life of those XPTs in terms of sleeper services, because the regional train lines don't have sleeper services from capital cities? Is that actively being canvassed?
Yeah, look, we are really looking at this. It was a massive fail by the former government not to invest in sleeper trains. We are looking at, as part of future fleet procurement, what we do to do that, and the XPTs are there as well. So there are a number of different ranges of issues that we have to deal with to try and make that work, but it is very much on the table.
Okay, thank you. Questions from government members?
We're holding fire for now, Chair.
Holding fire. Thank you. That means that we are breaking now for morning tea. We will be back at 11. 11:15? No, 11.
So 11 o'clock?
11:15.
11:15.
Yes, 11:15. Thank you.
Next week.
Thank you. Welcome back. We'll go to questions straight from the opposition. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for joining us today. What's the status of the M6 Stage 1 project?
So thank you for that question. Obviously, it's been subject to a lot of media inquiries. We are working through with Transport. I think it's probably better if they give you the technical...
Sure, I've got them in the afternoon,
Yeah, okay.
so I'll work that through them. I'm just interested, right, as we sit here today, what the status of it is, as you
Transport and the contractors are working to get a solution.
Okay. Well, so in relation to your view and your perception and drive of it, if you like, forgive the pun, we have seen, I'd like to understand from you as the Roads Minister what your understanding is of the current status of it.
Look, I really don't want to say too much publicly on this one. It is one where we have had lawyers involved in it and there are engineers involved in it. I don't think adding a minister to the mix. I'm well aware of where it's up to.
Sure, I wouldn't ask you for a legal opinion. I'm
yeah.
just asking for your understanding as you sit here today as Roads Minister. What's the status of the M6?
That we are working with the contractors to get a resolution as soon as possible for the community.
Okay, thank you. So the pictures on 7 News exposed the shocking extent of the damage on that project. What's required to fix it?
Again, that's really a question for the engineers, and that's why Transport's been meeting regularly with the engineers and the project to try and get that resolution there. So, we're very aware it's being actively worked on, but again, I'm not going to preempt or suggest engineering solutions without any qualifications.
Understand, I'm not asking for engineering solutions, I'm not asking for legal solutions, but what I am interested in is your view as Minister here today. So when will it open?
So again, we are working through that with the contractor, and that's really important because we want to make sure that we get the right solution, that there's not an additional cost to the taxpayers on this, because it's a project that's had a long history, and we want to make sure that it's done properly and completed. But that's the goal.
So when will it be completed?
Well, that's the goal that we're all working towards, and obviously there have been some very challenging geotechnical issues, and they will be addressed through that work that Transport is undertaking with the contractor.
All right. So have you had advice that it won't be open till the late 2030s?
I would not comment on any of that because I'm not going
Why not?
Because I'm not going to preempt the deliberations and the positive work that's happening between Transport and the contractor.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking what you know as the Roads Minister sitting here today at estimates about a very large project that taxpayers are paying for, and obviously that local community is very interested in. So what's the latest advice?
Look, we are working on the surface works to get those completed as soon as possible and to the time, and the other parts of that are subject to the engineering work that's being undertaken by Transport and the contractor.
So when will it open?
I think I've answered that question.
Okay. Are you covering up what you know about this project?
No, I'm not covering it up. I'm not covering up anything.
But you're not prepared to tell this committee the status of it or your understanding of the status, or what advice you've received?
I'm suggesting that it would be better if you want to get that more technical advice that you ask the department in the time in the afternoon, or you can ask them now if you like to. But the reality is...
I'm aware of what I can ask, thank you. I'm not asking for technical
sorry,
advice. I'm not asking for legal advice. What I'm asking is you, as you sit here today as Roads Minister, your understanding of the status of the project and when it will open.
So, and I've been very clear with the answers that I've given you that I'm not prepared to give you a time frame for the opening of the project because there are significant geotechnical issues that are being worked through right now, and I'm not in a position to give you a time frame.
So what is an acceptable outcome to you as Roads Minister?
An acceptable outcome is that we have all parties working together to get the project completed, and that is the goal of the project and the goal of the work that Transport is undertaking right now.
All right. So you don't know when the project will open, or you're just not prepared to say? Have you been told?
Ms Ward, it's a very technical issue that they're trying to work
Understand
through.
that, not querying with that. It's not a trick question. Have you been told when it will open?
how could that be? Because they are working through with the contractors about what the solution is. They haven't got the actual solution they're going to implement, so how could they have a time frame?
Yeah, has the department told you when it will open?
Look, not to my understanding of a time, because they are working through getting the solution done.
So you don't know when it will open?
Ms Ward, I think I've answered that question in multiple ways. You keep asking the same question.
Well, which either you do know and you're not prepared to say, or you don't know and haven't been told. So I'm just asking you to clarify. Do you know when it will open?
I have answered that question.
How?
I've said to you that they are undergoing complex technical work with the contractors, and that will inform the timeline for when the completion is.
But Minister, either you do know and you won't tell us, or you don't know. Which one of those is it?
The answer is that the contractors are working with Transport on what the solution will be, and that will inform the timeline.
The contractors and Transport ultimately report to you, Minister. They report to you, so what is your understanding of when it will open?
As I have said repeatedly, the technical solution hasn't been determined, and that will determine the timeline.
And so what's your understanding of that as at now?
That is the answer. The technical solution has not been determined, and when it is determined, that will determine the timeline.
Is it a cover-up?
Point of order.
Point of order has been taken. Mr Namba.
Chair, Ms Ward has asked the same question several times. It's now becoming repetitious, and I'd suggest that that's not courteous to the witness under procedural fairness resolution.
With respect, Chair, I'm not seeking to be discourteous in any way. To the point of order. I'm not seeking in any way to be discourteous, but I am entitled to put the questions that I choose to put from the opposition.
Thank you. Yes, I have listened. The member has been asking the same question, but politely and respectfully. And I will note that the Minister is also entitled to answer the question as she sees fit, so I'll allow the member to continue.
Thank you. So, Minister, you don't know the timeline?
Ms Ward, the answer is we do not have the final technical solution to deliver. That will inform the time frame. Until we have that, we cannot give a time frame.
All right, so you don't know the timeline. It's not a trick question. You don't know the timeline for the opening of the M6.
Ms Ward, until we find a technical solution, we cannot give a timeline.
So when is the technical solution due?
Ms Ward, we are working, or Transport for New South Wales is working on that with the engineers, with the contractor.
Thank you.
You can ask either now or...
Yeah, I'll do that this afternoon. I'm asking you. So
great.
You're saying to this committee that the technical solution is
They're
being
meeting
worked
regularly.
on. When is that due?
They're meeting regularly, and it will
When's it
take the
due?
time that it takes to get it done. It's a very complex situation. Safety has to be our highest priority in relation to this. We need to make sure that, it is the right solution, and so that will take the time that it takes. And I think putting a deadline so that I can say something in estimates to you is not the most efficient or responsible way to be.
All right. So is the 2028 delivery timeline still possible?
Again, that's a technical question on that, which you would need to really work through with the department. And I think, given where we're at, we have to let the engineers work on the solution, not set them arbitrary time frames. There are many projects that have blown out for years on different governments.
Thank you.
Not being political about it, but I'm just saying that to try to take something which is so technical and so...
So, Minister, 2028 was provided as the date by the Labor government. Is that still achievable?
Everything is achievable at
the
some
2028
point.
on the M6?
Everything is achievable on any project depending on time and money. It's a function of both.
So that's still possible, 2028 delivery of the M6 Stage 1, in your view?
I don't have a view on whether it's achievable on that particular project, in sense of I'm not an engineer, I don't have the technical expertise, qualifications or skills to make that.
I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you in your capacity.
There's a situation where we have had a geotechnical issue on a project.
But Minister, I'm asking you in your capacity.
Sorry,
did you want me to finish? I'm asking you as the Roads Minister, as you sit here today in estimates, I'm not asking for geotechnical, I'm not asking for legal, I've made that quite clear. What I am asking is, in your capacity as Roads Minister, sitting in the big chair, driving this project, can you tell me how it is achievable if you can't tell me when it will be open?
Ms Ward, I am working with the department and they are working very hard with the contractors to try and deliver a solution very quickly. The problem that we have is it is a complex geotechnical situation and it does require a lot of work to get there, and there is it is complex. You know this from your previous roles, and I respect that you would know this. It has to be worked through properly to ensure that we get a safe solution that is actually in line financially for the taxpayers of New South Wales, and they're the two priorities we're doing. So as I drive, as I sit in this seat, I am driving that outcome as far as I can.
So driving that outcome then is this a car crash project under your leadership?
Well, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. I don't think that's a respectful way to ask a question.
Well, I'm asking what your input is. I'm asking what your understanding of the timeline is. I'm asking what your understanding and expectation of the delivery date is. I'm understanding what your, I'm seeking to understand what your position is on the technical reports, none of which seem to be getting any answer. I'm understanding if this is a car crash under your leadership.
Ms Ward, that is actually an incorrect reflection of what's been our discussion
here. Well, help me out. Tell me what the expectation is.
Sorry, finished? I'm very clear with you that the M6 is a project that was initiated under the former government. We have taken that on. It has had an issue, a very serious geotechnical issue. That is taking some time to resolve to get the engineering solution. Transport is supporting the contractor to find that solution. They are meeting extremely regularly. And in terms of setting an arbitrary time frame for that, I think that would be unrealistic at this stage to do that. And that's why I am not setting or directing the department on a time frame. We want this to be done properly and safely.
So, Minister, who can I ask outside of the Roads Minister when a roads project will open?
Well, there's a whole lot of departmental witnesses here, but obviously where it's...
Roads Minister is here, I'm asking you.
You're entitled to ask me, but I'm telling you on that particular project, we don't have a timetable at this point in time because, or a time frame or deadline, because we are working through
The Premier's previously ruled out spending more money on the project. Is that the government's current position?
That's the position, yes.
No more money will be spent on it?
That's the position of the Premier and the government as outlined by the Premier.
All right. Have you been provided with advice from the department that it could drag out past 2030?
Look, there is always a risk that it could be of any time frame, but...
have you had that advice?
I can't recall a time put in there of that number. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but the reality is my priority is trying to get the work done and get those discussions and workshops with Transport.
Certainly, and I appreciate you trying to do that work. What I'm asking though is, have you received advice from Transport for New South Wales about this project being pushed into the 2030s? Yes or no?
No, I don't think so, no.
You haven't received that advice?
No,
Do you want to check that answer?
I can't remember exactly whether about timeframes, because as I said, my focus in every single one of those discussions is not the end point, it's actually getting started to get that work actually done.
All right. Mr Murray, are you able to refresh the Minister's memory?
Thank you, Ms Ward. As the Minister has said, we continue to work with the joint venture parties through this and independent engineering. Have you provided advice on the 2030s? We haven't provided yet an update back to government as to the latest from those technical assessments.
Thank you.
We anticipate doing that within coming weeks once we have had further workshops. But I would...
So no one knows the date?
The current date for the delivery, as you've already pointed out, is the end of 2028.
Is that still achievable?
That date was given at the occurrence of the two sinkhole issues on West Botany Street, and it hasn't been updated since because we are working through the technical assessments,
Thank you,
including with
Mr. Murray.
independent technical
Certainly
experts.
understand the technicalities. Is
Until
that
we-
still achievable?
Until we have that independent technical analysis
Mr.
that is
Murray?
agreed by all parties, we haven't updated
I hear
the
that,
timelines.
understand that, I get the technical aspect. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking about, is that date still achievable?
That is
in your
part of
view,
the
as you
work.
sit here today as the Transport Secretary.
That is part of the work that is ongoing with the experts that have been brought in with the contractor. It is a
Is
design and
2028 still achievable?
it is a design and construct contract.
I know the
Therefore,
contract, I'm just asking the date.
we
Is it
are-
achievable?
The work is ongoing to determine exactly what technical solution would be put in place, how it would be carried out.
It's currently a hole in the ground, Mr. Murray. Is it achievable to get this roads project finished by 2028? Does
And
anyone know?
Ms.
Anyone
Ward,
here?
what I'm saying to you is the date is currently at the end of 2028. A number of other technical issues have occurred since then. We are factoring that in to what it would take to finish this project.
Minister, are you confident that this can be delivered by 2028?
Ms Ward, you've heard the evidence from Mr Murray, and you've
I'm asking
heard...
you, as the roads minister, as you sit here today, do you see the M6 project being delivered by 2028?
Ms Ward, I have repeatedly said to you that I'm not going to give you an arbitrary time frame and say when I think that project can be delivered, because there is too much work that is being undertaken by the department and by the contractor to try and resolve the issue, and I don't want to put a time frame on it.
Minister, it's not an arbitrary time frame, is it? It's taxpayer dollars, it's taxpayer money that is being utilised on this project. Billions of dollars are being committed to this. It's 90% effectively complete. It's being pushed out, it's being pushed to the side. Understanding there's technical issues, but this is taxpayer dollars, and as you sit here today, you and Mr Murray, the Transport Secretary, no one can tell us whether it's achievable, whether it's being pushed out, or whether you've had advice. Can you answer any of those aspects?
Point of order has been taken, Mr Buttigieg.
Chair, I understand the member's desire for a political frame and a headline, but the reality is the minister's answered this on probably 5 occasions now, as has the Secretary of the Department.
I'll move on.
Thank you. The member will move on. Yep.
Thank you. Minister, I understand you've spoken about tolls and the toll review in the Legislative Assembly previously. Do you recall that?
Briefly, yep.
Thank you. So why can you talk about tolls in the Legislative Assembly and not at estimates?
Sorry?
You're able to talk
because
about
I
tolls?
represent Minister Graham in the Legislative Assembly, but here I'm being asked questions in relation to my portfolio, which is roads and regional
Sure.
transport, and Minister Graham has...
I know that, thank you. Yep. So what's your understanding of the government's future policy on the toll cap?
Really, Ms Ward, that question would be better targeted towards Minister Graham,
You're the
because
roads
he's got
minister.
but he has got carriage of the tolling policy in the state of New South Wales.
Understand that, but as you sit here as the roads minister, what's your understanding of the toll cap, the government's policy on toll capping?
Ms Ward, I would really refer you to the minister for this, the relevant minister. I mean, I'm happy to answer questions on behalf of Minister Graham in the Legislative Assembly as is
You're
part
the
of the
roads minister,
procedure.
correct?
But my understanding is in budget estimates, my role here is to be answering questions in relation to my portfolio, in relation to budget estimates.
And I'm asking in relation to you being the roads minister, what your understanding is, I haven't finished the question, what your understanding is in your capacity as roads minister of the government's future policy on the toll cap. It's coming to an end. What's your understanding of what you're moving to do?
Ms Ward, I'll refer you to my previous answer. I'm not sure what your strategy has been here, and I'm very pleased to tell Minister Graham that, you know, what things you're interested in his portfolio, and I'm sure he can watch this and find out what you want to ask him about. But
should I ask him about roads?
Well, no, because that is in my portfolio, but the toll cap is a policy that Minister Graham has been in charge of since we came to...
Do you have a say? Do you speak to him about it? Do you have a
Pardon?
say? Where
Yeah,
are
we
up
do.
to?
Of course
I'm
we
the
do,
roads
but-
minister, I need to know what we're doing with the tolls.
Yep.
You do have that conversation?
We do talk about it, but like in budget estimates, I think it's appropriate that we actually ask questions about...
All right. What roads does the government intend to keep in public ownership? You're the roads minister. What roads are staying in public hands?
Well, we're not privatising them, it's my understanding.
All right. So your position is that once the toll roads, you're the roads minister, once the toll roads end their concession, they'll be returning to public hands. That's right, isn't it?
Sorry, say that again.
The toll concessions, once they end, your government's position is that they will return to public hands, public ownership.
Okay, a point of order has been taken, Mr.
I have
Member.
20 seconds
I know,
left.
but a point of order has been taken. I ignored the last one.
Sorry, Chair. My point of order goes to relevance. The Minister has already answered the question with respect to tolling, toll caps, toll concessions. Ms Ward is again asking another set of
Thank you.
questions around
I
toll
won't
concessions.
uphold the point of order.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look, okay.
Minister, there won't be any further privatisation of toll roads. That's correct.
That is correct, and we are looking at. We have set up a entity to look at this, but that is really, as I say, under Minister Graham's remit. It would be much better to ask him
But
to
no
get
more privatisation, that's what you said, of toll roads.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, are you? Have you been following? I assume you have the coverage in the Sydney Morning Herald in relation to, or the coverage in relation to the ICAC investigation, current ICAC investigation.
Yeah, I have
already asked about.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Have you been involved in discussions around how to ensure that this whole practice within Transport for New South Wales is cleaned up? Firstly, I asked Mr Murray this. What's your involvement been?
Look, obviously I've been briefed about it, and Mr Murray's been working hard to do those reforms that need to happen in our procurement processes in Transport for New South Wales, and obviously the government supports that. We want to have, there's no place for corruption in our public sector, and we don't want that to be the case. So anything we can do, whether it's looking at policies and procedures, cooperating with investigators, making decisions around employment of staff who've been had allegations or whatever, that's obviously handled by Mr Murray, but I'm kept abreast of the broad high-level aspects of that.
Are you confident that people within Transport for New South Wales that who are making complaints, whistleblowers, that they are being treated with respect and treated and believed, and that everything is being done correctly and appropriately?
Yeah, I take those allegations really seriously around that whistleblowers make, and I support them, and I have sought assurances when topics have been raised in media and when we've been briefing on it from Mr Murray that those are being taken seriously, and he has assured me that that's the case. If people have issues, they can always address that with me. Like, I'm always open to that, but I haven't had anyone that, to my knowledge, come forward to me to say they have concerns about the way they've been treated as a whistleblower from Transport for New South Wales.
What about from the story from the 7th of August in the Sydney Morning Herald that says in relation to the whistleblower that she had expected the names on the emails to later prompt the agency's fraud and investigation unit to contact her, but that did not happen?
Look, that's a media raising of that story.
I believe it would have been raised within the ICAC hearing.
Oh, sorry, but I'm saying I want to be very careful about what I say in relation to ICAC hearings.
Okay,
so I, just to be really clear, if people have a concern and they feel that they're not being heard, they're always open to write to me, the Minister, and I will take it seriously. And, that is there. But I have also spoken with Mr Murray around this issue, and from the conversations we've had, I've felt and believed and understood that there is a care and concern for the welfare and safety of whistleblowers. And that is something that, as a government, we're committed to, transparency and ensuring that people who report allegations of corruption are able to do so freely and safely.
Are there any concerns to be had or held for in relation to the agency's fraud and investigation unit itself?
Obviously, these are historic in many cases, allegations of a culture that arose over many years. We at Transport is trying to address those issues, and obviously they will continue to do that, and that's been, I think Mr Murray outlined previously, a number of strategies that the department is using to do that. There is always room for improvement when it comes to detection and prevention of fraud and corruptive and bad practices in any agency, and I am confident that the department is making the changes that are required, and I've been briefed not just by Mr Murray but by other members of the executive leadership around things that they are undertaking in the procurement space particularly to try and address this. So, yeah.
What's that agency, what's that unit called, Mr Murray? What's the Fraud and Investigation Unit, is that its name?
Yes, the Fraud and Corruption Prevention Unit. Yes.
Fraud and Corruption Prevention Unit. Was it, is it usual for the unit to potentially not contact somebody who makes a complaint?
Again, just noting what we've said already about these matters obviously being live. However, I would like to advise the committee that the speak up reports that were made were done on an anonymous basis, and I understand that the evidence of the whistleblower who was right to be pursuing these elements was that they believe that they had delivered enough information there that would enable the identities and the further detailed requirements to be picked up. That's something that we're looking at in Transport very closely, as to that distance, if you like, between an anonymous report and having enough information through a speak up hotline to then be able to take it further. As it was in this case, by the time those details had become apparent, the ICAC Wyvern processes were already underway, and in fact we had become aware of it through the ICAC rather than through the hotline reporting that had been done. In response to your earlier question about the concerns around the Speak Up hotline and was the person treated with enough urgency and respect, I can advise the committee that we are re-tendering that service, and we will move to a new contract in the short term in regards to improving what we have there. And in our fraud and corruption ranks, we have added additional resources to make sure that we can be acting on these elements as quickly as possible.
Okay, all right, that's very useful, thank you. Minister, the 10-year plan for regional rail, so when can we expect, so what does that timeline look like? There seems to be a lot of kind of processes or plans or development consultation around regional transport, regional rail, but nothing announced in terms of any for the community to be able to expect, other than new trains at some point, maybe years down the track.
Yeah.
But
sorry, which
the
one?
10-year plan.
I like the renew up.
That yes, there's a 10-year plan for regional rail network.
Yep.
Does that 10-year plan, developing a 10-year plan, does that mean that regional communities can expect more regional passenger rail? Is that what that looks like?
Partly it's that. It's also some freight work. So under the former government there was a Fixing Country Rail program which delivered some really good outcomes, but some of those outcomes were also, how can I say, probably gold plating sections of the network that then became stranded assets. So, for example, getting a TAL up to 25 tonne when it probably only needed to be 23 tonne to do the work that it was required to do, and we could have actually got more done. And so it was a challenging environment in there. And so we are working on that, but we need to make sure that we have a whole of network approach. Part of the issue with Fixing Country Rail also was that I think originally in the first iteration of the program it was like, what can we do? And then it was like, well, we're not getting the sort of projects we want. And then it went more to opportunistic kind of grants where potentially the proponent of the grant might want something to help their business, like GrainCorp or something like that. So it wasn't actually looking at the network as a whole and saying, where can we get better efficiency to get more freight on rail?
So
and
is it the
get more
intention?
passengers?
Thank you. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of freight.
Yeah.
Is it the intention to look at where passenger rail may also benefit, either new services or more services?
Yeah, so part of that comes under a couple of different things. There's that renew up is really around the track infrastructure and planning and that sort of part. And predominantly there's a freight piece there is probably the main focus, I would say, of that, because that's the thing that will drive the growth. We're also doing the strategic regional integrated transport plans in each of the regions, which then speak to these regional rail opportunities for uplift of passenger services as well. And then obviously Trainlink is always looking at how they can work on there. We have an issue with, again, the regional rail fleet procurement and having to look at how do we roll out more seats when that new train will not have additional extra capacity. So that's where we have to look at future fleet as well. So there's a lot of constraints on getting passenger uplift because of really a lack of planning for growth in that. And when we look at regional trains, that's the only sector that's actually been, other than the metro, that's past pre-COVID levels. So it is a priority for us. We want to do it, but it is a very complicated part.
Thanks, Minister. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pick up where I left. Minister, Secretariat's going to hand you a photo of a boat ramp in question. And it goes goes to my point about maritime engineering.
Yep.
This is Controller Park boat ramp. It received funding out of Boating Now Round 3, plus the Bushfire Local Economy Recovery Fund to the tune of $775,349. If I'm disabled and elderly, how do I utilise that boat ramp in the current state that it's in?
Well, that's a great question, Mr. Benazia. And have you seen it, Howard?
So this ramp is 2 years old, so constructed in 2023.
Yeah, so it would have been a decision of a former government to build it.
That's right, but the fact remains taxpayers' money has been spent on a ramp that is completely unusable.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
Because of poor design.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I can't speak to decisions of the former government on grants.
I know you can't, but I guess the question is, how can boating users now have any faith that the process has changed, because the people that assess this application are the same people that you rely on for advice now?
I think...
So, Mr. Collins?
Thank you. And I will have a look at this one. Obviously, there are many dozen boat ramps which are built. Some of them are built by through our MIDO team, our infrastructure development team. Others are built by councils, where we provide the funding. I will have a look at this one. I'll see what I can do in terms of understanding its current state as well. And just remind me, which ramp is this?
This is Controller Park boat ramp on Haviland Street, Boating Now, Round 3. It was funded through. If it's ramps that are constructed by council, what oversight does the MIDO team have in terms of engineering to make sure it's done to...
Pretty good.
Well, you sure about that?
We've got one photograph here of one example, and there may be other reasons. I'll find out why the design, if that is the design failed, or what actually has happened with this ramp.
Well, it seems that the ramp slope is inadequate. The floating pontoon is sitting at an unsuitable height based on the water levels.
Yeah, the water level seems extremely high.
It's practically, it's not usable. So I'm guessing, my question is, what independent marine engineering or boating safety advice was obtained before this was constructed? Or firstly designed, then constructed?
Let me take this one away. I mean, I see from the photograph, actually, there's no real marine growth on the area. It may be that, I don't know whether that's a particularly high water level which is in that area, but let me find out. I'll find out what the current status is. occasionally, perhaps people get the design wrong or perhaps is not adequate, but majority of the times we work with qualified engineers and people who hold the necessary requirements of marine design of infrastructure. So let me find out about this one.
But you agree
and I'll get back to you this afternoon.
But you agree when someone gets the design wrong on something like that it's a significant cost to the taxpayer.
I agree with you, and it's unfortunate that this one looks like on this photograph that something is fundamentally wrong with design. But let me find out a little bit more about this particular area and what actually has happened. And certainly, if there are others that you're concerned about, feel free to let us know.
Yeah,
No.
and Mr. Bernat, sorry to, but just I think the point that we talked about before the break around changes that you had identified with more regional grants and looking at the criteria, I think that's something that we need to look at as well, and that's something across all of our grant programs in transport we've been trying to improve. If we look at the active transport grants, for example, a different program I understand, but since we've come to government, we've put in money for delivery and for development grants as well as delivery, so it helps those projects get started. So potentially there might be more funding for the development of a project which might be more fit for purpose. We've quarantine funding for regions so that they do get their fair share. We've maxed out the number of council projects that can be undertaken so that not all the great councils that are not councils that are just great at writing grant applications get the majority line share of the money. So we have been trying to improve the accountability and processes. I really value your feedback and I really want to say that quite genuinely to you, and we're always happy, as you know, to meet with Mr. Hutchings from Maritime and also with myself on this matter. And I know you have been taking those opportunities. I'm really grateful for that and thank you for your feedback.
Thank you. I'll just switch to another maritime issue. Minister, on the 10th of May in the Daily Telegraph, this is regarding the Camo Ferry wharves, you were quoted in saying that the project, or you labelled the project one of the worst examples of mismanagement. What the former government has delivered is a glorified fishing platform. That's money that's not going to other crucial projects across the state. That's fairly strong language.
Yeah.
What are you doing outside of saying fairly strong words in the Daily Telegraph? Is there going to be some form of public review in terms of this management to understand how it occurred and how or what things can be put in place so it doesn't happen again?
Look, certainly that has been part of what we are trying to work at. The first estimated cost of that was $18 million under the former government, and it blew out to
75.
And even to cancel it would have been horrendous. So,
and now we've got maintenance costs on top of that that's coming out of the Waterways Fund.
Yeah. So obviously we're trying to, look at how we can mitigate that, how we can, and in the future, particularly around grant processes. And that is something we really are trying to do under our government to ensure that we do have greater transparency, better criteria. I went through some of the list of the issues that we've had with former grant projects. I was quite distressed when I was meeting with regional councils about some of their projects and saying to them, why are you doing this project and not this one that's on your strategic plan? And I was told by them, for example, that they were told not to put in projects for some of that stimulus funding that was in their strategic plans, to put in new projects that no one had ever heard of before because it was all meant to be new. Like, this is very disturbing, the way that the former government was doing their grant programs, and we are trying to improve that as a government.
Is there anything specifically that will stop a project progressing this far in terms of costs before it's pulled up and re-evaluated for feasibility and value for money for taxpayers?
Well, whenever there is an unintended cost increase that is assessed by Transport for New South Wales, they do look at the reasons for the cost increase, and then the determination is made whether that's recommended to increase the funding or de-scope the project, or a whole lot of different challenges like that. And so there is a process in place that Transport has for doing that.
Okay, thank you. Minister, can I just go to taxis for a minute? You were quoted in a press release earlier this month regarding the wheelchair accessible taxi availability. From a regional perspective, wheelchair accessible taxis are even fewer on the ground out in the regions than they are anywhere else. What economic assessment was done in terms of the viability of regional taxi plate owners' ability to service loans? Which is part of this stimulus is around loans for taxi drivers to purchase or retrofit vehicles for wheelchair access. How is a taxi driver going to service a loan out in the regions when, they're barely making any money each shift?
Look, we've been working on this and with yourselves actually when we're in opposition because of the problems we inherited in terms of the taxi, and we both advocated for a better viable taxi. And I remember having conversations.
It was exacerbated by the deregulation, which you supported.
Well, we actually also went to the Treasurer of the government at the time and got more money for the taxi owners in that. So we were trying to actually assist, and we made commitments that we would try and address wheelchair accessible taxis. We held a series of round tables. 3 of those were held in regional New South Wales, as well as one in Sydney. That came up with the lift fees, the extra additional 15, which was the $15
Has any
increase.
assessment been done, though, on whether they are able to service those loans that are on offer, based on how much money they're making out in the regions picking up passengers?
Well, it was a recommendation of the report that was done, and that's that would have been assessed, I'm sure, at that point. And then in addition to that, there's also the operator grants of $2,500 as well. So
Okay.
I can get to. It might be something to ask the officials later.
Thank you. Questions from Ms. Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when will the Milton Ulladulla bypass start construction?
Obviously that's a project that's part of the Pacific Highway.
Yes.
Sorry, Princess Highway upgrade. Sorry.
When will it start construction?
The funding of that is $940 million.
Yes.
So there's funding from state, concept design, and environmental assessments are currently underway. So we are looking at that. We're doing investigations
Thank
in
you.
there.
When will it start construction?
We don't have a time frame for that because we have to go through the planning and the EIS for it. As you might be aware, it's one of those projects where there was a lot of consultation
Thank you.
undertaken on the former government. We had members of committees
Thank you very much.
resigning and
Minister,
very
comparing to
unhappy
other-
with the former government's failure to consult.
Thank
So it's
you.
been a long time trying to pull it out of the fire.
Sure. Comparing to other projects, the latest media release for 15th Avenue upgrades says that, I'll start that again. Compared to other projects, the latest media release for the 15th Avenue upgrade says that construction will start in 2027. How can you tell the community when one project in roads can start and not this one?
Look, the former government had 12 years to build this bypass, and it's a bit rich to be coming and complaining because we're
I'm
2
just
years in
asking
and
for
we
the
can't
opening
give you
date.
a time frame on it because
Minister,
we're
you're
working
able to
through
state in a media release a date for construction
Sorry?
starting on one project. I'm just asking you why you can do that in your media release, in your government for 15th Avenue, but your government can't tell us today when construction will start on the Milton Ulladulla bypass.
So you're finished now? Can I answer
It's
the
a question, yes.
Oh, right. So as I was saying, the former government had 12 years
Thank
to build.
you, Minister. I'm interested in this project.
Yeah, point of order. I think I know what the point of order is going to be. The Minister literally had two words and then you cut in Ms Ward. Just allow a little bit more time for the Minister to answer. So back to you, Minister.
Thank you. To the point of order, though, Chair, it does seem that every question is prefaced with the former government. I do have limited time, and I'm asking
I won't
about current
uphold that
projects.
point of order, Ms Ward, or to the point of order. So back to you,
Current
Minister.
projects.
Thank you, Chair. So through you, the former government did have 12 years to build this. We've been carrying out investigations. We've had some environmental considerations with the local greater glider population.
Thank
That's
you.
informing the concept design and the EIS. And so we have to be respectful of that process. We've
All
also
right.
Sorry, do you not want me to finish?
Well, I'm interested in the date. So will the bypass start construction before 2029?
Ms Ward, there's no construction timeline that's been finalised because it's dependent on the completion of planning and environmental assessment work.
All right then.
And we're doing everything we can to expedite that.
15th Avenue, I'm sure, is also subject to that same planning work. Why is it that you can say on 15th Avenue that will start in 2027, but you can't tell the community when a major road project, Milton Ulladulla bypass, taxpayer money, when construction will start?
Ms Ward, we do our projects as we can do them, and there are some that are easier to anticipate. When you're talking about Milton Ulladulla, you're talking about quite a sensitive environmental area.
Sure.
There's been a lot of contentious community consultation failures on the former government that we've had to work our way through.
Okay.
So
On that
it is more
environmental-
challenging.
Yep, on that environmental assessment then, what's the target date or period that Transport for New South Wales intends to complete the concept design and that environmental impact assessment?
Sorry, can you just say that again?
What's the target date or the period that Transport intends to complete the concept design and the environmental assessment?
Well, we awarded that work in December 2024 for concept design and environmental assessment to Oracle, and they are working concurrently, so we are trying to expedite that out. They're well underway. It's critical work, but we don't have, I don't think I have a time frame that I can give you of that.
Thank you. When will the Nowra bypass start construction?
So that, again, I'm happy to, sorry, I'm just...
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm coming. Sorry.
Yeah, when will the Nowra bypass start construction?
Sorry, can I come back to that one? Sorry, I'm just trying to get that up because I've got to...
Can someone send a text to the Minister? When will the Nowra bypass start construction? What's the next step
I think
for the project?
we're losing the respectful way there. It's not funded for construction, which you should be aware of. So,
all right. While you're taking time to find that then, so you don't know when the M6 will open, you don't know when the Milton Ulladulla bypass will start construction, and you don't know when the Nowra bypass will start construction either.
Is there a question in that? Sorry.
Yes, you don't know when any of those projects will open. We've asked you about 3 major projects. The M6, you don't know when that'll open. You don't know when the Milton Ulladulla bypass will start construction. And you don't know when the Nowra bypass will start construction. Well, do you know any roads projects, Minister?
A point of order has been taken.
Start date,
Mr.
construction
Lawrence, one
date,
moment.
opening date.
Ms Ward.
Any timeline.
Ms Ward. Which seem to be continuing rather than...
I'll phrase it as a question.
I won't uphold your point of order. That was a very clear question, in fact, from Ms Ward. We'll go back to the Minister.
Minister, I'm asking about what you know about major roads projects in New South Wales as you sit here today as the Roads Minister.
Thank you.
What do you know?
You ready? Thank you. Look, 2 of those projects are in planning. One of them's under very technical and commercial issues that are being worked through. Of the vast number of projects that are under construction in the state, to have all of them that we could be telling you exactly timeframes for
You're the
would be
Roads Minister.
unrealistic. I think a reasonable person would rather that the Roads Minister is working on these roads, not looking at an arbitrary date where...
But Minister, with respect, it's not an arbitrary date. These are major roads projects with billions of dollars, and I would have thought on behalf of taxpayers that it's rightful and correct and respectful for me to ask you what your expectation is about start dates, completion dates, timelines.
Yeah, and Ms Ward, I've given you...
You're saying that's unreasonable?
Sorry?
Are you saying that's unreasonable?
Ms Ward, what I'm saying is that 2 of those projects that you've mentioned are under planning, so they're not at construction stage yet. The other one is in a very technical situation with work being done to bring it to a conclusion. And of the hundreds, probably thousands of projects that I am looking after in the state, okay, there's 3 there that are 2, I must say, under your government were commenced, and you had 12 years to do them. And
Minister, in your budget...
if you were so concerned about them then, why didn't you do them then?
Well, it's a little bit like the bypasses that are being announced just before the Kiama by-election. It's interesting that they are announced, you've had 3 budgets to announce those, and all of a sudden they're miraculously appearing. That's curious, isn't it? Or was it your advocacy and planning for those Kiama projects?
Is what I said to you previously, that with the Tripoli Way, that is a commitment that we took to the election at the last minute. So again, 2017, the project split off from the Albion Park Rail. It then gets no funding from your government until just 2023, in the dying days of your government, to keep Gareth Ward in the seat as an independent.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask you about your current budget?
And then
Thank you.
Well, I haven't finished
Thank you.
my question. My answer. Can I finish
if I
my
may ask
answer?
that.
So, well,
I'm happy to move on.
You asked me about the timing of that announcement.
I'm happy
and I
to
think
move
it's
on,
very
Minister.
germane
I'd really
of that
appreciate the
because
opportunity. I have one minute left.
Order. I think we'll just move to the next question
Thank
at
you.
this point.
Minister, what's your position on the closure of the Glebe Island port?
And the Minister's trying to answer. And rather than just being told to move on,
so
perhaps it could be
Point of
considered...
order, Mr. Lawrence. Correct. Start again.
A pretty sort of allegation
You're wasting my
was
time.
made about politicisation, and the Minister was trying to answer it and was being spoken over. And I would suggest on the point of order that rather than just being told to move on, it should rather be considered whether she should be able to answer that question.
To the point of
because
order.
it was an allegation.
To the point of order.
To the point of order. I believe that the Minister was far beyond, respectfully, what I had asked, and I was trying to be respectful and move on to the next subject matter.
Let's
I have
just
1 minute left.
so. I just wanted to check with the Minister if you've got a very brief response, and then we will move to the next question. If you didn't get...
Yep, to reiterate, we funded commitment in the 2023 election for that project. We have been working with council and with the local community. It's become clear that they needed to have more work done on this project to get it up and running, to see the full scope of the project delivered. They're at a point in the project, it's my understanding, that it is an opportune time for the project that is being run by council for them to have funding certainty, and that was what was driving the decision to announce then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. What's your position on the closure of the Glebe Island port?
Look, thanks for that question. Obviously there's a metro station which is under Minister Graham's remit there, but there is a review currently being conducted, and that'll inform the future of the Glebe Island report.
What's your position on it, Minister?
Well, my position is that there's a review underway. There's a complex set of considerations there, and there's no decisions that have been finalised at this stage.
Sure. Have you met with the Working Port Coalition?
No, I haven't, because the ports isn't in my portfolio, so it's not part of that remit.
Would you be prepared to meet with them?
If they had requested, I don't believe they have requested that meeting, but the reality is that this is not...
Have you sought advice from Transport?
Sorry, you didn't want me to finish that? Okay, sorry.
Have you sought advice from Transport for New South Wales regarding the impact of the road network should the port close?
I've been being briefed on aspects of the project in relation to my portfolio of roads.
Thank you. And what was that advice?
Look, we're undertaking consultation with stakeholders on this. That should be front and centre, and the government will have more to say when that review is complete.
And is that advice in relation to the impact on the road network?
Ms Ward, there have been discussions around it, not at length. As I said, it's not within majority of my remit, but obviously we are alive to it, and Transport is working through that and providing that advice to government, to the areas where to make decisions.
Thank you. Mr Murray, has Transport for New South Wales provided any modelling to Treasury or other government bodies on the impacts of the decision to the road network?
Thank you for the question, Ms Ward. As the Minister has said, that work is ongoing. It is not led by Transport, but we feed into the government working parties through the Cabinet Office and Treasury.
Thank you. Specifically in relation to impact on the road network, has Transport for New South Wales provided advice to the Minister or to Treasury?
Transport provides, through the cross-government working group, information reliant on the Bays Precinct and the Port's work that is ongoing and has been talked about, and is the responsibility of the Treasurer.
Thank you. And has roads modelling been undertaken?
As I say, Transport's involved in that working group, so all work gets channelled through that review process.
Yes, and has that work included road modelling?
I wouldn't want to speculate on what's been included because it's not a piece of work that is controlled by Transport. I'm sure you'd be able to redirect your questions to those undertaking the review.
So I should ask Minister Graham or the Treasurer about roads?
It is the Treasurer who is leading the report on the broader considerations, and we're feeding into that, which we do on a regular basis.
All right, so you don't know if it includes road modelling, or you won't say?
It's not our place to talk wider about the government considerations that will go into that report. We are providing all manner of detail through the transport network, the road network, in relation to that piece of
And
work.
that detail that you're providing, does that include roads modelling for the impact of closure of a port?
As I've said, there are traffic and transport issues that have been part of that review. Transport has been part of this work for a long period of time and continues to provide a lot of information through that process. I'm not going to talk to which individual pieces of information are there because it's part of a holistic whole-of-government approach as to the best step forward, and that will be considered by government. It's not
Is the modelling
Transport's
secret?
decision. The work that is being done is part of a cabinet process and will
Is
be...
roads modelling secret around Glebe Port?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm saying that we have provided a huge range of information and will continue to do so.
But you won't tell?
It's not my report, Ms Ward.
Thank you.
Minister, the great member for the Upper Hunter, Dave Lazell, has been very concerned about the impact on the local community of freight movements for renewable projects. Will there be limits to the number of movements per day to reduce the impact on communities like Merriwa?
I think you mean Merriwa, but...
Merriwa.
Yeah. So thank you for that question.
Thanks for the correction.
Continue, Minister, just ignore.
That I'm very pleased that you asked the question about this. Before the election, there was a roads forum that was held actually in Upper Hunter, and residents of Merriwa were there, and they expressed their concerns around the movement of oversized, overmass vehicles as a part of the renewable energy zone. That was one of the reasons why, as part of our regional road fund, we actually made a commitment of $12 million to invest in putting an overtaking or a passing lane in there, because they didn't have one around their town, and they made that case. There'd been some work that had been undertaken by the previous government, and I'll give credit for that, to upgrade the Golden Highway, but it hadn't included Merriwa in that piece of work. And so I've met with them. We, as we've come to government, actually set up a Transport heads and chairs a transport and logistics group on renewable energies movement, zones and the movement, and that's a whole of government piece that is actually coordinated through Transport's working with the Port of Newcastle, with roads, and then also right across the state with the other renewable
energies. So
engines.
that will look at the number of movements and the potential impact of all of that?
Yes, so it is looking at the number of movements, and it's also looking at the timing of those movements out of the port. It's looking at the whole gamut of the impacts on there, and it's work that I'm incredibly proud that we're doing in Transport to make sure that we are minimising the impact on communities, and ensuring that they have livability of those concerns. It was not our choice to start the renewables in the Central West Orana. That was the decision of the former government. Unfortunately, they didn't put in quite enough work on that logistics piece, but we are picking that up and really running with it.
Great, thanks, Minister. And I'm sure the communities of Merriwa will be happy to hear that. The amazing member for Mile Lakes, Tanya Thompson, has been advocating for an upgrade of the Failford Road Lakes Way intersection for safety reasons, which has been supported by Transport New South Wales to date. Is there a commitment to proceed with this project?
Not making announcements at budget estimates, but I just, I think if I can say, the member for Mile Lakes is a very passionate member for her community, and we continue to engage with her on issues like that, and I'm happy to give that response to her or to take it on notice here.
If you could take it on notice, that's fantastic, because of the wonderful member for Mile Lakes has put that question forward this morning, so it would be great to hear. The member for Coffs Harbour, the local council and the local business community have all been seeking a commitment for funding to upgrade the old Pacific Highway through Coffs Harbour once the bypass is opened up. What's the position of government in regard to funding for the handover of the road?
Look, I think that's something that is still, from my understanding, under negotiation, and something that we'll be discussing with council at the appropriate time. It's not something I intend to ventilate through estimates or make determinations on.
Wondering what you are going to. But so you're suggesting that it is under negotiation then? You are talking with council?
We've had
or
conversations
or
with
you're
council. I've
going
met
to
with them a
meet
number of times on a variety of things in light of the bypass, etc. And obviously, the recategorisation process will provide some, business as usual arrangements and ways that we can actually work with them on that. And,
The member for Northern Tablelands, Brendan Moylan, has been advocating for repair of the New England Highway after floods. Now, you have talked about the significant regional road maintenance, and we all recognise the impact of ongoing weather. And there have been thousands of potholes filled, obviously, but that's a short-term solution. Is there a long-term investment plan for this major piece of infrastructure?
Yeah, look, we've been doing a lot of investment on the New England Highway, notably Singleton Bypass, Muswellbrook Bypass is starting on. We did the Belford interchange, completed that work. There is constantly work going on in that, and we will continue to do that. I have to say I'm very pleased with the work, with the advocacy of the member for Northern Tablelands.
He's a very hard worker.
He has been, and but we have really, as I said, worked into it. I think we had done 5,000 potholes filled and 50,000 square metres of heavy patching on the highway.
Great. Just one final one very quickly. Thanks, Minister. Are you concerned about the potential impact on the road network of millions of tonnes of waste being trucked out to regional areas like Parkes and Tarrago?
Look, I, as Roads Minister, don't have a judgment about what is being carried on the roads as such. Like, to me, is it people, is it cattle, is it grain, is it food, whatever, or is it waste, or is it oversized, overmass items? It's not for me to make the judgment about what gets carried.
But the impact on the roads
but
would
the
be
impact
something that
is
concerns you.
100% my concern, and that's why we are investing in, our strategic regional integrated transport plans to better understand what is being carried on the network, while we're investing in upgrades on roads as we do them, while we're always meeting with councils. I meet with councils right across the state, and that is something that we look at.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. The Kangaroo Valley Hampden Bridge, what is planned for that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. This is a project that is really difficult for the local community, and I understand that. I was down there a couple of weeks ago meeting with some of the locals about it, and the Mayor and local members at federal and state. So this is a bridge that's, I think it's 186 years, I want to say. But
yes, and it's down to 23.5 tonne load limit.
Yes, and I understand that, and it did have that. The strengthening work that was undertaken in about 2010 was good work that was done, and it was done in consultation with the community. There was a report apparently in 2020 which said that there was some concerns around weight. Transport wasn't funded by the former government to do anything about it at that time. We've been trying to nurse it along, but when we got the advice that it needed to have the weight reduced, we had to act, which we did. We are working on a rapid assessment and some maintenance work right now, like that's been going on this month, to really try and lean in and to get that weight limit up as high as possible. We've also had conversations with a lot of the people who are carrying those heavy loads that the weight limit is not the GVM of the vehicle, the gross vehicle mass of the vehicle, of the 23 tonne. It's actually what the actual tonnage is. So there may be vehicles that are rated to 23 tonne, but they don't weigh 23 tonne when they go over the bridge. So that is a clarification that I think was important for the community there. And I think by the end of next month, we're hoping to have some more information about temporary and more permanent solutions to that.
So,
which will be informed by the work we're doing on the maintenance right now.
Right. So in the current budget, then, did the government allocate anything towards the reparation, restoration, and new bridge, whatever that looks like? Was there money allocated to that for this Kangaroo Valley, very significant, very important bridge?
Look, there has been some funding for, obviously, the emergency works to get them done, and then we are looking at getting the business cases for temporary and permanent works.
So that sounds like there's still a fair few farmers, for example, other people, businesses in Kangaroo Valley that will still have to, they're very concerned, of course, in terms of how much they have to pay extra in terms of loads. It doesn't sound like there is a solution, just a Band-Aid solution really, but not anything significant for the locals who are concerned about this.
So I wouldn't characterise it that way, sorry, Chair, but just because the work that we're doing now is like extra maintenance. It's really trying to lean in.
How many more tonnes are you trying to what's your goal in terms of fixing the bridge, the maintenance, whatever you're doing? Is that going to get us back to, say, the 42.5 that was first put in place in 2003, or is it going to be more than that and better than that?
Well, the 42.5 is the temporary goal, if you like, to try and restore the access that has been there. We are obviously working through that and making sure that we get it done. Like, safety has got to be the biggest priority. I totally understand. It's not just the impact on those truck drivers and the businesses. It's also on the surrounding road networks for detours as well. So I'm really alive to that issue. In terms of the absolute numbers of people who impacted, very small, but the impact for those individuals is very large. So I do have an enormous amount of empathy for them, and we are really doing whatever we can to try and get that access restored. When we get to a temporary or permanent solution, we will be looking at what those goals would be appropriate for the network at that point.
Thanks, Minister. Minister, yesterday you issued a media release in relation to koala safety fences.
Yep.
Good timing for today. I appreciate the briefing that I got from your team and Ms. Webb in relation to what is being done in the wildlife safety, if you like, space. But I wanted to just ask a specific question in relation to Appin Road that is on the media release, which says that construction set to begin next year for a planned koala underpass with concrete rectangular tunnel and logs around Appin Road at Westdale Creek in Sydney's West, one of 3 underpasses to be built. So that's the first underpass to begin next year. Mm-hmm. When can we expect to see all of those 3 underpasses complete along Appin Road if the first is only going to begin next year?
Yeah, I'll get Trudy to give you that answer. Thank you. But I do thank you for your interest in this. It's a really important issue.
So one of the underpasses has commenced. It's around 60% complete, the Noorumba Reserve underpass. As you said, the Bulla on Ousdale is next year, with construction commencing in 26. And I don't have a current date for the Bulla Reserve, the second developer delivered one. They're just in some discussions on that at the moment.
And the Noorumba Reserve underpass?
Yes.
When's that looking like that will be complete?
It's 60% through, but let me come back this afternoon with an estimated date, noting we aren't delivering that one.
Minister, is there a reason why speed limits on that section of Appin Road have not been considered, and let's just say introduced, because we know that would assist a reduction in speed limits along that part of the road where we know is essentially a koala corridor. Koalas are crossing quite a bit, and the rate of deaths is increasing because traffic's increasing, and we know southwest Sydney, the huge amount of growth out there. Why won't the government just commit to reducing the speed limit to ensure drivers can more easily see koalas in the first place and respond and stop in time?
Look, thanks for that question. Look, the speed limits are set in accordance with the New South Wales speed zoning limits, and I actually had good conversations with your colleague, member for Ballina, around this earlier in the year as well, and trying to sort of drill down to that and how we can make them more responsive to this particular issue, because I know it is a challenging area, particularly with those areas of high growth in regional New South Wales. So that is something we are trying to work through. In terms of the specific...
Can I just ask back to the policy side of it?
That's
because
right.
I can... in terms of working through, it's a...
Apologies.
In relation to working through those issues, it's a ministerial decision, if you like. It's a policy decision. Other states do it in areas where there's wildlife corridors, areas where there's a lot of wildlife. Just sections of the road will be reduced in terms of speed limit. Why won't the government consider doing this for Appin Road?
To me, sorry. Look, I'm happy to further explore that. The reality is the speed zoning standard was really to try and get some standardisation. So in one sense, it's better to get the standard so that it actually works across the network, rather than having situations where we can't upgrade a road, because if we upgrade it, people will start wanting it to be a 60 kilometre or 80 kilometre an hour road, and that's the speed they want to do. I mean, there's a science and the engineering around the speed zone limits, and that is the challenge. And if you've got a road that looks like it should be 80 and it's not, and it's just been downgraded to 60 because of a factor like the koala safety, then that is something where we need to look at the signposting. We need to look at all of the things that drive that behaviour. One of the things we're trialling, for example, is the AI
Yes, no,
BMS.
I've heard all that, which was great. But Minister, do you accept that there is a whole of government strategy in terms of saving the koala? They're a threatened species, in fact endangered. This is it was a healthy population. Sydney's koalas, they are being struck at a huge, enormous rate, increasing each year. You as Roads Minister can do something here and reduce the speed limit in this part. It's a highway really for koalas. Why can't you just decrease the speed limit on Appin Road to save the koalas? It's a policy decision.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that our speed limits in New South Wales are determined according to the speed zone standard, and that is to try and get standardisation of processes. But I'm very happy to take that on board and to interrogate that with the policy team around what measures we could be able to do. I know we have had discussions, as I said, with Ms Smith about the whole issue around those zones previously, so I'll circle back to those and come back to you.
Thank you. I'll be in touch with your office. Thanks. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the Chair's questioning around the bridge down Kangaroo Valley, but more broadly, freight operators have come to me with concerns about bridge weight limits and last mile access issues and detours being obviously a drag on productivity. How many key freight bottlenecks have been resolved in the past 12 months, and how many remain still unresolved?
Look, to get a number like that, I have to take it on notice. I'm sorry, but it is a priority for the government. And if I look at things like, when we had the situation at Taro Bridge, when we first came to government, we expedited that delivery of that asset back to the freight industry for use as soon as possible. That's something that's a really high priority for the government. And
do you actually have a priority list for bridge strengthening and last mile freight connections that you're working to?
I'd have
Happy for you to take that on notice if you don't have it to hand.
Yep.
Sure. Can I just, sticking with sort of heavy vehicle issues, how many heavy vehicle rest stops in New South Wales actually meet the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator standards?
That would be, off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to give you, I'm sorry.
Happy to take it on notice?
Yep.
How many, or what rest stop upgrades or new builds are funded in this 2025-2026 budget, and are they going to be built to heavy vehicle regulation standards and also Ausroad guidelines?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice as well. I'll give you that.
Sure. Sticking with Ausroad guidelines, does the government have a policy position on mandating Ausroad guidelines for all new road infrastructure upgrades? I'm noting that it's just a guideline at the moment, but I am aware there's some movements legally around liability, I guess, is the best way to describe it, challenging liability when a road isn't built to Ausroad guidelines.
Yeah. So obviously heavy vehicle rest areas are a big priority, and we're seeing in road deaths on the network that fatigue is a big and growing factor within deaths on our roads, so it is definitely a priority for the government. We have been doing a lot of work to rejuvenate the existing rest areas that we have in New South Wales, and also to get more in place. There's obviously the Western Sydney one, but also ones on the network. I think there's about 12 or something we're looking at in the network that we're trying to get. So we are trying to do that work, and as someone who formerly operated a heavy vehicle business, I understand how important it is, and that is something that we are trying to progress.
Sure, but in terms of Ausroad guidelines and mandating them for all new infrastructure builds, it's more of a policy question, Minister, not necessarily a department. Is there moves to look at mandating Ausroad guidelines on new road infrastructure?
Yeah, I'm not sure that is the case. I know we are doing a lot of work on rest areas at the moment. The other thing, I guess, to be cognisant of is we're doing a lot of work, particularly on the Golden Highway, to try and look after that area as well, because that is one that I know has been pointed out quite a lot. And so there's also the upgrades that we have to do in order. I mean, that's probably the answer I can give you. I can take on notice
Thank you.
More detail.
Sure. Eurobodalla bypass, it's currently unfunded, but it's projected to be $2 billion worth. We've got a hospital opening there, and it seems that the hospital will open before the bypass will. Why do we have a misalignment in planning between health and transport, given that we're looking at 30 kilometres worth of bottlenecks to get to this hospital without this bypass?
Yeah, again, this is one that was announced under the former government. There was no funding ever allocated for it. We're obviously trying to, complete projects that we've got. We found with the sequencing that we're doing, particularly in the regional space, we're able to bring projects forward at times because we've slowed them down for a period to get everyone back on track. So that is, that's I guess the way it is. We're focused on a realistic delivery of pipeline of projects for the South Coast. We have to look at market capacity, disruption.
So where does Eurobodalla's bypass sit within that, I guess, that list of realistic possibilities?
Well, at the moment it's unfunded, but we're just obviously trying to catch up and get work done. And that's just, we're working on Jervis Bay, we're working on Milton, Ulladulla, whole range.
Sticking with former government's proposals, Dubbo Bridge, massive cost blowout. Who's responsible for actually miscalculating the geotech works on that project, which is the main cause of the blowouts? Like, they've misunderstood how far they'd have to drill the pilings down by about, I think, 20 or 30 metres. And
I think you're probably best to ask the department about that.
Anyone from the department can give me an answer now, or we can go this afternoon? Yeah?
This afternoon.
Yeah, sure. Minister, just going to your announcement about the rail crossing, I think it was on the 13th of August, the rail crossing, let me just bring up my notes.
At Corindi, you mean?
Sorry?
The one at Corindi?
Yes, the one at Corindi. What's the government's plan beyond the trial? Because we've got, I think it was 850 of these passive crossings across the state. What's your plan for rolling this out beyond is there a plan to roll this out beyond the trial?
Yeah, so the broad brush on this is that that project is, I think, with $1.2 million to install it. It's got massive benefits if it is found to be effective, which it's solar, it's wireless, so it doesn't require trenching. It is put in through a metal sort of dug in, or like driven into the ground rather than concreted in, so there's a lot of time and environmental savings of using that technology. Traditionally, a level crossing could cost $2 to $6 million. That's a similar treatment. If traditionally we're using signals, etc., would be $2 to $6 million. So if we can get this to work, so the trial gets completed, it shows that it's effective in reducing crash and near hits, then we can roll out more of these with the money that we get to do level crossing improvements. So that's what the goal is.
What's the time frame for the trial? 12 months?
I think it's March 26th.
March 26th.
Remember, is it March 26th? It's in next year. It's we're doing it, and there's a camera in there at the moment, not for enforcement, but really to just look at what the behaviours are. And when we were there the other day at the announcement, we actually saw they were testing it, and there wasn't a train there, but they were testing it, and it did actually stop a car, which probably was not going to stop otherwise. Okay. So, but we have to do the proper testing, because then you get type approval, so then the national safety regulators can agree that it can be used on the network. So that's what that's about.
All right, and just quickly, in my last minute or so, the announcement around the state-of-the-art maritime Thunderbird. I do appreciate Mark Hutchinson gave me a bit of a preview about that it was coming, and I have been to the facility where it's built.
Great.
Has it been, in terms of ongoing costs, has there been funding set aside for it? My concern is the fisheries have got this great state-of-the-art vehicle, and it's up on blocks at the moment because they can't afford the fuel. So, is there ongoing funding for it actually to be operational once it's built?
Yeah, there will be, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess my other question around it is, in my discussions with Maritime, they aren't the principal agency responsible for rescues, but often they get there. Is there a view to change the policy around them actually being designated as a rescue agency, given that this vehicle will be set up for not only flood response, but also, rescues more broadly?
Yeah, look, they do that work now. Like if they're on the waterways, I was speaking to one of them the other day. We were out in Sydney Harbour, and
but I know there's this tension between them and Marine Rescue. That Marine Rescue says no, we're the rescue agency, but often, the boating safety officers get there at the same time, or if not beforehand.
Education. Yeah. Look. All hands on deck when we're in an emergency, and if there's those sorts of issues, I'm happy to progress those with the minister. But I think we're both of the view we want to save lives on the water. We lose far too many people, and always a good plug for a life jacket.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got, I think, 4 minutes for questions from the opposition.
Yeah.
Who's taking that one?
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you both. Just in relation to the Glebe Island port, just going back to that, Mr. Murray, I'm just going to ask you this point blank, noting your oath to tell the truth to this committee today. Has Transport for New South Wales employees paid by the taxpayer completed traffic modelling in regard to the closure of the Glebe Island port?
Ms Ward, I'd be happy to take that on notice in terms of the terminology around traffic modelling. Again, we've been part of the working group with Placemaking New South Wales, the Treasury and the Cabinet Office to provide government advice on this proposal. And that is still being worked through at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. You're the Secretary of Transport. Surely you would know whether traffic modelling has been provided if the government is giving consideration, as it has said it is, to closing Glebe Island Port.
Ms Ward, as I say, I'm happy to take that on notice, given it is a whole-of-government approach that is being taken to the Bays precinct, and it has not been announced in terms of what the future direction will be.
Thank you. Minister, industry stakeholders comment that approximately 226,000 additional truck movements per year will be included if industries are moved to Port Kembla and Newcastle, leading to increased congestion, pollution and higher safety risks for drivers. Do you contest that figure?
Ms Ward, I don't contest the figure because I'm not. I'm not across the exact number that would be there, and so what I would say is that it is a complex set of considerations. Extensive consultation with stakeholders has taken place.
Okay.
The government will have more to say when the review is complete.
Thank you.
We are making sure that any decisions on the future of the site will be underpinned by detailed and robust analysis of the issues that you've raised this morning.
I have 1 minute, so I might move on to one more thing. Thank you for that.
The process is not finished, and you're acting as if it is.
So, Minister, what roads does the government intend to keep in public ownership?
The roads that we have in public ownership.
Okay, so what of those roads are staying in public hands?
All of them is my understanding. We're not privatising.
All right, so the government's position is that once toll roads end their concession, they'll be returning to public hands. That's correct, isn't it?
If you go, sorry, in terms of the tolls, that is something that really you should address with Minister Graham.
It's not a trick, it's just the roads. You've said you're not privatising. So the government's position is that once those toll road concessions end, they'll be returning to public hands. That's right, isn't it?
Ms Ward, I appreciate the question here, but I just would say that the toll reform that the government is undertaking is complex work. And
I'm asking about the roads, not the toll reform. Just asking about the roads. Are they staying in public hands, Minister?
The Western Harbour Tunnel, is that what you're talking about? Which roads are you worried about? This probably
I'm asking you, will roads remain in public hands and will they return to public hands?
Yeah, we've said your first question was, will they remain in public hands? And they will remain.
Okay, and will they be returning to public hands? That's correct, isn't it? That's your position?
Ms Ward, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at here. The government.
I'm asking if the roads will return to public hands. It's not a trick, it's not complex.
Ms Ward, we have said that we are going to keep Western Harbour Tunnel in public hands.
And the other roads?
Thank you. I'm sorry to do this. Okay, Minister, there's been a fair bit of, there's been complaints from residents in Annandale in relation to the traffic noise being experienced as a result of after the opening of the Rozelle interchange. The existing acoustic barriers aren't up to the job. There's been some questions asked in the lower house about this issue by the member for Balmain, Kobe Shetty. It doesn't appear as though anything has been done by the government. They've relied upon an independent report to suggest that the noise isn't as bad as the residents are saying it is. Are you going to take any responsibility for the noise that the Rozelle interchange is causing and for these residents?
Look, in terms of the Rozelle interchange and in terms of all our projects, if people have concerns around noise, we do, try to address that with them and go through it. We do independent reports, etc., so that, it's got that independence from government around noise assessments. It's there. So that is, the reason that works there. In terms of if there's, particular residents, I'm happy to meet with them. I'm happy to have a discussion with them about where they're up to. I know there are concerns and I have seen them raised with me, but
okay, so you will meet with the residents of Annandale to hear about their concerns. Again, they're very unhappy with what they think is a report that doesn't do justice to.
Yeah, I'd like to hear their view directly on that, and happy to have that conversation with them.
Okay, great. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Over to Mr. Benazia. Last 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Another project that went nowhere under the last government, Gunnedanoo Road, up Tamworth Way. It was first promised in 2019, then re-announced 2023 election by the local member up there. It's now been partially revived. Can you confirm an exact start and completion date for the northern section and give some indication of a timeline for the southern section, given the community have waited 2 elections for this?
Yeah, so this has been a challenging one. We have now got, I think it's $58.4 million to do that work. One of the challenges with it, I think, is that, as you say, there'd been a lot of re-announcements of the work, and that basically we've been looking at how we can get the best bang for buck to get this work underway. I was up there with the Mayor and the local member just a week or so ago, because we've got the consultation report out there, and we want people to just look at the new alignment. It's publicly available and that, so that they can actually tell us what they think about it. Basically, what we're looking at is upgrading Kalala Lane intersection, so that's replacing the existing roundabout with traffic signals, providing a dedicated right turn lane. I mean, I can read through all this, but it's publicly available if you want it.
I'll save you the time, but does that 58.4 headline figure, does that factor in the inflation and supply chain pressures and the change in scope since 2019? Or
well, yeah, additional funding was put into it, so yes.
Yeah, and how, if the community are providing feedback, how's that going to potentially change the design? And look, what would that do to the cost?
Yeah, look, hopefully we've got it right. I mean, I think it's really at this point we're looking at it, just get it, get them to see what has come out as if there have been changes made as a result of that consultation.
No clear timeline yet?
Huh?
No clear timeline yet?
There is, I just can't remember off the top of my head.
If you want to take it on notice?
Yeah, I will. Sorry, because the bell's going.
No, you're
Okay, great. Questions from government members?
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I might just get you to clear something up. There's been some reporting today on the regional road front.
Mark, would you mind putting
Sorry,
them? Yes.
Okay. There's been some reporting today on the regional road funding, including a project in your electorate. Are you able to provide the committee with some further context on this project and how the government is supporting growing regional communities across the state?
Yeah, thanks. I really would like to do that. Thank you.
Did you write it?
It's not a laughing matter, actually. It's a really serious one for our community.
Order. We'll just let the Minister...
Yep. And I should actually say during the break, and I meant to say it when I got back in, but we got into other questions. But actually, the Auditor General was originally had the state projects in scope for that report, but they are now just focusing on the council report. So just to clarify that, and just. Also, I'd like to say, if we're going to talk about roads that I use frequently that have a material impact on my life, M1, Warringah Freeway and Sydney Harbour Bridge would be roads that I would probably have to declare a conflict of interest on, because I'm actually on there more often, far more often than on the other one that was there. Anyway, but that is said, look, we always welcome and any better administration of grants, oversight of grants, accountability and transparency, and that's why we welcome the Auditor General looking at this grant program. And it's important that they're not, it's not to look at the selection of projects. That was not the scope. It was to look at the administration of the grants, and that's an appropriate thing to do. These are election commitments and people make them every time. I think the difference that we saw under the former government was, things like the bushfire recovery grants, the refresh and renew grants, the Stronger Communities Fund, the Schools Renewable Fund, the Regional Cultural Fund, where we saw sometimes in excess of 90% of funding going to government seats. 96%, 75%, all of these numbers. And, as a member of a regional community, and Thornton, to be really clear, was the fastest growing area, suburb within the Hunter, fastest growing within Maitland electorate for a period of some 10 or so years. And houses were pumped into that area. And what happened was in 2010, the former Labor government actually was constructing a duplication process. And I remember at the time, the former Liberal member, Robin Parker, when she was candidate, said, no, we will duplicate it. And I can remember John Robertson was the opposition leader, said, this won't happen. They won't duplicate this, and they didn't. And so it sat on the shelf as a project for 12 long years. To make things worse, in 2012, the government, the Liberal National Government at that time, then took the cap on development north of that bridge off, which meant that council had no levers to reject development applications. Now, the growth of Thornton and Chisholm, a whole brand new suburb to the north of that area, I live to the south, but all of that which accesses there, has been a massive growth area for like 20 years now, planned and developed, and houses have gone in there. Council had no capacity to do it. There's been plans on foot for up to $150 million. It's probably worth $200 million or $250 million worth of works now to try and upgrade that whole corridor. So we're talking from where it finishes at the M1. So put it in perspective for people. It finishes at the M1. It crosses under the New England Highway, and then shortly up it joins that Pacific Highway. And then it goes in the back road to Raymond Terrace. That crossing, it goes over a rail line. It's really difficult for community to get through there. And it is probably one of the number one topics of frustration for all of the residents in that area. And it's got a massive industrial estate there. It's got a number of schools. It goes into the member for Wallsends electorate. It goes into Newcastle. All of these things get impacted, that road network. So we're trying to look at all that work. Some of the work that needs to be done there, Transport already had in progress. They were already looking at other treatments of this area. They've been working with council. So it is work that is very much needed to be undertaken. And if I look at, projects in the Regional Road Fund more generally, which the Coalition seem to hate so much because communities getting funding, you've got Churros Heads intersection where the Progress Association there had been complaining for literally years, since before 2015, about it, and the government refused to do any funding, and they actually had to go to Ann Zimmalis when she was the federal member for that area. They couldn't get anything from Andrew Constance on that. It's actually a very similar situation to Ginnegay Way and Valor Beach, which was raised by the opposition earlier, and not there was $1.4 million of a safety upgrade, but not the extra 1.5 that was required to try and improve that. The Golden Highway, I've talked about that. Ellerton Road intersection, the former member for Monero here in the room today bragged that it needed to be done, announced it with no funding before the election, and now wants to critique the fact that we're actually getting the money done. Bulleye Pass investigation.
Point of order.
It's an important role in the Illawarra's regional transport.
Minister, I hate to interrupt, but there is a point of order.
I reluctantly do so also, but there is a member of this committee who has been referred to, and I just ask that the Minister, in accordance with procedural fairness and courtesy between witnesses and members, this is a serious process and she has an obligation to ask questions. She shouldn't be criticised for asking questions of the Minister. I just ask that you remember that, Minister, or through your chair, that she be respectful of members who are doing their job as Legislative Council members.
Just a reminder further to the point of
whether
order,
or not she was a former member in the other place.
It's a little bit rich to suggest that bragging is some sort of insult in circumstances where the honourable member has spent a large part of the morning bragging about how good her colleagues are.
Okay, look,
including prefacing all these questions with amazing and fantastic.
Madam Chair, I withdraw the bragging if it's
Thank you very much,
I'm
Minister.
sorry.
That's great. I was going to say it could be or it couldn't be.
Yes, thank you. But also to continue, Spears Point Roundabout, another one they hate. That had $5 million allocated in the 2022 budget, not enough to do the project. We made sure it gets done. Gosford Bypass, a massive major corridor from the M1, Central Coast, massively growing community, 30,000 vehicles travelling along that corridor, not funded without us. M1 Princes Motorway, DAPTO, again, project planning underway for additional entry and exit ramps because that is really required for that growing community. It's expected to grow by around 100,000 people by 2041. Alphadale Crossroads up in Lismore, Bruxner Highway has high traffic volumes, 20,000 a day, further limiting access. Warning signs, again, another one like Guinegay Way and Valor Beach, where warning signs put in and, transport's come to the conclusion that they need traffic lights. Nerriga Road upgrade, part of the Queanbeyan's Palerang's Council's advocacy in the federal election. These are documents that were there. Cuttagee Bridge, one that was funded by those opposite under Fixing Country Bridge, and then that program, and then the funding was removed because it actually didn't meet the criteria of the program because it wasn't a timber bridge, it was a composite bridge, and also probably too difficult for them to do. A noise assessment, Ellerton Drive too, like that builds on significant funding there. Cowboy Bridge upgrade, bridge constructed in 1950. Remediation of the deck supports was undertaken in 2013, didn't meet the 12-tonne load limit, again, trying to get ahead of these things. Monero Street upgrade, when we put, I think, $2 million onto this, the project was funded with $10 million under the New South Wales Government's drought stimulus, and it had a loan of contribution for co-contribution, but apparently that wasn't a worthy one of under those opposite. Melville Ford Bridge.
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Point of order has been taken by Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. I believe these estimates hearings are in relation to the current budget and ask that the Minister be confined to her answers to this committee's questions in relation to the current budget cycle and her responsibility. Well, she may want to discuss previous projects that were not under her remit, and I'm not sure what she's getting at.
This is very excruciating for the member, but the reality is that
she
the
likes
minister
to talk about other governments.
We will hear from the government member, Mr. Buttigieg. The floor is yours, I believe.
The minister is directly answering my question by contrasting the record of this government compared to the previous one.
She can do that in her media spin. She's got plenty of press releases to do that through.
I will not uphold the Honourable Natalie Ward's point of order. This is government's time. The member is right, possibly, in terms of the use of an adjective earlier, but Minister,
thank you. I have one
more.
You
can continue because it's your time.
No, certainly. I've just asked if she might table the document to which she's referring.
No, it's an internal document, thank you.
Sure, you're sharing it with the committee.
Ms Ward will allow
it's a memoir for me, thank you.
She does not need to table it. You know how it works. Minister, please continue. You've got 4 minutes 47 seconds.
Oh, great, thanks. Melville, I'll try not to take all of it. Melville Ford Bridge, like this is another project. This bridge is really exciting. Look, this is so exciting. This is why I get really excited. 6.7 metres higher than the existing bridge. It used to go under multiple times every single year. It's going to go from a single lane little timber clippy-cloppy bridge to a 2-lane concrete bridge. Again, this is one that the former government, the state government and the local government had all invested in. Currawong Road, completion of the $10.4 million Currawong Road upgrade. That was in the Liberal member for Goulburn's electorate. Tarago Road, important there. Reshes Creek Bridge, part of the advocacy document here again. Upper Hunter Roads projects again on flood resilience. Something all of us in this climate change environment where we've got flooding happening so regularly, we have to prioritise things for communities in regional areas who are supporting industries like farming, mining, investment in renewables, all these things. That's what this program's around, and resilience from floods and building back better, and that's what a lot of these projects will go. It's a big frustration. East Nowra Subarterial Road, improving traffic congestion between East Nowra and Nowra CBD, Briar Sharrow Bridge, Port Stephens upgrades. They'd had a lot of flooding. They're out in the media at the moment calling on us to take over quite a number of their roads because they can't afford it. They're having to look at selling off road reserves to fund their road. They've been left in such a poor condition by those opposite. They've came with an advocacy plan to try and do that. Kyogle, it was all very well for, what did the coalition do? I think about 80 bridges or something. We just wanted to do the last 12 or so. or no, 30, I think, sorry. So, you know, we're trying to get those works done. $27 million of funding for Kyogle Council flood immunity. Again, part of that, the $4 million from this commitment to make up that 27. So, you know, it had been through a number of different grant programs. These weren't just plucked out of the hat. These were projects that had merit. They were projects that were strategically important to the communities that they served. And I'd really want to put on the record, and I will stop there, I won't go through every single one. Oh, sorry, one last one more.
Let's not.
Wallenbean Bridge, that's one that was really damaged. It needed the abutments done. It didn't have it. That was such a difficult process of complex frustration for that community. Good member for Cootamundra. She's got that funding. That's great.
How much?
It's 15.2 million, so that's fantastic. And can I just say that when we look at this, when those commitments were made, we had 11 made in seats that were then held by the Labor Party.
Yes. So
3 were in Liberal Party seats. 15 were in national seats. And one of those has been made since the election, I have to say, so 14 at the time, and 1 was an independent.
So you do divide projects by electorate.
For the opposition to characterise this as only favouring Labor seats, that is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't accept the premise that it was actually around, marginal seats, because some of those seats had actually quite high margins, right? That was the thing. And the sad thing, I think, for the member for Nero, she actually went backwards, but you can't just blame the fund. Is my words. Anyway, really great to have a chat. Can we please just not talk about this anymore? Because I'm really sick of having the same conversation with you all the time about a project which regional communities really needed. They were crying out to us, and when investment under the former government moved, it moved because there was a by-election. You had the former member for Monero, billions of dollars invested by those opposite in that electorate. Upper Hunter, billions of dollars in the by-election, and the community is sick of that. That's what the grants program. That's what the grants programs were really all about. And I do acknowledge the interjection that she still won. Yes, she did win in the by-election where the former member for Monero won in an election where there was billions of dollars poured into her electorate. And I think at the next election in 2023, we saw from the community they wanted these things done on the basis of strategic need and integrated transport plans.
Thank you, Minister. I hate to wind you up.
Thank you so much.
No more questions, I take it. Thanks so much for appearing, Minister. We will be breaking for lunch, where we come back, obviously, with the officials at 2 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch break, and we'll see you at 2.
Thank you.
Great. Welcome back from lunch. We'll kick off the afternoon session, beginning with questions from the opposition. Ms Nicole Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here, and a memorable moment last time, my first time for estimates. Mr Hayes will always have Puddle Dock Road.
Yes,
It's not one that we're going to forget again, are we? Mr Murray, if I can go to you, please. With the Regional Roads Fund, have those now 30 projects, previously 28, now 30, have they been prioritised in any way?
I might actually direct you back to Mr Hayes in relation to this and detail of those projects.
Thank you for the question. So out of the 30 projects, there are 20 projects with council, and then there are 10 projects that will be delivered by transport. So in terms of the council projects, we sign a funding deed with each of the councils, which stipulates our expectations on how the money will be spent, on timelines, on managing of risk, etc. And then obviously for the transport delivered, we follow our internal governance in terms of the appropriate governance for delivery based on the size of the project, the expenditure, etc.
Please, because I'm not aware, so I'm asking out of genuine interest and knowledge here. So in terms of the internal governance for delivery, you don't necessarily look at the critical need for the projects, what the communities might be calling for. You're essentially advised by the minister, by the government, as to which they want to see done. How does that work?
So in this instance, these were election commitments.
Yes.
And as a result, we're advised via the cabinet process that
this will happen.
And they're very specific. So there are specific amounts of money for specific projects.
Right. So that was the election commitment, as such that the figure was made as the election commitment. Transport is then advised, right, there's $15 million for the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge, you need to progress this.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Just for clarity for myself. So, Mr Murray, back to you. Is it standard that such projects would be progressed without completed business cases or benefit cost ratios?
Well, again, and I think Mr Hayes has provided some information on this in the last estimates hearing, a number of those were grants through to councils through that process, and the way that had been set up was that the election commitment had been given as to how much would be dedicated to getting those projects through to the next stage or with the council processes. Otherwise, there are a number of projects, as Mr Hayes has said, that transport is leading in terms of their development and delivery, and they are subject to our usual processes and gateway sign-offs around funding.
Okay, and so sorry, just to keep my train of thought there. So your normal processes, would that, in every other instance, require completed business cases to be progressed?
Well, on some of them, as we've discussed, there are business cases or further feasibility work ongoing into the delivery of the project.
Right, but they weren't at the time that Transport for New South Wales was advised of these projects?
Not in the same manner that a project that begins from inception would be subject to that same business case, because they were election commitments. They were provided through the Parliamentary Budget Office, and then, as Mr Hayes has referred to, by the Cabinet Office in the early stages of the new government. They are endorsed and then published to the agencies.
Okay, so just lead me through this again, if you will, and it comes back to an earlier question of the Chair. So you are, Transport for New South Wales, you are advised of what the amount is, what the election commitment will be, and then when it comes to a project like the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge, it is then incumbent on Transport for New South Wales, who is looking after that particular project as one of the 10, to go back to the government to say, $15 million isn't enough, we're going to need more money.
That's correct.
On what basis does Transport for New South Wales then decide on what that figure, so in this instance $35 million additional to the $15 million originally, if there isn't a business case or a benefit cost ratio to look at how has that figure been reached?
Once again, if I could just draw out, and I'll pass to Mr. Hayes around individual projects like the one you're referring to, which was a long-standing known project in the Hunter. They were election commitments, therefore they were beginning under that process that we would start to firm them up, and then if there were elements where the price or the costing that had been given was different to what would be deliverable under that scope, then of course we would come back to government with either options to look at that in a different way or for further direction.
Yes.
Did you want to add anything?
Only that in this instance, so the initial $15 million was clearly for planning and early work. Mm-hmm. That allowed us to do that work to have a better definition of the size of the project. Our engineering experts, our planning experts defined it as a Tier 3 project, mm-hmm. Which then, again outlines where we feel it will land in terms of price, in terms of the complexity of the project, etc. The business case process helps to flesh out the detail of that as you go through, but obviously there are a number of steps along that business case process. So we are expecting to have the business case finalised by February, but along the lines there are obviously a number of steps to get to that point. So, and each step allows us to get a better feel for what the project is likely to ultimately cost.
Okay, and so, and not to, I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way, but essentially because obviously you are coming from a position of having a level of expertise and knowledge around project of a similar nature, etc. But in the absence of a business case until February next year, you're kind of spitballing when you're saying this is what we think will cover that project in order to deliver it to completion.
It is not a finalised cost at this stage. That's
yep. So in other words, more could be required. And then, Mr. Murray, if I come back to you, so if we say, and this is just one example of that project, of the projects that Transport for New South Wales is looking after, if we're looking at the 10 of those, without that business case, in likelihood, more money will be needed, maybe not for all of them, but potentially for some. And where would such funding come from? You go back to the government and the government says, we've got no more to do it. Where does that leave the projects?
Well, in this case, they are election commitments, so again, there would be government decision making that would go behind that. But I think that comes to the very essence of your question, which is governments do make both funding commitments and project commitments well in advance of business cases or further feasibility works being completed, and particularly in relation to election commitments, then that is an accepted process that the organisations, the agencies would begin work on implementing those, knowing that they will need to come back to government with more finite detail as the development continues, but that money has been made through the Regional Roads Fund, money has been made available to begin all of those projects.
Yep, okay, and that's great. Just bringing it back to the Regional Roads Fund, so $334 million in total. That could, and if this latest $35 million, well, $30 million it seems, because you blokes are stumping up $5 million, that was from the unallocated funds, so I'm presuming there must be, around that 40 odd million left, talk millions, Nicole, 40 odd million left in the unallocated funds at this point is
well, what we would do as
60 odd?
As projects are brought to market and delivered either with council or the ones we're delivering ourselves, as you say, some prices may go over what was originally allocated in terms of what might be deliverable for that scope. Others may come under, and that will be looked at in terms of the overall delivery. Our first priority would be to manage within the cost envelope that's been provided, and if changes have to be made to scope or to the approach, then we would take that discussion to government while we're looking at all those numbers as they come in.
I think that's a lovely positive thought, Mr Murray, that some of those projects will come in under that cost when we know escalating costs. But in other words, what I'm saying with that is that the $334 million that currently is what the Regional Road Fund consists of, that could very well be exhausted in entirety.
It will be our task to manage those projects through, and we believe that certainly with the style of work that we are looking at, they are priority local projects that have all been known about for a period of time. Reducing any shocks is on the way through in terms of managing those within the budget envelope will be the key task.
So can you explain how the Thornton Road and Rail Bridge was specifically selected to receive this additional $35 million funding? If you've got 10 projects, let's just say that there's got to be a percentage of them that will probably require additional funding. Why was Thornton Road and Rail Bridge selected?
Mr Hayes, I'll ask you to talk to the history of that project.
It's obviously a key challenging area and has been for quite some time. Having said that, I think when the state government allocates $15 million for planning, it is not unusual then that there would be an expectation that there would be additional funding provided for delivery of the project. So we were certainly, once we understood there was $15 million allocated to get the project started, there was certainly an expectation from us that it would be funded through to delivery when we had a better idea of the price.
But that could also be the situation with the other existing 9 projects that will need funding as well. Why was this one specifically singled out at this point? Is it the one that's the most advanced? Is it the most progressed? Is there a priority system around that? I'm just trying to work out why this one project of the 10.
No, a number of the projects. So tranche 1, and then in the most recent budget there was tranche 2. A number of the transport delivered projects received additional funding to get them to the next stage or to get them through to delivery.
What sort of figures for those other projects?
Just
not
bear
necessarily
with me
breaking
a
down
moment,
all of them. Just
Spears Point roundabout, for example.
Which was how much?
Spears. So there was initially through Confund there was $5 million, and then tranche 1 was $6 million, and then tranche 2 there's been an additional $5 million provided, which brings the total to 16. $11 million of which is coming from Regional Road Fund.
And the other 4?
Golden Highway improvements, the initial tranche was $12 million, and following additional review, that's received an additional $11.7 million.
So just back to the Spears roundabout. So you said that there was $11 million from the Regional Roads Fund. So and the additional $5 million.
$5
Did you
million.
say $16 million?
Yep, additional $5 million. That had already been provided. That was the initial allocation.
Right.
The initial $5 million.
Great.
Which
so none of the other projects though in the vicinity of an additional $35 million.
No, but based on the size of the project, the Yass Road, for example, the initial tranche was $19 million.
Yep.
And the second tranche was 14.7, bringing the total to 33.
So that's an additional 14.7 on top of the 19.
Yes.
That is one heck of a roundabout. And yes, I do know it very well. Thank you, Mr Hayes, as was explained by the Minister. Mr Murray, can you tell me the process of how Transport for New South Wales is to fund that extra $5 million of the $50 million that the government has publicly stated will be provided, but the documentation says $45 million. The Minister said this morning that Transport for New South Wales is providing the additional $5 million. How does that work?
We'll work through our project delivery budgets to ensure that we can have the right funding for that available at the time that the project needs it.
Right, so project delivery, and so that is an allocation that you already have in place, or it will be
it's part of the capital budget process that we have on hand.
Okay. Were these other, and this one might come back to you, Mr Hayes, were these other projects, whether it's Spears roundabout, whether it's Yass Road roundabout, were they being identified as priorities as such, or you're just looking at the whole 10 that Transport for New South Wales is dealing with and whether or not extra money? Is there any prioritisation? I guess I'm still coming back to.
Well, we would consider them priorities because they were government election commitments, and the government is obviously very focused on them.
Okay, so it's just the election commitment that that makes the prioritisation of it, and so it wasn't, or was it? I shouldn't qualify for you. Was it a recommendation of Transport for New South Wales for that project to receive that figure? You recommended it to the minister, or did the minister come and say, you know, where are we at with this project and what's happening, and do we need more money?
Once we started work, given the election commitments to start with, and most of them were for planning to get started, then we've come up with those numbers and recommended them to government.
And provided that. Mr. Murray, with the, and I guess I'm looking at the additional funds that are being provided by Transport for New South Wales rather than what's coming out of the Regional Roads Fund, has or will funding for other projects, say other regional roads, for example, potentially be sidelined as a result if you're looking at how that additional $5 million will be funded through your capital expenditure, as you mentioned? Will other projects, particularly in the regions, have to be put aside in order to furnish this figure?
Thank you for the question. No, we will be focusing on spending our capital profile, and as you may be aware, Transport over a number of years, one of the key challenges is always ensuring that correct spending of the capital budget. Elements like the delivery of major projects, weather delays, industrial relations issues, any of these things can slow down the delivery of major projects in the field, and so Transport is working very closely across government to make sure that the capital budget is landed in its entirety, and by moving into some of those areas where we are able to assist with projects that are moving faster than others, then we can make sure that that taxpayers' money is appropriately used at the time, and then obviously use the Transport capital budget to offset any risks in delivery.
And if I may add to that, just because Mr. Murray probably is not aware of this, the $5 million additional that we were asking for was actually OPEX.
Yeah, right.
And as a result, we will need to find that funding. The CapEx, again, it is not an unusual part of the process for us to be asked to look for internal funding sources to manage our projects and to manage our budgets.
And will that potentially be required for any of the other projects as well? Does your budget then become overly stretched as a result because you're going to have to find additional funds for anything else?
No, at this stage, no. And in fact, to your earlier question, there may be one or two where by the time we finish the detailed design, we can save a little bit of money, which could go back into the...
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yes.
Fingers crossed. Okay, thank you. I'll quickly, just with my last 2 minutes, I'll get to a couple of other very quick ones. Again, coming back to the wonderful Tanya Thompson, member for Mile Lakes. She's asking about the Falford Road Lakesway intersection and the works on the deep lift asphalt around this intersection. Has funding gone ahead? Has money already been put into completing that work, but the whole junction actually needs an upgrade? Can we get some detail on the project, please?
We'd have to take that one on notice. Okay. I think we'll get if we can come back with it quickly, we'll certainly provide that in the hearing today.
Yes, so the decision about the deep lift asphalt in the section rather than a complete upgrade to the junction. If we can have some clarification, that would be fantastic. And very, very quickly, the member for Dubbo has raised serious concerns about the administration of the oversize over mass permit system, in particular the concerns that the changes to the system have created a bottleneck at the ARTC for getting approvals. How is the system going to be streamlined?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Thank you. We're aware of the issue and working closely with the ARTC. We have sent communications out to the freight industry just this week, explaining that ARTC are looking at how they can fast track or set in place the adequate processes to deal with that. We have given them some resources to support them in the meantime and asked that they communicate out to industry as soon as they've set up their new process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just got some questions again on the new regional train fleet. So on the website, there's an update from the 14th of August, and that update under regional rail states that that the timeline for the delivery of the balance of the trains will be confirmed once the manufacturing, testing and assurance phase has been completed. Who am I directing that question to you, Mr. Fuller, or who's taking that one?
I'll take that.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
So the question is, with that,
Yes.
is that timeline, is that for all of the trains? So for the delivery of the balance of the trains, once the manufacturing, testing and assurance phase, so that phase, which trains is that being carried out on? Just a couple?
So the overall program has many moving parts. The overall program has many different moving parts. So the current phase of testing, we have 5 trains currently in country. We have one more on its way, is currently on a boat, and that's due to arrive before the end of the year. Excuse me. There are various other trains in manufacture in Spain. The progressive rollout of these is not subject to the final train coming before we enter into service the first. So we have to coordinate with the service planning and how these trains will once they're fully commissioned, can enter into service, and that is done with the operator.
Yeah, so the question is, I suppose, just trying to get some kind of clarity in terms of that start date for the public, in terms of when they can expect the first train to have passed all the tests and to be in service. At this point, we don't have a timeline yet because it's blown out so much. So the question, I suppose, is, because it says a timeline will be confirmed once this manufacturing, testing and assurance phase has been completed. So do we at least have a timeline for when the timeline is coming out?
So our immediate focus is on the first train. So I think, it's an important question, and it is a focus for us on the first train and entry into service. There isn't a specified number of hours or mandated hours for the testing, but it is quite a complex process. We have to assure that the trains are safe, and we need the certification by the regulator. The process and the timing is determined by the complexity and the risk profile of the train. This is a new train, first of its type in this country. So we are going through the testing. We have to test each of the systems, and the timeline will be subject to the outcomes of each of those test phases. So,
is there a rough? Thank you. So, is there a rough indication? Because some of the research that I've done and had a look at the various train magazines and literature seems to suggest, honestly, like good nighttime reading. Seems to suggest that train testing can be on average. Takes 2 years, for example, or is that the kind of timeline that you're working on? Because this first train started being tested on Sydney's electrified rail network in February 2025. So what timeline are you looking at? Are you thinking 6 months, 1 year, 18 months, 2 years, as the industry average seems to be 2 years to test trains? Is that right?
I really want to answer your question. It's just I'm unable to commit to that timeline right now. We found that we have to go through the testing. It's currently running, and there's different phases of testing from when the train arrives in country. It doesn't come fully fitted, so it goes up to Dubbo, it gets fitted out with all the ancillary pieces. Then we do some testing within the depot and the yards to make sure and test all the braking systems before it actually goes out on the live line. Once it gets to dynamic testing, we then start testing how it interacts with the network, so the signalling system, the communications. And because of the bi-mode function on this train, we're having to test that both on the electrified and also in diesel mode. So it's quite a complex process. So it can be 6 to 9 months, it can be 18 to 24 months. This is going through some rigorous testing. And what follows each of those processes is an assurance to make sure that this is safe, and it needs to be certified by the rail regulator. So if I was to give you a day, I would be putting undue pressure on the regulator and our teams to meet a date. So I'm just not able to give you a public date at this time.
Where is it up to in terms of the final cost of the regional new train fleet? Have we got the final cost yet, or is that uncertain as well because the testing is also a cost?
No, we do have a target program, and the cost remains within the allocated budget of 2.29 billion.
Okay, so it remains within the cost. And the issue with momentum, has that all been sorted and settled? The consortium, is that?
The commercial matters are still under discussion.
Okay.
I'd like to say that they're nearing conclusion, but I can't really comment too much on that at this point.
And how many staff does Transport for New South Wales have over in Spain, is it, or somewhere else?
I don't have the exact details on that. I'll come back to you on that. That's for the testing in factory.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll confirm that for you.
Okay. Nothing more to say to that, Mr. Murray. You look like you were... Okay. I'll move to the... so questions about the strategic regional integrated transport plans. So the surveys were undertaken. Was that undertaken all at once in terms of the regions, or is that undertaken on a stepped or staged process throughout the regions?
Happy to answer that one.
Great.
So in total there'll be 9 SRITPs.
Mm-hmm.
So each one is being managed individually. There's 3 tranches for them: Hunter and Southeast Tablelands to start with, Central Coast, Illawarra, Shoalhaven, Central West and Arana, tranche 2, and then the tranche 3 is North Coast, Far West, Riverina, Murray, New England, Northwest. So the community engagement, the engagement process happens individually for each one with each individual community.
Yeah, okay, so there was surveys undertaken, and are these surveys, the online surveys as well as, was there more face-to-face engagement, workshops?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
So what happens with, what's the intent? So, because you can see when you go into any survey of this kind, I mean, the vast majority of people, the overwhelming majority of respondents are going to say that they want, which is what's happened here, both, I'm looking at Hunter, just to be clear, and Southeast and Tablelands survey, and it would be the same everywhere, is that, you know, almost half of the people respond access to transport for all as a big desire or objective, and a safe transport network. So what happens with those responses? Because everybody will want more transport. Can they expect to actually get more transport as a result of this project?
It's not necessarily about more transport. I think the starting point is...
I think that's what they're saying, though, largely.
Well, we've had 250 briefings. I think we've had 62,000 views of our Have Your Say pages. So a lot of people are quite excited to be involved.
Because people do want more transport in
Absolutely.
the regions, I'm sure you're hearing.
I think the starting point for it, though, is to accept that, you know, the people of Tamworth will have very different transport goals to the people of Byron Bay. And what we're trying to do is be respectful of the process that each part of New South Wales, you know, will have different priorities and will have, you know, different focus points. And in some instances, a community might be really keen on having a bypass that gets all the trucks out of their main street. In others, it might be about more public transport, or, you know, everywhere is different. So the purpose of all the engagement is to understand what's most important to that community, and community in that instance. In the past, Transport would come up with a plan. What we want to do now is have one plan that has engaged council, the Chamber of Commerce, the Country Women's Association and property development, everybody, so that we all come up with one plan that regional community believes is the key plan. And then the next stage of the process is to go through and prioritise all of the different ideas that have been come up within that plan, so that we can start to work on, how could that work, what would it cost, what would the timelines be, so that we can be more prepared and we can present to government, here's what that community wants, and it's not just what Transport thinks, it's what the whole community thinks.
Thanks, Mr Hayes.
Thanks.
Mr Venezia.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Mr Murray, I might go to Mr Fuller regarding my initial couple of questions around the road maintenance backlog. Are you able to report any of those figures I asked for?
Sure. Don't have the accrued maintenance backlog, but what I do have is the fact that this year we've got about $1.2 billion allocated to regional maintenance across New South Wales.
That's regional. That's regional maintenance.
That's just dedicated to regional maintenance. Absolutely, everything outside of the Greater Sydney network.
How does that compare to the Greater Sydney network?
The Greater Sydney network in the next 12 months we have just under $500 million. For that network, and that the 1.255 that we have this year is also an increase on what we had previously of over $100 million on the last year. So in addition to that, we also have almost $800 million for the continued recovery from natural disasters. So that's a significant addition in terms of assisting the overall network. That's across both state and local road network. You mentioned before there's been some great progress on potholes. We've had nearly 200,000 across the state in the last 12 months delivered, and our turnaround times on repairing and restoring the network are becoming less and less all the time, which is really good to see, despite the fact that the teams have endured a really incredible challenge in this last couple of years, not just through the well-publicised natural disasters, and the impacts that not only has on the network, but the other considerations. So you mentioned the New England Highway earlier. The New England Highway twice this year since the beginning of the year has had to be the key critical supply chain route, whether it was through TCX Tropical Cyclone Alfred, or the mid-north coast floods. When the M1 was cut off, when we had flooding in the northwest of the state impacting the Newell, we've had to divert all heavy vehicle traffic down that New England corridor, and also had to use the Guida and up through Jack Agery, up to Glen Innes and across to access the New England, which has put an enormous strain on those networks, and I have to say has been incredibly well responded to by not just our teams but also our council partners who participate in those road maintenance council contracts. So the deployment that we've had in this last 12 months I think has been of the likes we've never seen before, and it's really contributing to bringing at least stabilising that network backlog and assisting us in terms of response times and just making sure that delivery occurs. The Minister mentioned...
Do you have specific set targets in terms of reducing that backlog, whether it's internal targets in terms of what you aim to achieve in terms of...
Look, we absolutely have like pavement health index targets and bridge health index targets and things. They are outlined in our asset and services plans. So, and we do have that.
But specifically around maintenance backlogs, do you have a target to reduce the backlog?
In terms of the actual percentage of the accrued maintenance backlog, that's not something we've got a detailed reduction on at the moment. We've been really prioritising our recovery from the natural disasters and really prioritising the response and the increase in delivery. We've, as the Minister mentioned, over $1 billion has been invested in natural disaster recovery in the last 12 months, and that's more than a 5-time increase on what we were seeing in previous years. So between our own teams and council partners, getting that delivery happening to make sure that recovery and rehabilitation of the network has been what we've been really focused on.
And are we focusing on rebuilding the network to a better standard and a more resilient standard than what it was before the disaster might have hit and damaged the road? Because the feedback I'm getting from constituents is that your council partners will get the money and send the local spray patcher around, which is 80% water, 20% bitumen, and then the next disaster happens and all that bitumen and work has just been washed away. So are we focusing on rebuilding these roads to withstand some of these natural events that we're having?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a number of elements to respond to your question. There's what we're doing in terms of detailed planning work at the moment to continue to build planning for what we need on the network, particularly as it relates to further resilience in the network, and to your point, how we would reduce that accrued maintenance backlog. Through the natural disaster recovery funding, there has been considerable uplift and betterment applied to a number of projects. It's a bit of a furphy that you don't get betterment when you restore and recover the network under some of the disaster relief funding arrangements. We've seen some really great examples and if I think of some of the ones in the Northern Rivers where we've had, particularly as it relates to things like slope failures, we've had unengineered slopes or basically cuttings through hills that have failed, and now those corridors have really substantial engineered slopes. They might have concrete piles and capping, they might have soil nailing and rock bolting, but considerably more resilience built into some of those recovery projects. We think about resilience consistently in how we develop our program, and what we are really focused on in this next 4 years is having an integrated program that combines all of the funding streams, because each of those is not mutually exclusive. So as an example, some of the benefits we get from the road safety program also give us very substantive resilience outcomes. Even simple things like widening shoulders, widening centre lines, they protect a road significantly for the moisture impact, and also some of that degradation that happens on the edge lines of roads from some of the heavy vehicles. So we are consistently thinking about resilience. There's lots of examples. A really good one is the upgrades that's happened to the M1. During the Mid-North Coast floods, we had the M1 section there between, out and around Taree, across the islands and the bridges there. We removed over 4,000 tonnes of debris. The highway was closed from, I'm trying to remember the time, on the Tuesday through to Saturday at 6 o'clock. We reopened that highway after basically getting access during the day on the Friday, still with water over the road. We were able to clear the road, have it restored, open that lane and have that in good trafficable condition because it's been built in a very resilient way to service that National Land Transport network. So we are consistently thinking about how we use our current investments, our future investments, and also just our standard routine maintenance program to further resilience across the network.
Okay. Mr. Carlin, you've been sitting there waiting patiently for a question. In terms of regional specific road safety campaign expenditure, what was it in 2024, 2025, and is that looking to be increased in 2025, 2026?
So I don't have the exact split with me right now. I can get that for you, but certainly the estimate when we did the review associated with the audit of regional road safety was around between 60 to 70% of the investment was actually happening on regional roads, but not just regional roads, in regional education programs, the regional programs associated with our vehicle safety programs. So, for example, the Cadal facility out at Orange. There's a significant proportion of the investment right across the road safety program that actually is allocated in regional. I can get the figures for you for this estimate for this financial year in terms of the regional distribution of the fund.
Yeah, thank you. That would be great. Through you, Mr. Murray, I might go back to Mr. Collins around the boating infrastructure community grants. Just got a few questions about some of the other projects. Mr. Collins, Ritchie Village Diamond Waters boat ramp. There's a grant was given to them for $258,412. That is a caravan, though the ramp is located in a caravan park and there is no public ramp access to the public. So my question to you is, why are we funding ramps that are for a commercial enterprise rather than for community?
Thanks very much for the question. I'll have a look at that. Richie, just say again,
Ritchie Village, Diamond Waters boat ramp. It's located within a caravan park, and my advice I've received is that the ramp is not available to the public.
I will double check that. I think you said last time why we're building toilet blocks. I actually have validated that question you had, and it's a boat pump out station, which I think you were referring to. So,
is this the Wentworth Council?
Yeah, I can't think of anything which is more useful.
It was described on the website as a effluent station refurbishment.
Yes, it is for, as you know, larger boats have the ability to remove the effluent from the vessel. That's what that one's for. But I will have a look at that, and certainly I'm going to provide you with today's photograph of this ramp as well, Mr.
Oh, someone's drawn it down.
Which looks very different from this one. Which must have. When was this taken?
Would have only been recently. It was sent to me.
It has been flooded 4 times, but today it all looks good.
Okay, excellent.
Okay, questions from the opposition, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming back this afternoon. Through you, perhaps, Mr Murray, you might direct me to who's in charge. 15th Avenue. Can you take us?
I can take that with Ms Rubalcaba, depending on the question.
Happy to deal with you both. Thank you so much for sitting there patiently. Referring to the last media release concerning the delivery strategy for 15th Avenue, why was the 4-lane carriageway with 2 traffic lanes in either direction selected over 3 lanes each way?
Do you want me to take that?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so when we were looking at the original scope, we had a range of options available. As Mr Murray mentioned earlier, we look at scoping within envelope, and within the $1 billion allocation that we were given, we had a few options presented. The dual carriageway either way with turning bays was selected, along with some corridor preservation for future transit lane.
But why was the 2 lanes specifically selected over the 3 lanes?
It was a scope and budget decision. Yeah, so within the envelope to be able to deliver to that. We looked at future needs, but then what we would be able to implement now.
So, effectively, was that cheaper than doing the 3 lanes? I'll put it this way: has the 3-lane option been costed?
We have done early concept designs on both and done comparisons, and yes, it is definitely within envelope to do the design that we've got. If we did 3 lanes either way, then it would be more expensive. Yes,
it would be more expensive.
Yep.
So that would not be within that envelope of the $1 billion?
No.
Okay, but that has been costed, obviously, to work out whether
we always have multiple options available. Yep. Yes.
Okay. As the media release states, the works for stage 1 will be completed in 3 sections. So stage 1's made up of the 3 sections. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's 2 pieces of work happening. I'll talk to the safety work then. I might hand to Ms Rubalcaba. But we have got some safety works happening this year and next year, and they were within the original $50 million envelope commitment, along with the planning work that we did. So we have got an additional lane on Cow Pasture Road, speed limit and pedestrian works, and an extension of right turn bay. So they're all in delivery this year and next, and then the staging and delivery strategy is still being determined, but I'll let Ms Rubalcaba speak to that.
The media release, I'm not trying to be tricky, the media release said it's in 3 stages. That's not controversial, is it?
I don't think so, but I'll...
I don't believe so. So as Ms Mayor said, we have commenced and almost completed the safety improvement work, so that would be stage 1. The stage 2 would be the remainder of the main works, and I think the future stage of 3 would be the potential future 3rd lane in either direction, I believe.
Sorry, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer. I don't mean to do a mucky to you. It's just a little bit hard to hear.
That's okay.
Maybe my age. All right, so that's not what is in the media release, though. The media release states the works for stage 1 will be completed in 3 sections. So is that incorrect?
That would be talking about the main works. So the apologies. If you just give me 1 second, I'm playing a little bit of catch up. We are still going through the planning stages. So we have engaged our designers. So we're doing the concept design. We're also looking at property acquisitions. I'll have to come back to you about the staging.
All right. Could you come back today?
Yes, absolutely.
Given it was in your media release and it's not controversial, it's not something you need to. It's not a trick, but your media release states it, and then all right. So can I just move on to?
I might be able to assist. Bearing in mind, I haven't seen the exact media release that you're referring to.
It's in the government's media release.
There's a point of order by Mr. Buttigieg.
Referred to a media release. Would it be prudent to please table the media release?
It's the government's media release. I don't need to table your own government's media release.
Yeah, usually, that's usually the case. We're referring to media releases.
There's 30,000 staff out there that can find their own media release.
Is it that difficult to table a media release for the benefit of the Secretary?
Well, I mean, if
Chair,
it
to the point of order. I don't think there's any requirement anywhere, and there's no precedent for tabling this as a government document.
Right.
Yeah.
You're wasting
Thanks
my
for your
time.
consideration.
You might like to.
Mr. Murray,
We'll come back. We'll find the media release and come back. We're happy to. I just don't have it in front of me right
Thank
now.
you.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
mean,
make
it's
sure I'm
helpful.
addressing
It's helpful
the right
if it's able to be tabled. If not, that's fine. It's a member's prerogative as
Yeah,
well. So
that's-
continue as well.
Thank you. I'm sure you can find it on your own website somewhere, or the honourable member might look it up while he's sitting there waiting. But now that my time's been interrupted
All right, let's
on
keep
your own
going.
government media release, well, you've got 30,000 staff to look it up. Perhaps somebody could. So is the $1 billion, that's the main works, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so within that, are all three stages of the stage one, all three sections, you've got stage one, it's got 3 sections to it, are all 3 of those sections of stage one fully funded?
So if I can come back to you just to confirm the staging, I don't want to mislead you. Within the funding envelope, we have progressed a concept design, and that's what we're finalising in the detail. But if I could come back and just let me clarify the staging, just so I don't misspeak.
Okay, but the media release states, and the public has been assured, that there's a stage one. It's not a trick question anyway.
No,
Your media release says it. So there's a stage one. It has 3 sections. Of those 3 sections, Mr. Murray, can anyone confirm that those 3 sections of stage one, which you've announced within the $1 billion envelope, are fully funded?
Yeah, the stages are referred to in the media release. The first is the duplication between 2nd Avenue and Cow Pasture Road. Second section is between 2nd Avenue and 4th Avenue. And the third section is the duplication between 4th Avenue and Devonshire Road.
Well, future stages will include the full connection through to the Bradfield City Centre. Yes, I have it. What I'm asking, is that fully funded?
Yes, the budget has been announced for that project at $1 billion, beginning, as Ms Mayor said, with the $50 million worth of safety upgrades to those intersections.
Sure. So, stage one will be completed in 3 sections. The first involving duplication between 2nd Avenue and Cow Pasture Road. That's funded?
Yes.
Fully funded?
So we have not finalised the design. It is still in planning. We have got the $1 billion envelope and the scope of the stages that you've outlined that we just want to verify, and we've taken on notice to check, but we have not finalised and presented a design to the community yet.
Okay, so you've done an announcement. You've said stage one will be completed in 3 sections. Is each section fully funded?
I can't answer that because we haven't finished the planning work.
So the $1 billion doesn't cover all 3 sections?
No, I didn't say that. I said we haven't finished the planning work, so we cannot talk to the final design yet. That work's being undertaken right now. Definitely the intent are the stages that we will verify, and we know what our envelope is financially.
Okay, so the media release states that construction will start in 2027. Is that for section 1 or for those interim safety upgrades?
Safety upgrades have commenced already. Stage 1 is scheduled or forecast at this point to commence in 2027.
So the media release is referring to section 1?
Correct.
Not the safety
No.
upgrades, okay. So can anyone confirm whether the 3 sections of stage 1 can be delivered for the $1 billion?
finalise planning and go to the community with the final design when it's completed. So not today.
So no one can confirm the $1 billion?
We haven't finalised planning and design.
Okay, so that's a no.
Haven't finalised planning and design.
I can only assume that's not a yes.
I can't-
I'm not trying to...
No, I know, but first of all, we're checking the stages, but we have not finished design and gone out to the community with that yet.
All right, so when will Section 1 start construction, and when's that forecast to be complete?
The forecast start date is 2027 at this point. The completion date be subject to staging, planning and procurement. We'll incorporate any of our contractors' staging plans and programme as part of that.
Sorry, I can't hear that. Sorry, can you say that again?
So the start date is
27?
forecast for 2027.
Yep, and completion forecast?
The completion date I can't confirm at this point.
Do you have a forecast?
Bear with me 1 second.
How long do you think it will take?
Construction forecast at the moment is 2030.
2030, okay. Section 2, when will that start construction?
That's the overall for all the stages at this time. But as Ms Mayor said, we are currently in the planning phases. We have a budget envelope and we need to complete planning. So the overall forecast at the moment, our construction start date 2027 and construction completion 2030. It's not differentiated by stage at this point.
So stage 1 of 3 sections will start in 2027 and complete in 2030.
Correct.
Section 2 will start when?
So the overall construction is not broken down by stages at this time. We need to complete the planning. So these dates that I've provided are not explicit to 1, 2 or 3 stages. We've got some planning and delivery and procurement engagement to do before we lock down those firm dates.
So there's no forecasting for completion of each of those sections?
No.
Okay, sorry, it's quite confusing. I'm just
Sorry,
trying to get to
apologies.
the... I'm not trying to. But let's just take it back a step then. So there are the 3 sections of stage 1.
Yes.
Section 1 is due to start construction. When did you say?
2027.
All right. So stage 1 is 2027 to 2030. Is that correct?
Correct.
Or is it section 1 of stage 1 is 2027 to 2030?
We've got an overall program to do for each of the stages. I think I can't give you explicit start and completion dates for each of those phases at the moment. We are focused on section 1, and those are the indicative dates we have at this time until we go to market, engage the market and go through a procurement process, finalise the planning and engage and consult with the community.
All right. So the $1 billion promise, will that cover all 3 sections of stage 1?
I think we're still in planning phases, and until we've completed that, I can't confirm that for you.
Okay. So, sorry, there's there's stage 1 and 3 sections of stage 1 according to the media release. That's correct?
That's what the media release says. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're planning for?
Correct.
But we don't have a completion time, and we're not sure if it fits within
We
the
have
envelope
forecast
at this
date.
stage.
We have forecast dates at this time.
Okay, what are those?
Those are the dates I've given you. That's for the overall. Where we can break this down into sections,
Yep.
we will.
Okay.
Where we can consolidate those to get the best efficiencies, we will.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll appreciate the planning phase and the market engagement and procurement phases yield some innovations in staging and completion, and we'll incorporate those. So these are indicative dates at this time.
Okay. And what is the forecast date for the Milton Ulladulla bypass?
I may hand that one to Trudy.
I think Mr Hayes will just check that one. No, we have delivery funding. I don't know if we have a timeline.
No, I'm afraid we don't have a delivery commencement date or a delivery completion date at this time.
So no commencement, no completion?
No.
On that. Okay. All right. At the previous state election, the Labor Party, the now government, promised to spend $180 million to duplicate Heathcote Road. Where's that up to?
Do you want to talk, Ms. Rubalcaba, to delivery? And then we're in planning. So I might start on that and we can hand over for the delivery.
I just want to know where it's up to.
Yep. 1 moment. I have a special Heathcote tab.
The duplication part, not the other projects.
Oh, okay. Yep. So that is the $180 million.
Yep.
Yes.
Where's that up to?
So that's the duplication and overtaking lane between New Illawarra Road and Princess Highway.
Yes.
It's in development. We anticipate construction start next year.
2026.
Yep.
First half, second half?
Second half.
Okay, and is that preliminary works or is that construction on the duplication?
Full construction.
Full construction?
Yep.
Budget says that, and how much has been spent on that to date, of that 180 million?
That's the full budget for the full works.
Yep,
The
and how
180.
much of that has been spent to date?
Oh, it's spent to date. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. All right, and sorry, what lane? You said that was between two parts. Can you just clarify
Yes,
where that's
upgrade between New Illawarra Road and the Princess Highway.
Okay, thank you. And then, so you'll take on notice how much has been spent so far?
Yes. Yeah, I'll come back to you this afternoon if I
Thank you. I appreciate it. And so that section will cost the 180 million, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then the budget says there, when will the environmental impact statement for that project start, the EIS?
Yes, I can get that for you as well. Do you want me to come back or do you want me to find it?
Oh yeah, just when it will start, if you like, and come back to it.
Yeah, I'll find it.
Okay. While you're doing that, I don't know if you're dealing with this or somebody else have the joy. Hampton Bridge. I know we've touched on that in the Kangaroo Valley. Is that
Mr. Fuller will take
Mr. Fuller, thank you. So obviously that bridge was closed to heavy vehicles. We've touched on that briefly through the chair. What's the status of that Hampton Bridge now?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the challenge for the Kangaroo Valley community because it's not just the Hampton Bridge and the load restriction. We've also had in the last couple of years considerable impacts through the slope failures that have happened on Camberwarra Mountain.
Understand, and we've heard from them. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. I've got 3 minutes left, so I'm with you, but we acknowledge that.
So
if we can move on to just what's the status of it.
Absolutely. Look, what we are doing at the moment is a maintenance program on the Hampton Bridge. As you pointed out, we've got a load restriction due to safety reasons and the recommendations from engineers.
Yep.
We have started the maintenance work.
Yep.
So we have teams currently addressing what's referred to as the top chord, which is the timber rail that you would see on the bridge deck, which is the top level timber across the bridge.
Are they doing work on that or assessing it?
They have started work on that, yes. So we're replacing sections of the timber top chord.
Yep.
We are juggling that work and the closures that are required with the other works because we want to maintain, obviously, overall access into the valley. So it's an intricate process between the slope works that we have on Macquarie Pass. We've got some urgent works to do up on Macquarie Pass in the next couple of months. So we are juggling the work on Hampton Bridge in and around that. We will start a much more comprehensive program of the bottom chord on the bridge, which is the bottom timber rail. To access that, we have to erect a substantial amount of scaffold onto the bridge. At the moment, we're doing detailed engineering assessments about the dead load of that scaffold and how the bridge can be phased, because that load restriction not just applies to vehicles, but anything we obviously place on the bridge to undertake that maintenance. So we're just working through that at the moment to get a detailed program. As we progress that, we will be staging the works on the bottom chord. The bottom chord requires the potential relocation of some of the utilities to get access to the structural timbers. So it is a very detailed piece of work on an 1898 bridge.
Yeah, I understand.
We
Great.
have
Thank you.
sourced and have available all of the timbers we require, because we also have to make sure we get the right seasoned timbers, etc., that are able to meet
Thank you. In the 1 minute I have left, thanks for that, Mr. Fuller. That's really helpful. I might just ask, when will the community be made aware of those
So
next
basically,
steps?
we're engaging with the community all the time. We've
How?
had regular there's been sessions that we've convened with Mr. Hayes' team down in the community, drop-ins and things. We have a hotline number that is available for people to call in and get information about the work that's happening, and from what I understand, also other stakeholder engagement processes.
And so how will they be told about the next
They will
next
be
phase?
told as we get that program more finite. At the moment, we're trying to develop that program. As I said, we're really doing that investigative work on the scaffold and how that
And then-
staging occurs and
Yep.
how we plan that in and around the other works in the valley.
Okay, and then so when will heavy vehicles be allowed again on the bridge?
So our ultimate aim is to restore the load restrictions for all of this maintenance work. We need to develop that plan. We need to do that work. We need to make sure there are no hidden surprises when
Yep.
we pull out those structural timbers and replace
42
them.
tonne, 42
Then
and a
we-
half plus?
Then we do a final engineering assessment at the end of the work, and then monitoring with
Yep.
with the aim of restoring that load limit. We are also working on the options for temporary bridging in the event that load restriction isn't able to be achieved.
And
But
what's your
that's our-
rough
that's our
estimate
aim.
around when
Look,
that
it's going
might
to
be?
take some months. There's no question. It's going to take us,
A year?
I would say, at least another number of weeks to develop the program around, as I said, the scaffold and the replacement of
So
the
do you think
timbers.
the entire project will probably be completed, say, in a year? I know you've got assessments to do, I've heard that, but like, is it a this year finalisation, or is it a year-long project, or
Look,
realistically?
all I can say at this point is it's going to take a number of months. I suspect that the bottom chord timbers will require at minimum 2 stages, possibly 3. Each of those stages, I would anticipate, would take a few months by the time you erect scaffold, do the work, take the scaffold down again, relocate it, and we are trying to plan that in and around the other works in the valley. So I would say, it is a number of months. I wouldn't want to commit to a time frame. I understand that is very challenging for the community, and certainly want to acknowledge that. We will work closely with them to continue to provide as much information as we can as soon as that becomes more available.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going to the inquiry into the impacts of the Rozelle interchange, and the government's response, which was tabled in October last year. The recommendation 14 of that inquiry was that the New South Wales Government ensure there's ongoing and genuine community engagement and consultation between Transport for New South Wales, local councils, community members to address issues and ongoing concerns. And the government's response states that in consultation with councils, Transport will also prepare a 12-month and 5-year post-opening road network performance review plan for WestConnex Stage 3 and for M8 extensions and Rozelle interchange. The first of these reviews has now commenced. Is there an update on the first of those reviews, which had commenced by the time this report
There
was
was a
submitted?
lot of things there. Let me just catch up on that.
Just the question around the... there was a preamble to my question.
Yes, that's
and the
okay.
question is around the 12-month post-opening
Network
road
review.
network performance review plan for WestConnex Stage 3.
Yep.
Apparently that's commenced.
Yes.
I just wanted an update.
Yes, okay. So we have done the access review with City of Canada Bay, and we've got some treatments in place that we're trialling at the moment with the left-hand bands. They're due for completion in September. So we've got some cameras there as well. We're doing the traffic studies. They will form part of that network review. We are also working on a local traffic study with the councils as well, and we'll see if there's any state road interface with that we need to consider in the overall network integration review. So all of the data's being collected. There's different engagements going on at the moment, but we have not completed the review yet.
Okay, and is it the intention for those reviews to be released publicly?
Yes, we always release those.
Okay, thank you. Recommendation 4 of the same inquiry, in the government's response, it refers to a couple of different amounts of money that have been given to Inner West Council to do a couple of things. One is and this was raised during the inquiry, the $20 million that was given to Inner West Council to deliver the master plan for the Roselle Parklands in consultation with the community. Is there an update on that?
I don't know that I have that at hand. Can I take that on notice and I'll come back to you this afternoon if I can?
Yes, so specifically, I'm keen to know whether the department is keeping track of how much has been spent to date, because it would be good to get an update for that, as well as were there any further conditions that Inner West Council needs to meet in return for that amount of funding.
I'll come back to you on that.
Thank you. And then secondly, there was $360,000 provided to Inner West Council as part of the 2023-24. This could be something maybe for the Transport Minister. The Get New South Wales Active program is under Minister Graham, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. I'll come back to that one in a future hearing. Western distributor improvements. So I'm sure you're aware of the community concern around the impact of the changes there in terms of turning the right-hand turning off the Anzac Bridge onto Bank Street, and the significant impact that is potentially going to have in terms of the Pyrmont community, but also in relation to the Pyrmont Peninsula Place strategy. So the question is, because the Pyrmont Peninsula Place strategy is indeed a strategy of the government's under planning, firstly, what engagement takes place between the planning side of it, with all of their wonderful goals under that strategy, and this change for the Western distributor, which actually looks like it's going to mar or negate some of the benefits of the Pyrmont Place strategy?
They're the same team that are working together with that community and looking at the network integration impacts and what work we should be doing. We have not got a decision on WD&I integration works and what will or won't proceed as part of that. It is being tied up in the broader review of all of the network impacts from the north side and the south side. We work regularly with that Pyrmont community. They are given regular updates, and we went through the city recently and gave them an update on where we were up to with implementing some of those projects, but they're definitely in the same discussion. So we'll make sure as soon as we've got a decision on any integration works and how they might interface with the Pyrmont plan, we'll update the community and stakeholders there.
So as part of that and part of any potential change to understand the impacts of it. So has traffic modelling been undertaken?
Yes.
And is that public? Has the community got access to that?
I don't know that the traffic modelling in the form it's in is very digestible for the public, but we certainly share the outputs of that and the analysis and insights from it when we're in discussions with them, yes.
So have they asked for the modelling?
I'd have to take that on notice. I'm not sure if they've asked that specific question.
I think within a lot of community groups these days, particularly those that are interested in traffic impacts and what planning decisions will mean for their local community, I think you'll find that there's usually a few people that can understand traffic modelling.
Yeah, and we sit down and brief with anyone that asks.
Right.
We don't release the data, that's all, but very happy to brief.
Okay.
Yeah.
When is construction expected to commence on that?
The integration works. We haven't made a decision on what will commence and what won't.
Okay, and so when is that decision expected to be made then? Like, where are we up to in the process?
Yes, we are just finalising the review of the network integration on the north side and presenting that back to government this year.
So by that, do you mean, because I've got the detail here of when you're saying with the integration, you mean specifically the issue that the community is concerned about in terms of the
big street
removal of the ability for the eastbound cars to, right, so that decision actually hasn't been made.
No, we haven't confirmed that yet. That's right.
Okay, but you're in the final stages of it?
Yes.
When you're saying you're part of the same team, this is within Transport for New South Wales, with the planning, the Pyrmont Peninsula Place Strategy people.
Yes.
Where do they fit within
they
the
sit in
department?
my team. So
Right.
I've got the planning function as well as the integration function for Sydney. So we have place-based teams that look at the long-term plans as well as any place strategies like the Pyrmont one. Plus they do the network integration work. So that is all looked at collectively for a place.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. To the issue of the Warringah Freeway upgrade and Western Harbour Tunnel projects. Now, I've asked a couple of questions over multiple budget estimates about the complaints the community making, Camera Voices, people in that community group particularly, but being disillusioned by the way in which complaints have been handled in relation to that project. I understand that there was an independent review, or a review was contracted out into the monitoring and complaints oversight. Ms. Mayers, you're nodding and about to answer.
Feel like you're staying with me, potentially.
Yes, I've got a question. Yes, so
yes.
It was outsourced firstly, is that correct?
That's correct. It was independent, yes.
So who was it? Who did that? Which?
Let me just find the name. I can give you a status update, but I don't know if I have the name.
Company, the consultants, the company, whoever was undertaken to look at that issue and investigate it, did they have complete separation from the project?
Yes. Yeah, it was completely independent. And I haven't got this note in front of me, but it was an environmental representative. I understand that any complaints went through ministerial offices and were addressed outside of the department as well. So, yeah, that was entirely independent of the department.
Okay, okay, I'll come back to that. Mr. Benaziac now.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Collins, I might just stick with you on that same topic of the grants program. Sure. Another example I have concerns about, wharf upgrades to Bundina, Currawong, Linton Street and Saratoga Veterans, totalling about $3.59 million. They're all connected to the commuter ferry service from Palm Beach. So I'm just wondering how that aligns with the intent of a community-based grant program. Should that not come from some other pot in transport in terms of infrastructure?
I know some of them are. I know Bundina pretty well because I use it quite a lot, and it's whilst the ferry calls there every half an hour or every hour, other people use the wharf, fishers use the wharf, vessels can drop and pick up people from those locations. So in the overall maritime infrastructure, there are occasions when obviously these grants are used not just for recreational boating wharfs, but sometimes where the facilities are either shared by both or part of maritime's overall responsibility for some of those wharfs.
Okay. Well, that I guess covers my concerns about Mackerel Beach as well, which I had similar concerns about. Shoalhaven Council was given $350,000 to essentially create another plan to supplement or tell us how they're going to implement the coastal management plan, which should detail, infrastructure upgrades to maritime facilities in their council area. How is that the most appropriate use of the funds, given that 44 other councils have a legislative requirement to create a coastal management plan, and now you're giving $350,000 to Shoalhaven Council to create a plan about how they're going to implement another plan? Like, just build the bloody thing.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, obviously that area, you mentioned Lake Cajola, earlier, it is a very complicated area. It has a lot of issues regarding the previous blocking of the access to Lake Conjola and many other wharfs and
But that's what the
locations.
coastal, like, with all due respect, that's what the
Yeah.
coastal management plan is supposed to address. And 44 other councils do that within their coastal management plan. You know, what precedent are we setting where we give another council $350,000 to create a plan about a plan?
Let me take a look at that.
Yeah.
Come back to you if I can, Mr. Benasiak, today regarding, you know, why that unique position as you suggest, and are there any other locations where we've provided that funding?
Yeah.
But obviously it is a very complex area, and a lot of maritime structures and their own ramps are managed by this council.
Yeah, thank you. Can I go to the Crowdy Head Harbour project? Is that still with you, Mr. Collins?
I believe so.
So that original allocation for that project was $2 million, and I think back in 2023 we were advised that $500,000 had already been spent. How much has been spent to date, and on what specifically?
I will give you an up-to-date position on that as of recent times, rather than me sort of put my finger in the air of past information that we have here. We'll come back to you on Crowdy Bay.
Okay. I'll keep asking questions about it more
Please do.
and you can come back with that. The project scope's been revised now to include demolition and replacement of Jetty 1, installation of heavy-duty pontoons with water and electricity at each berth, 18 berths including one short-term, demolition of Jetty 2, dredging of the harbour. Who approved this project scope change, and when was that approved?
Obviously, like many projects, once you start getting into the detail, you discover a number of unknowns. I understand that once they carried out more thorough surveys, they discovered that there was a need to do more extensive works, and that often happens, particularly with below water infrastructure. It's very difficult to assess.
It's significant project scope, like creep though.
Yeah, and I suppose, like you suggested, to get stuff done, we could have done the minimum viable thing and then come back 10 years later. But I think the view with this project was get in there once, do it properly, and hopefully then we won't be back for some time to come. But again, I can get some more information regarding project, but I understand the reason for that scope creep was discovering unknown engineering and issues.
And you can perhaps take it on notice, or you can tell me now what consultation was undertaken before that scope was changed.
Well, I know in general terms for many of these projects, extensive consultation does take place with local community groups, boaters, fishing groups. But I'll give you the details of what consultation took place regarding Crowdy Bay.
Yeah, I know there was a Have Your Say consultation in 2022 with 47 responses, and there was not one response raised the need for 18 berths with water and power. They did raise the need for a fishing platform to replace Jetty 2. There was concerns about floating pontoons in surge conditions and calls for dredging in front of the boat ramps. I'm just wondering what data you have to justify the change to 18 berths with water and power.
Okay, we'll have a look at that. I don't think we wake up in the morning and just decide to do these things. So
No, I'm just wondering where it's...
Give you a bit more explanation. I don't have the details here,
Yeah.
but I'm sure that the team would have the reasons why we changed, and those 18 locations, water and power, and what was the needed change.
Yeah, and if the team's obviously the team is listening, if you can take on notice what the anticipated revenue is from that berth hire, and whether you've got any modelling that supports your estimates.
Yep.
And whether consideration was given to the fact that the Crowdy Head Co-op is closing, and whether that might impact the financial sustainability or the modelling on those berths.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'll definitely take on board your points, and if I can come back today, I will. If not, we'll certainly take it on notice.
Sure. In just going to the GHD reports, from 2022 into this project with regards to the dredging. The report showed evidence of sensitive marine grasses. So have there been any changes to what environmental approvals are required for future dredging at that location?
I don't know specifically that location, but as you know, we have recently taken on the responsibility for spending $16 million in many locations along the New South Wales coast, and one of those things is to ensure that the environmental impacts are minimised by the method of dredging, using suction dredging rather than excavation. And also, as you know, we've been keen to where marine grass or sensitive flora and fauna has been impacted, it's a case of putting back more, from seahorse hotels to extra grass being added. And I know that the teams have had a very successful outcome for a number of sites. I can again look at this particular site and see what the environmental assessments were for dredging and the impacts on the flora and fauna.
Thank you. But am I right in saying that that Crowdy Head isn't part of, or isn't earmarked to be part of that $16 million dredging program, is it?
I don't think it is. I think that's part of the package of work, but obviously we're working through the prioritisation of those dredging programs, and as you know, we are aiming to have a dredging vessel which Maritime will look after, rather than relying on single source contractors or people who are takes years to get them to operate in certain sites.
Yeah, sure. And you mentioned earlier on in today, and obviously I've been aware of it because I've been talking to yourself and Mr. Hutchins about this, around the land that was transferred, or assets were transferred from Crown Lands, and the modest staffing you were given. Can you quantify some of that for the record? How much dollars worth of assets were transferred from Crown Lands to Maritime, and how much staffing were you given?
I believe the number of staff was 14, of which 9 were to do with the Tweed Head dredging sand transfer facility. I've been there and seen the staff who operate, who now work for Maritime. There were several $100 million. Again, I think we've got a calculation of Crown Lands. As you know, Mr. Benaziat, this was done, I think, in the middle of COVID, or certainly at a rapid fire pace by a previous Transport Minister, where I think Mark Hutchins caught the ball and had limited, or let's say modest, resource.
Are you able to provide us a list on notice of the assets?
We certainly are working. We have an understanding what they are. We are now discovering, our Maritime team are going through ownership, because we're discovering pieces of land which Crown Lands have told us was theirs for us, and we've discovered they're owned by someone else, or there's some boundary issues. So we're going through that in detail. So I'll see if I can get you the up-to-date information of the value of that land, but also we are working very hard to ensure we can deal with this matter.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we're splitting the remaining time. Opposition has 4 minutes.
Okay, great. Mr. Collins, this may be one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Maddie's Flat Public Reserve has had $2.3 million invested into new wharves.
Mm-hmm.
Information to hand suggests that this area has been subjected to a native title claim. Is there an update of this project and how all this is proceeding?
I've seen certainly the name on the list of projects. I haven't got any detail about native title claim. Again, I'll get some information on that if I can, but I've certainly seen Maddie's Flat as being part of the investment in waterways for Maritime.
And so you're not aware of, at
personally,
this point,
I'm not. That doesn't mean to say that the Maritime team haven't got details regarding a claim, and I can quickly find that out and make sure you understand what the latest position is.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Fuller, this may be for you, and you have touched on some of this, talked a little bit about bridges. The member for Cootamundra has been very vocal in her electorate about the bridge infrastructure, and specifically William Bradford Bridge, Irrigation Way Bridge, and the mid-level bridge crossing at Cowra. just interested to know about the future plans for regional bridge infrastructure with those specific locations.
I'd have to take on notice those specific bridges. I don't know off the top of my head exactly what's planned for those in terms of routine, regular maintenance. We obviously, as we've needed to do with Hampton and other bridges around the state, we have a forward program of bridges that we have in terms of our known maintenance program, known risks, and then we, from time to time, have some other instances occur where bridges are impacted either through weather events or by heavy vehicle strikes or some of the other things. So I don't have information ahead on those three. I know we've been working with the member for Cootamundra very closely on Wollongbean, and the good news on that is that'll be open to traffic in the next couple of months. So we've made some really good progress on the adjoining road approaches that we've needed just to complete that work. So that's been progressing very well.
Appreciate you taking that on notice. Now there's another, and I would just like to hark back to when I mentioned Merriwa incorrectly, Merriwa, that the Minister corrected me on. I was being quite right. I get very irksome when people still, even in this place, call it Monaro rather than Monero. But now I believe it's Goonoo Road upgrade.
Gunadanu.
Gunadanu.
What is it?
Gunadanu.
Gunadanu.
Gunadanu. Yeah.
Okay.
I said it earlier.
And I thought...
It does not look like...
But it does look like
It does look like Goonoo. So I'm just, okay, fine. We've got that clarified. Pronunciation is not great. Anyway, it's like I'm sure the wonderful member for Tamworth will forgive me, so let me get the question done. So the question is, coming to Mr Banasiak's earlier one, but what works have happened to date and what works will occur this year to... I'm not even going to try to pronounce it again. I'm done.
That would be one for me. I get
a bit like our
I get
Puddle
the good
Dock
names.
Road
Yes,
again. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So no work will be happening this year. We've been working very closely with council in terms of the development.
So sorry, Mr Hayes. So nothing further this year.
No, that's correct. So there's $4 million state funding for us to complete the final business case. It's taken some time because there were two intersections in question along Gunnaganoo. Council's initial focus was on one, and then it's recently changed. So we've had to pivot. So we're not expecting to commence delivery of that project in early works 2027, and then the project proper 2028.
Thank you. A question for you, Ms Webb. Thank you for your briefing the other day on the what the government is doing in terms of protecting wildlife from vehicle strikes and the various technologies that are being trialled. I just wanted to raise an issue that a constituent has raised in terms of wombat deaths in Wollondilly particularly. There's various places around the state that seem to be highways for wombats as well. This one, the group is Wollondilly Wombat Watch. They recorded 18 wombat deaths from vehicle strikes in just 10 days. Is the government looking at places in Wollondilly firstly for testing this infrastructure or testing the technology in terms of alerting motorists to the presence of wildlife?
So yes, Ms Fairman, the team has a list of potential places to undertake the trials that have been that are on track. So we've got the two trials, one around the smart signage and one around the pale paint. We'll be looking for trial sites and good opportunities to trial those. There are a number of points that need to be demonstrated through the trials. So they will need to assess whether that site is feasible, but I am aware that that's on the list of potential sites.
Okay, and is it the government's policy to remove signage that's been designed by local communities to alert drivers to wombats? Because I've got photos of some signs in the face of there not being any signs or any warnings that community's taken upon themselves to warn drivers that wombats cross, but they've been removed. Is that New South Wales government policy?
Look, I might defer to one of my colleagues here. on signage. If not, we'll take that on notice.
I mean, I've seen the photos. They're just photos of wombats.
Look, I am aware that our
politicians.
signage does need to meet standards.
Not offensive.
Yeah, and it is important to have consistent signage and signage that means the same thing across the state and that motorists understand. So I expect it's due to compliance with that, but we can take that question on notice.
Okay, Mr. Benasiak.
Oh, do I actually have time? All right.
Yeah, if you want, go for it.
Okay. Mr. Collins, just sticking with dredging, do we have in terms of the $16 million, obviously it's a finite amount of money, does Maritime actually have a priority list in terms of dredging projects or areas that it's going to consider and obviously working down the list?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very hot topic for resolving a number of long historic issues. I believe Maritime had put together the large list of projects.
And it's probably a moving feast with all the major storms we've had.
Yeah, and I know Matt Fuller and I have been working on, what is important for maybe other fundings to deal with breakwalls and the consequence of silting, but I certainly believe for boating and access to a number of locations there is a long list, and we're working through that, and we'll be consulting with the communities before that finalise this. Yes, there's a finite amount of money.
Yeah.
I'm certainly hoping that that 16 million is a start of a further series of funding opportunities for us, because we know that the dredging task is far greater than that value.
Has that $16 million been fully allocated now or assigned?
I'll check with the team, but I believe we have yet to sort of finalise and have those individual locations fixed in that 60 million. We're doing some work on costings. We're understanding, obviously, as you say, there are some safety issues, there's some concerns for local neighbourhood, and also consultation with a number of groups, because each of them believe that their project is the most important.
Yeah.
As you go from Eden to Tweed
Yeah.
and back again, you find that they're all very important. So I know Mark and the team are doing that, and they're specifically with his new organisational structure that there will be specific people working on the dredging program.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Collins. Okay, we now break for an afternoon tea break. We'll be back at 3:45. Okay, welcome back. We'll get straight into questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. Victoria Road, who is dealing with that?
Victoria Road.
Anyone?
Is it operations? Is it what's the question?
What would you like to know?
Has Transport New South Wales changed traffic light sequencing around Marlborough Street in Drummoyne?
We have been working on a number of trials to look at traffic light phasing to obviously smooth as much as possible the traffic. I can take on notice whether we have done any changing into that specific junction, but we obviously are optimising that area and
just if you could take on notice, Mr. Collins, just any changes to that traffic light sequencing.
We do obviously move traffic light sequencing every single day. In fact, they all have what they call personalities by time of day and location. But I'll check whether we've made any dramatic changes to the phasing of those lights.
All right, perhaps dramatic and or other less dramatic changes would be fabulous too for those.
Sometimes we tweak them every day.
I don't know the definition, but thank you, that would be helpful. And has Transport for New South Wales received reports and complaints from residents about traffic congestion in and around Marlborough Street?
I believe there, obviously, as we work through that very busy area, what we're doing, and I know Trudy and I have been working together on some of the opportunities, left turn bans, looking at other areas, but I can't say I've received any complaints, but it might be worth us investigating where we've had any complaints. There is a lot of congestion in that area, and of course there's still the legacy of the changes with the Roselle interchange. But,
all right, if you're able to let me know today,
yep.
or Ms Mayors, or any changes or complaints or reports you've received, that would be helpful. There was a trial implemented for a no left turn into Lyons Road from Victoria Road at Drummoyne in the morning peak. This was installed, this trial, in March 2025. What's the outcome of that trial?
It's a 6-month trial, so that won't be finalised until September, and then we will review the data and report back.
All right, so how does Transport assess the effectiveness of the trial?
Yeah, we've got some cameras in there, and they're capturing compliance as well as traffic count, and then we'll look at traffic studies to see what the congestion's like. Also working with the council on any rat running and any information they're receiving.
Okay, so when you get that data, how do you make that assessment? Is there someone specifically that does that, or a group that's tasked with it?
Yeah, we have a network integration team that will do the analysis on that. We'll work back with the councils as part of that local access study as well.
Okay, and when will a decision be made about whether that no left turn in the morning peak will stay?
I haven't got a timeline. I think we will have to see what the data looks like and then make an assessment whether we need to run the trial for a bit longer, or we can make a call on whether it should be permanent straight after that.
What would incline you to run the trial further?
Only if we feel we haven't got enough data, or the council gives us feedback, or the community, but at this point it will finish in September, and I don't have a timeline for making a decision just yet.
Equally, if you did have that feedback from the community that they were not happy with that trial, you could potentially complete it at that point also.
Yes, that's correct also.
All right. At last year's Roselle Interchange inquiry, Transport committed to a traffic study around Drummoyne. My understanding is the traffic study identified that rat running in local streets that you mentioned, Ms Mayors. How's Transport addressing that rat running in the local streets in Drummoyne?
So we are still working with the council on undertaking further studies on their local roads and any opportunities they may have to make changes in there, whether that be adjustments to their own one-way running or turning areas, or calming measures, things like that, to change behaviour and use of those local streets. So we're still working through that with them.
Okay. When do you think you might have worked through that and might start addressing some of those?
Let me just see if I have a time frame.
I don't have a final date for that. I'd have to take that on notice.
All right. Is Transport sort of holding, it's not a vexed question, but is the traffic being held in Drummoyne? Why have Transport seemingly taken the view not to share that burden with, say, Balmain or Rozelle? Seems to be a Drummoyne
I don't know if
issue.
Mr. Collins might like to answer that.
That burden of traffic
I've got
congestion.
some pretty clever people who've done this for years, and one of the things you have to do is if you allow traffic to flow, you end up with a very congested point at the beginning of it. If you phase the lights to hold traffic back, it does allow a greater flow of vehicles per hour. We've been working through this area. We've been doing a traffic study, looking at the impacts. It does vary significantly pre-COVID. That'll be Monday to Friday, but what we see is Mondays and Fridays are very different. The team continually monitor that, and we're working with Trudy's team in terms of the final suggested solution. But we do, on many junctions in Sydney, phase the lights to allow for a smoother flow through the area, as we do with passengers on stations, in station control, as we do with other vehicles. And as you know, metered on-ramps are part of that, holding back the traffic to allow better flow.
Would it be a possibility to take a view, or is there one option to share that traffic congestion burden?
We haven't finished that study.
Mm-hmm.
When we've obviously, I think, finished the study and understood what is the best solution.
When will the study be finished?
It is normal practice in many roads around the world
Sure.
to hold traffic back to allow smoother flow.
Sure. When will the traffic study be finished?
Well, I think the 6 months trial isn't till later in
September. I'd say by the end of the year.
the year. Yeah.
Okay. And can I move to Mortlake Ferry? I think that might be Mr. Collins, perhaps.
Car ferry, isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, the vehicle ferry.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. How are the upgrade works progressing at the Mortlake Punt?
I'd have to take on notice exactly where they're at the moment. I don't have
All
that
right.
information at hand.
I note that local members weren't notified of that work first. Has the department kept them updated and informed?
I'd have to check on that. Certainly happy to. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but I'll take that on notice.
Can we try and get an answer today? Because obviously, there's a lot of community members in touch with them. They didn't know the works were happening. They weren't informed. It would be helpful if we could get an understanding
I'm very happy
of
for
what
the
the
team
intention
to organise
is.
a catch up with the local members and to
Sure,
inform them of
but
where we're at.
separately,
So
if we
they
could have
can
an
get
answer about whether there is an intended program or if that's something that they need to put into place through you and with you.
No
that
problem.
would be helpful to
Happy to
All right,
work
thank
out
you.
where we're at and meet with local members.
Yep.
To,
When will the Mortlake car ferry be operational again?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have a date in
All right.
terms of.
Is that something we're able to get an answer from the team while we work on some other things today?
Do our best, but we'll see how we go.
All right. Thank you. There's obviously a lot of people rely on that car ferry and are interested in when they might be able to recommence that form of transport.
You can watch the work daily on the live traffic.
I'm sorry, Mr. Collins.
You
could
can
you just pull
watch
the
the
mic?
work daily on the live traffic cameras, so you can see.
Yeah, I'm a little bit busy in estimates, as much as that sounds fabulous and exciting to do. Thank you. The DFO roundabout, can you provide an update on the work to upgrade the DFO roundabout in Drummoyne? Anyone?
Miss Rubalcaba, she got that?
I'll have a check. I'll come back to you.
All right. Just wondering why the community's waiting so long for that work. It does seem to have been quite extracted. It's been more than 3, almost 4 years since the first announcement of that, and just like to get a timeline.
Can I take that on notice? I'll come back to you as soon as I can.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you. In relation to the M5 westbound upgrade at Moorebank, anyone volunteering for that piece of fun?
It's Raquel.
Sorry, who?
Raquel.
Apologies.
Hello.
What was the question?
Yeah, the M5 westbound upgrade at Moorebank.
Yes.
Yeah, will there be sound barriers installed along that M5 bridge over the Georges River?
I believe that the design is still progressing, so until that's complete, I can't give you that answer.
When will that be complete?
The contract only just been awarded. I'll have to find the exact date when the design will be complete, but we will go out to the community for consultation as part of the planning conditions, and that will be incorporated if there's any requirement for that.
Could you take that on notice, perhaps, when that process, when you're going out to,
Yeah,
when you
absolutely.
anticipate that might be completed? And if those sound, could you take on notice, perhaps, whether it's the intention to install those sound barriers on the M5 at that bridge over the Georges River? If not, what other noise mitigation measures might be considered or included in that design brief? Obviously, you've put a design brief together. Is that a part of it, or are there other options?
It's part of the studies and the technical studies that go through with that. What is required, the monitoring that's done before and after and post, and what can be incorporated within the design. So it will be a progressive kind of design requirements, planning conditions, and then we'll consult with the community on those.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And what's the timeline for completion of the M5 westbound upgrade?
Let me just double check on my sheet. There's a lot of data for me. Hang on.
While you're doing that, we might also just find out when construction will start.
Happy to come back if.
Sure. If you,
Sorry,
if you could.
there's just a lot of data for me to filter through here.
Yeah, just the timeline for completion of that, just for clarity, M5 westbound upgrade.
Yep.
When will construction start on that, and is the final design complete on that one? Alford's Point Road. I'm pronouncing that right. Alford's Point. Alford's Point. Alfords. What prompted the proposed speed limit change on Alford's Point Road? Anyone?
We'll take that on notice as well.
How many submissions did Transport for New South Wales receive regarding the changed speed limit on Alford's Point Road?
Again, I think we'll take that on notice and make sure we get the latest on how that came about.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, that'd be helpful. And if you could perhaps also take on notice how many of those submissions were in favour of the changed speed limit and how many submissions were against the proposed speed limit change. Mr. Murray?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we just need something for Hansard to confirm that. All right. And then how does Transport for New South Wales enforce the tonnage limits? And what's been done to enforce the tonnage limit on New Warra Road, Moorebank, would be helpful.
Okay, we'll take that on notice as well.
Thank you very much. That would be helpful. I'll just go to...
Miss Wood, I've just checked some of the public information on Mortlake Ferry. It does say that our works will be concluded within 4 months. We started that at the beginning of July, and on our website there is a bit of a comprehensive...
Sorry, which one is that? Just
for Mortlake Ferry.
Yes, thank you, great.
So it's scheduled for 4 months. We commenced that in July, and on our website it does have some detailed updates as we progress through each month as to the works that's being undertaken and what the community can expect as part of those works. But certainly we'll be happy to meet with local members and provide them with a more comprehensive update.
All right, and you'll undertake to do that? Or?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Murray, the government claims to have reduced the TSSE, Transport Senior Service Executive positions, by 200 roles. Is that correct?
That's correct, more than 200.
More than?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is Transport aware of what roles have been reduced?
Yes, those are roles that have left the organisation.
Sorry?
Those roles have left the organisation.
Have left?
Yes.
Those roles have left over
Yeah.
200 roles?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a list of those positions? So that just the titles? I don't need the names, obviously, but the titles.
I don't have that available with me. I'd be happy to take it on notice.
Thank you.
They have been part of the first stage restructure of the leadership of the organisation completed over the last financial year.
Okay, thank you. So you're happy to take that on notice. I appreciate it. Just the position titles is all we need. And so what... So, yeah, if you could take on notice just all the 200 plus roles that have left. That would be helpful.
Yes.
Just to be clear on what we're after. All right, and then so what services or offerings do Transport intend to reduce as a result of those staff cuts?
Well, again, and Transport's been very upfront about the changes to those roles. Obviously, the government has a commitment to reduce senior executive roles by 15% across the sector. Transport has now delivered more than 17% reduction on its executive workforce. But that's, as I said in the previous question, been done in light of redesigning from 10 divisions down to 7, of recasting our leadership teams and reappointing into roles that are set with the current priorities in mind. That does mean that some areas, such as the former setup of the organisation into geographic modes, has changed to a statewide model. So when you ask about which areas will be changed, much of that has to do with reforming the responsibilities and the spans of control of those executives and making sure that that's fit to the organisation structure going forward.
Okay. So what are the salary savings target that's needed for Transport for New South Wales in relation to the reduction of the TSSE and award employees?
So Transport's made significant savings over the last 2 financial years, which have been in line with the budget aims that have been set, both externally through the government programs and the commitments such as the senior executive reduction, but also Transport's own financial sustainability plan, which is a 10-year plan.
Yep, thank you. But just specifically in relation to what the salary savings target is.
Yes, so in regards to people savings targets overall, which includes consultants, it includes labour hire, it includes many of those other expensive pursuits through the organisation, as well as the changes that we've announced to the workforce profiles. That is a general savings target of around $600 million.
Thank you. And was that was Transport given that target, or did Transport decide on a salary savings target?
Transport has a number of commitments to make, such as the reduction in labour hire, the reduction in senior executives. So those elements have been baked into that plan. Other elements of it are part of our own strategic plan moving forward to reshape the organisation and its budget.
Okay, so which part did Transport decide?
Well, the overall plan has been set by the team and the structure. We've been working through the operating model piece of work, which is now moving into that final phase that's been announced over recent weeks, and all of those elements contribute savings.
All right, thank you. Okay. Just in relation to award employees, you intend to cut 950 award employees. Mr. Murray, are road designers and road safety expert award employees?
It's not 950 award employees. We have said that there are, within the Transport senior manager ranks and the award ranks, that we anticipate the next round of savings could impact up to 950 roles. That's not people, that's roles in the organisation, and we're going through that design work at the moment.
Okay, so of those are road designers and road safety experts award employees?
The design of the next phases of reform, which will answer the question as to what roles might be impacted, is being done now. However, this is not targeting frontline or delivery roles within the organisation. It is focused on support and corporate roles.
Sure, but a separate question, that's not the question I'm asking, so I'll ask it again. It's just a separate question. Award employees, are road designers and road safety experts considered award employees?
It would depend at what level of the organisation they are.
I'm just asking if those roles are award employees.
And it's not possible to answer the question in that manner. There would be award employees who would work in those roles.
Okay.
There would also be senior managers and senior executives.
All right. I'm asking if those roles are, any of them, award employees, and I think we've got to some.
Some are.
It's possible that there will be award employees who work in those areas.
Okay.
Yes.
Are timetable design roles award employees?
And again, the same. It depends on the seniority of the person's role that we're talking about in this regard.
Okay. Are people that carry out that task award timetable design roles? Are they award employees if they're carrying out that task?
The award employees relates to the categorisation of the person's role within the organisation, not the team that they're in or the task that they're doing.
Thank you. Now, it wouldn't be a regional transport budget estimates if I didn't ask about roll on bikes. Somebody's prepared a response to this, I am sure. So apparently there's a second phase of the bikes, of the ability to put bikes onto trains every day of the week, I'm hearing, but still to Dubbo.
I think you'll be pleased to know that Mr Macy has joined us today specifically for this question.
I'm so glad I asked Mr Macy.
I have been looking forward to this question. So a new trial has commenced. It's on the 4th of August, and it's an expansion on the original trial. So we're still using the same engineering design that was incorporated as part of the first trial. But what we've included as part of this trial is it is 7 days a week. There are alternate stops as well on the way through. So it's not just Sydney to Dubbo, it's Sydney, Orange, Bathurst and Dubbo as well. So they're probably the larger changes that have arisen this time around. We're certainly working with the bike users associations across Sydney and the regional areas to enhance this trial, and obviously this trial will provide us with further clarity on further rollouts.
Thank you, Mr Macy. Now, it sounds great, but it's not that much still. We're like... It's just another 2 stops and every day of the week. So just in terms of the restrictions, so the bike spaces have to be pre-booked. Is that
correct?
Why is that?
They're generally pre-booked, so we know at a point in time. So people can't just come on and bring a bike. So if there's already bikes in those 2 spaces, then it makes it very difficult as the journey continues. If someone jumps on board, for example, at Orange, and there's already 2 spaces that have been filled. And
just to be clear, so the 2 spaces aren't per carriage, are they? They're per train? Or are they per carriage?
Per train.
So is the department kind of taking on board the feedback about the limitations in relation to that? The limitations in relation to just 2 bikes on a train?
The feedback has been very positive this time with regards to the trial, given the expansion that has arisen.
But that means additional stops and additional days.
Correct.
So I have heard from bicycle user groups about, groups, people tend to, when they do cycling, if they do cycling on the weekends or in the regions, or even indeed in many parts of Sydney, they'll cycle in groups. Is there a reason why the 2 bicycles being able to be rolled on per train is in place? What's that limitation about?
The limitation is the technology. It is 40-year-old rolling stock. It is technology that was put in place 40 years ago, so there would be significant cost to upgrade each of those trains to accommodate more than 2 bikes in a safe manner.
So what you've done is basically 1 carriage has been adapted, if you like, and the seats taken out or whatever it is, for those bikes to be locked in place without being boxed up. Is that correct?
That's right.
What's the next phase of this?
We will continue this trial for the next 3 months and assess the patronage, the comments, the feedback. We are considering potentially at a point in time also to do a phase 3, which will be a coach trial, but at this point in time we've gone out to tender, so we don't really want to incorporate that trial as part of the coach network at this moment in time.
What have you gone out to tender for?
For the regional coach network.
Right. So buses.
Correct. Coaches.
Yes, coaches for the bikes to be rolled on.
So we not only do we run the Trainlink network, which is the heavy rail, but we also run the coach network between those major large towns. So we've gone out to tender in that regard there.
The tender is for what? Sorry, just
for the
to be
new
clear.
coach network. For the
has
coach
it got anything to do with the bikes?
To incorporate it as part of the phase 3 of the bike trial is where I'm trying to get to.
I'm still not clear. So the phase 3 of the bike trial, is this so that those bikes, are part of the bus are rolled onto the buses? I'm just unclear of the connection.
Correct. It's to assess the phase 3 assessment of rolling bikes onto the buses as well. Because at this point in time, it's a very restricted network.
Okay, and so is it envisaged that every train, in terms of that regional train network, will be, if the trial's successful, I mean, I think it would be, that every train will have the ability to carry the 2 bikes?
At this point in time, the XPTs and the Explorer network is obviously due for decommissioning at a point in time. We'll have the new regional fleet that will be coming on board. So retrofitting the existing rolling stock is probably going to be cost prohibitive, but it's really gaining an understanding at this moment in time of how the network will operate.
I do think it sounds a bit restrictive in that the whole purpose of roll-on bikes is to be a little bit spontaneous for a start and not having to pre-book. Pre-book tends to be, I think that's when you do box your bike up and sort all that out. And then if there's only 2 bikes allowed, it does tend to be a bit self-defeating, I feel. To go to the bother of simply doing all of that for each train to just allow 2 bikes does seem like it's set up to fail. With respect, Mr. Macy, I just can't see that the department seems to be wanting this one to work right across the every regional train.
Well, we're certainly putting all efforts in this trial, in this second phase of the trial. And working with the industry as well.
Which user groups you're working with?
Central West Bike Users Group and Bicycles New South Wales as well.
And Bicycle New South Wales. Okay. Now, what was my other question? With the fencing along Appin Road, is this for you, Ms. Webb, again? Or depending on the question?
Be me or possibly Trudy.
Okay, so the fencing, there was 75%, I understand, completed, 75% completed despite the government's commitments for completion by mid-2025 I've got here in front of me. This is Appin Road fencing.
Yep.
Can I get an update whether that's all finished?
Yes, you may. So there's 2 sections, 2 projects. There's the developer-led project on the Appin Road upgrade and then the safety improvements that government's delivering. So there is full temporary exclusion fencing in the section for the Appin Road upgrade. So that's completed. The full upgrade will put in the permanent fencing, but the full temporary fencing is in place. The majority of the temporary fencing is in place on the other section that we're delivering. We had a slight delay due to weather, but it will all be in by September.
Okay. Now, is there any, there has been reported as well about the underpass at Narumba.
Yes.
That the delivery of that underpass is being held up because of a stalemate, if you like, between Lend-Lease and Stocklands. Is that happening?
I don't know if it's actually delaying that delivery, but I do know there are some legal proceedings between the 2 at the moment.
So legal proceedings. So just to be clear, in terms of the construction of that underpass at Narumba, is it being delayed as a result of that?
I would have to take that on notice. I'm not sure if it's impacting that, but I do know they are in legal discussions.
Okay. The land, I understand. No, I think this is for environment. In terms of the land was being pledged as well to the government for part of the national park, 36 hectares or something. This is part of that legal dispute, is it?
I don't
No.
think
So my understanding that's a separate
Okay.
parcel of road,
And has
parcel
that
of land.
has that been handed over to government? I think that was part of the commitment by Lend-Lease. Is that correct?
have to take that on notice.
Okay. All right. I think I'll give the next time to you, Mr. Benaziac, if you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Collins, I might be pushing the friendship here, but are you able to provide the committee copies of the successful 46 applications for the Boating Infrastructure Communities Grant? Obviously, any redactions that need to be made in terms of personal information, I'm not interested in any of that. I just want the substance and more detail around what they're hoping to achieve.
I mean, hopefully with further dialogue with the ED Maritime, Mark Hutchins, maybe that's something that he and you can have a look at in the future. And just to confirm, the caravan park for that boat ramp, part of the grant, 50% by the caravan park, 50% by maritime grant, and it is access to the public at all times, so it's not a private wharf.
Right.
But I will find out from the 46 projects. I'll see what information we have available.
Sure, thank you.
Friendship's still good.
Yeah, excellent. Camo Ferry Wharves, has there been any movement on the $78 million? Is that the final amount?
There are some final commercial arrangements, obviously, which are being dealt with now, which I can't talk about. But
will that impact the final cost?
I don't know yet. Well, I think it's a movable feast, but we're just going through the final decisions made of the total cost.
Okay. All right. I might check back in next estimates on that.
Yeah.
The 2020 maritime stimulus projects is what I kept checking up on. Probably easy to ask which ones are still outstanding. This is the $205 million.
Because according to my note here, that there are very few outstanding. So I will get the team to provide you on notice the ones which are still either to be completed or started, but that is quite a small number.
Sure. The South Coast Boating Network Plan, have any specific projects, I guess, that were identified in, I think, Chapter 3 on improvement opportunities, have any of them been initiated or requests for funding?
That's the 2020 plan?
Yeah, the 20. Yeah, I believe it was the 2020.
Again, I'm not party or have in front of me the details of that, but I will take that away. I think there have been a number...
Sorry, 2023 plan.
23 plan. Yeah, I think there have been a number of projects which have been initiated, but again, let me take that on notice and compare that plan in 2023 with any works which have been carried out since then.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Just going back to the questions of the brand new whiz-bang boat that Mark's getting.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's Thunderbird 4 or 5, but we'll work on it.
No worries. I guess the question is, do you have a forecasted annual operational cost for that vessel at all?
I haven't got the forecast, but obviously buying a brand new vessel as opposed to Triple O, which is 27 or 28 years old, which are very inefficient, highly polluting diesels. This will be much more effective and efficient. And just a point you made earlier, I did go and look at that fisheries vessel. I thought this is an ideal opportunity to lease it or borrow it, but unfortunately we didn't come to an agreement at senior level as to
I think there's some mechanical problems with it too, so you don't want to buy a lemon.
So we're definitely 2027, end of 26, 27. Obviously, this vessel will be ready for us. And as you know, it has capability of deploying RIB and some PCW, or PWC vessels as well.
Is this going to be integrated into the broader disaster recovery strategies across New South Wales? So is it going to be integrated to the LEMC and the REMC process?
We want to work through that because obviously, as you know, Ms. Benaziac, we did have SES made us a combat agency for the river floods, which worked really well and effective. We have got to carefully navigate the issues between ourselves and marine rescue and obviously working with the water police as well about the designation of roles. But I do think, common sense prevails. We have the capability. we're often in the area,
Yeah.
and therefore saving someone's life or deploying them to site should be something that we'll work on. And I'm due to have a discussion with the Commissioner of New South Wales Marine Rescue to discuss that very matter.
The outgoing one or the new one?
Well, he's outgoing, but I'm sure there'll be a new one fairly soon.
In terms of what's the vessel going to be doing during non-disaster periods? It's obviously got to have a multi-purpose. Have we given any thought to that?
Yeah, well, it's often used. Triple O is often used for major events. We know that, for example, the Sydney to Hobart, New Year's Eve, lots of activities. But also, its capability now is to cover the whole state, and its ability to move across the whole state when required, and also to be set up to support if there are any natural disasters, flooding or fires. As we know, way back when we rescued, Maritime actually rescued a lot of people from the south using and deploying vessels, which weren't ideal, but this one has the capability of being able to take on board a lot of people and deploy its watercraft to get inshore and deal with those incidents.
Yeah, do we have any projected response times for some of our more remote locations like Lord Howe and
yeah, well, one of the
and
capabilities of this new vessel is that it has the capability of getting to Lord Howe, which previously Maritime have had to hire a vessel to do that. We have Maritime work in Lord Howe, so this is something that was considered in the business case for the procurement of such a vessel.
Okay, but no exact.
Well, we have, as you know, I don't know whether when you went to Rozelle, you saw the SMIC, as we call it, the incident centre.
Yes.
It's Maritime's capability has much been enhanced by Mark Hutchins's arrival. As you know, he was the commander of the Water Police.
Yeah.
And therefore, the 300 staff and 100 boating officers and boating education officers obviously can be redeployed to deal with incident management as well.
You briefly mentioned before the break around the restructure of Maritime, and Mark was going through that process when I met him. So has that been finalised?
No, not yet. We're still in the consultation phase. What we certainly are proposing is to protect regional jobs, frontline roles. There is always some efficiency you can find in perhaps some of the support functions, and I know the management team are pretty lean in that organisation when it comes to numbers of staff.
Yeah. But there's no projected losses to boating safety officers at all?
No, I think we're clear about the importance of retaining those people out on the water doing, tens of thousands of engagements with our boaters and other people on watercraft.
Thank you. I think that's all I've got for that. Who should I speak to about the drone response system? Who's
also Mr. Collins?
Oh.
Yes, you're talking about drone in the box?
Yeah, drone in the box. Yeah.
Yep. So, what do you want to know?
I guess how is it?
Room, right?
There's a lot of droning, yes.
Yeah. What's the my apologies for that. What's the KPIs you're going to be using to measure the success of this, and you're going to publish that in a quarterly fashion, or
already the technology has been extremely useful for a number of instances. If Minister Aitchison would be here, the M1 is a real challenge for us in terms of understanding the current condition, and whilst we have some cameras and some capability for transport commanders, the drone in the box has allowed us to see congestion, delays, ongoing things like truck fires and car fires, and there have been dozens of deployments. In terms of evaluation, what we want to work out is how many of these things we need.
Yeah.
How does it complement our live response from the Transport Management Centre, and how do we share that information with other agencies, which includes obviously police and rescue services.
Sure.
But we will make an evaluation. There's a proposal to ensure that after a 12 months use, we'll carry out a qualitative and quantitative evaluation of the product. But so far, it's a fantastic bit of technology.
Yeah. The Minister in the press release cites a significant reduction in disruption time. Do we actually have
Well,
can we quantify that beyond a vague?
It's
sort
too
of
early to
significant?
say, but I think it does give you eyes and ears to actually see congestion points, respond accordingly with deployment of resources. And also it's been heavily used, as Matt knows, when we had that flooding north of the state. I think the images that you saw on most of the media channels were actually our drone in a box images.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Great. Questions from the opposition?
Thank you.
Ms Overall.
It's okay, we're almost there, folks. I have one about the renewable energy transport routes. Who will I direct that
If
to?
you can start with
To
me.
you,
Thank
Ms
you.
Smith, thank you. With Labor not progressing the Great Western Highway Tunnel, the member for Bathurst is very concerned about the ability to transport renewable energy components to projects in his electorate, and specifically the Dubbo to Oberon part of the route. Wondering where that is at this point.
Yeah, there's actually a cross-government steering committee that I'm on for that, and Mr Hayes leads the Transport Logistics Working Group for the statewide view. We're currently working through access studies. We've been meeting with a lot of councils and working closely with Energy Co. We are taking on board all the feedback from councils. We know they have a range of questions that they need answered. We do not have determined routes for all of the zones. There are different arrangements depending on the agreements, but we are working to look at a statewide view for all of that logistics and access management right now.
Okay, and so just specifically, and you may not, given that answer there, planning around O'Connell Road and the Oberon War Memorial trees.
Yeah, I don't have any specifics on that. I don't know if Mr Hayes does.
Obviously, that's from a heritage perspective as well, so perhaps that could be taken on
We'll
notice.
take that on board.
Yep, that would be
We'll
great.
reach out.
Just quickly, Mr Murray, if I could pose this one to you, please. Is it possible to get a percentage of the number of mobile phone camera fines that have been incorrectly issued and subsequently challenged, challenged and then cancelled, challenged in writing and cancelled when they're at court?
Yes, we can get that, Bernard.
Yeah,
would you
we
have
can
any-
get that on notice, and those numbers are relatively low compared to the total quantum of fines and detections, and we've seen the detection rate actually also decline significantly by about 12 times since we started the program 6 years ago.
When you say relatively low, what sort of percentage do you think, just off the top of your head?
Yeah, so hazard a guess. We'll answer it on notice, I think. would be
Yeah,
best,
okay, because
But
the
we do have
figures that I've
data.
been made aware of are suggesting it's certainly not single figures.
My understanding would that it would be, but we'll
Okay,
we'll get back to
that'd
you.
be great to clarify. And just
I can give you that number if you like. So it's 0.09%, and that's during the 2024-25 period. That's the infringement rate.
This is the court elect.
yeah, so when they're challenging,
Oh, right.
when they're
Okay, my apologies.
challenging the fines in court and then subsequently cancelled, the percentage of that.
Yeah.
So a little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
So
we'll-
on
we'll
notice.
take that
so
on
it's-
notice, but-
It's not significant.
And can you please clarify that the technology being used with that is that's now being used to monitor seatbelt fines as well?
That's correct.
Yep, okay, great, just wanted to clarify. Now, farm firefighting vehicles.
Yes.
Lovely, thanks, Ms Webb. Where are we up to with the farm firefighting vehicles? There was the second trial. Have the results been released? Will they be released?
If you could just give me 1 minute. So we're looking at finalising the details of a conditional registration scheme, with the details of that to be released shortly.
So does that relate to the second trial?
So the first trial and the second trial have been considered and evaluated, and we've been liaising with stakeholders. So that includes obviously RFS, the CIRA, and the farmers. So,
I'm sorry to cut you off there, but have those results been released publicly?
The outcome of, so the final details of the scheme are yet to be released publicly.
Okay, and will they be?
Yes,
Yep.
the final details will be released.
Okay.
So as I mentioned, we're finalising the details of a conditional registration scheme.
Mm-hmm. And will it all be in place before the start of the fire season?
Yes, that's the intention.
Excellent, that's great. Just one more quickly, very quickly. Flooding technology. Who might I talk to about that for road safety, from a road safety perspective?
Probably a range.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm specifically talking about the flash flooding tragedy in the Hunter Valley region just 2 weeks ago that's being attributed to the poor state of the road there. Is anything further planned? For example, are trials of flash flooding safety technology such as automated lights and boom gates to block flooded roads like in Queensland being considered, or would it be considered?
I'll certainly begin the answer, and perhaps one of my colleagues may also have something to add. Certainly we have, through our security and crisis management teams, we do have integrated flood mapping technology, which is live overlaid with our first response maps and linked in with other response agencies. In the most recent floods of the Hunter and Taree regions, that was used quite significantly, and on the north coast in terms of resupply in particular of towns that had been cut off, we were able to use that live tracking of flood levels and projected AI-based flood levels to great effect during that process, which really sped up the ability to get help to where it was required. In regards to automated technology, Matt?
Look, I guess the answer is we're absolutely open to any new technology, any advancement in road safety that might benefit safety outcomes. So the short answer, obviously that tragic circumstance occurred on a council road. So we would be very happy to, as part of our ongoing conversations with that council, have a discussion with them about what technology might be relevant and pertinent to deploy in that, what road safety programs and other things they may be able to access. We use technology to very good use at the moment to monitor and to preemptively close other roads. We have it on corridors like the Waterfall Way, Macquarie Pass that we talked earlier about, with different rain triggers, etc. So we certainly use that, and between my team, Mr. Collins' team, we'd certainly be very happy to, have discussions about what might be appropriate for safety enhancements.
Okay, that's great. And because being proactive in this sort of area is much better than reactive when it's too late as such. So
You've heard already today about the rail crossing trials. We have other trials with school zones. We're always open to new safety technologies to look at how we make the network safer.
Terrific, thank you.
Thanks very much. For May, through you, Chair. The Warringah Freeway upgrade, Western Harbour Tunnel, trees, Ms Metz? No?
I'll take that. Yes.
Sure, thank you. 3,000 trees were removed for the project, and it's a condition of the project's approval that those trees be replaced 241 on public land, prioritised within 500 metres of the construction boundary. Will this condition still be met?
It's always our intent to meet the conditions of the approval. We are working closely with the councils and as to where those can go. I don't have the exact details of where they're going to go, but I can, if you want more specific details, I can get those for you.
If you would take that on notice, that'd be as at today, or as at today, will that target be met? Will 6,000 trees be planted?
That's always our intent, yes.
Understand, but you're happy to take on notice where that might be at
Correct.
the moment. Any challenges with that? Understanding that there may be some. How are discussions proceeding with North Sydney Council? You mentioned that you're having those ongoing discussions.
We have various consultation groups that we meet, whether it be for intersection works, whether it be for the wider network.
Just on the trees specifically?
On the trees? I don't have those exact details, but I'll come back with you.
All right, on notice?
Yes, on notice.
Thank you. Is Transport looking at putting some of the replacement trees beyond the 500 metre construction boundary?
These are trees that Constance was attracting.
We would do that under consultation, and we would have that pre-agreed before we did that.
All right, if you might be helpful.
That's tied up with the initial, and we'll come up with, on notice, we'll come back with the plan for where those replacement trees are going, whether they're within or without the boundary.
Okay, thank you. And how many might be likely to be beyond the 500 metres? And is private land also being considered for the tree plantings?
I can't answer that right now. We'll take that on notice and wrap all that up together.
Okay, thank you. And so when can the public expect an update on that tree replacement strategy, an indication of exactly where those 6,000 trees have and will be planted?
Thank you, but I'll take that on notice with them.
Okay, thank you. That would be helpful. Back to the staff cuts, Mr. Murray, if I may, just on those. Will there be a reduction in the Centre for Road Safety headcount?
I can't answer that at the moment. The design processes of all of our branches, there are 50 branches, will be the next phase that is looked at.
Is the Centre for Road Safety included in that as part of the whole of transport being included in it, or is that something that...
Well, as I've said, we are prioritising the corporate and support functions across the organisation, and they are the first areas that are being looked at.
Sorry, the first areas?
That's right. The entire organisation is being remodelled to sit within the new operating model that has been announced and has been followed through, but the savings priorities are from the corporate and support functions, and that is being looked at the moment, but all 50 branches need to be finalised in terms of their ongoing structure.
All right, Mr. Cullen does a great job there, so we hope he's well informed. Mona Vale Road West, Ms. Mayers, or when will Mona Vale Road West start construction?
Apologies. When will Mona Vale West...
Road West start construction?
Give me 1 second, please.
I think the government cut that funding and shut it down and then has re-announced it recently, so that's starting up again. Presumably there's a construction date for that.
While I'm just furiously looking for this, I can answer the question at M5.
That's okay, we might do it at the end, thank you though. Just while you're dealing with that, perhaps we might go on to the Eastern Creek truck rest stop. Who might be dealing with that?
I can assist.
Thank you. Ms. Bears, why does a truck rest stop cost $80 million?
There is a property acquisition portion of that, so it's 6 hectares of land in Western Sydney that we have to acquire as part of that work, and then we are working through design for the actual delivery cost portion.
Okay, there was no availability of any other land anywhere that didn't have to be acquired?
We searched long and hard for appropriate land that was in a good spot for freight. This was definitely the best location in Western Sydney.
And was there a procurement process for acquiring that land?
We're going through that now. Yes.
Okay. And were any other sites considered?
We did look at some other sites, but they weren't feasible, either due to land cost or location.
Okay. And is that a private landholder, vendor?
No, it's not.
What is it then, an entity or a commercial entity?
It's through Office of Strategic Lands owns the site.
Okay, thank you. And so how many showers do you get for $80 million?
We finish the design. We will have the full fit-out design available to prepare, but we haven't finished that work yet. It's environmental studies we have to do for the site alongside that design of the actual hard stand.
How many toilets do you get for $80 million?
We are still designing the site.
How many do you expect?
Don't have an expectation. We are working through the design. We're actually going to work with industry. I met with freight on site, some of the freight industry who have input that they would like to provide, so we'll be working with them on design as
What's an acceptable number for Transport for New South Wales an acceptable number of showers and toilets.
So we will
on
work
the site.
to any Austroad standards. They're the guidelines, that we will work to in the first instance. But as I said, it will be a collective design process. I don't have an answer on how many would be there on this particular location.
How many trucks are expected to use this site each day?
I would have to take that on notice. I think we may have given an indicative idea of numbers on there, but let me check that. I should be able to answer that now.
Okay, thank you. If you could. Do we have an answer on
We
Monavale
do, yeah.
Road West?
Monavale Road West, we're targeting 2028, but understanding...
For construction to start?
The start of construction.
2028.
We're just finalising the detailed design, environmental assessments and procurement, but we are looking to see how we can accelerate that. We do understand and appreciate the urgency of trying to get this complete.
Why does it have to be detailed design again? It was already in place and shut down and then re-announced. It's the same design, isn't it? Has the design changed?
With any fund, we have to do the due diligence on the design. I'm not sure what's changed since the original announcement.
I'm not having a go at you.
No.
It's, with respect, it's half constructed. It's sitting there with tarpaulin over it. What needs to be redesigned?
I don't have that specific detail.
Could you take that on notice? What needs to be redesigned on this project?
Yep.
Could you take on notice what environmental impact statement needs to be done on this project that would differ from the previous environmental impact statement undertaken by the coalition government prior to construction and subsequent shutdown by this Labor government?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Do we have a number on the trucks, Ms. Minnis?
No, I'm just asking the question. I've just checked. I don't think we've ever quoted a number for the site.
Can anyone watching at home, for those playing
Just
at home,
checking.
see if there's...
Yeah, just checking.
Thank
I'll let
you.
you know if I get any feedback.
Okay, thank you. Just back on the Monavale Road West, so is it guaranteed to start by 2028?
And that's the current forecast. We are looking at how to bring that forward with any efficiencies. So the project is now funded.
You could dust off the previous design. I'm being cheeky, but
I think it's just a due diligence on the design that was previously done.
Okay. Mr. Murray, I just want to go back to one question then on 15th Avenue, just to be clear on that. So will the $1 billion deliver all of stage 1 of 15th Avenue?
So I think because, look, I did have a review of the media release. It is incredibly confusing, so I appreciate the questions. Because we are still in the planning and development phase, the $1 billion budget is intended to fund as much as possible, and the staged approach allows us to do that most efficiently.
Understand that, but will that $1 billion cover that first stage, stage 1?
Yes, certainly.
The entirety of the 3 sections within stage 1?
I think we have to wait till we finish the planning for the whole of the 3 sections, but that's what we're looking at now, and that's what we'll finalise within the planning phase.
So as at today, when you are planning stage 1, are you saying there may be a possibility that the $1 billion will not cover the 3 sections as we stand here today?
So when we do the planning and the design, we look at the whole scheme. The staging is part of the construction and delivery approach of how we best deliver that. So when we look at the estimates for it, we will look at the estimates for the whole thing, and we will plan the whole thing in its entirety. I think until we've completed those works, I can't confirm or deny what that $1 billion will include. But that's the intent, that's the budgetary number.
Yeah, it's kind of the implication from the media release, though, except that you probably didn't draft it, but it seems that the $1 billion seems to be that this project will be delivered we've got the $1 billion, and this is stage 1, let alone the additional parts that are announced in it. So as at today, it seems that the $1 billion won't cover. We can't be confident that will cover that stage 1. Is that right? It's not fully funded.
Until we've finished the planning and the design and understand what utilities and property procurement and all the other good stuff that comes with the construction, I can't confirm that.
All right, so you can't answer if the $1 billion will fully fund 15th Avenue?
I know that that's the budget that we've been given, and we're working through the design and the planning phases.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, just back to the restructuring of the department. Why do we need a Director of Government Priorities and Acceleration? Isn't this an example of waste of public money when Deputy Secretaries presumably should be accountable of delivery of their government priorities?
Well, thank you for the question. As we've talked about, this is a Director's position in a much reduced executive population in Transport for New South Wales. We want to make sure that the resources are going to community expectation. Some of the projects that you have asked about, including 15th Avenue, including the Aerotropolis projects, including the truck rest stop, heavy vehicle rest stop, all form part of those highly publicised community expectations around transport's deliverables, and that's why we have a staff member who is ensuring that those
so
elements
that staff
are
member,
followed
Director
through.
Government Priorities and Acceleration, will be working on those projects, is that right?
Assists
what do they do?
Assists in terms of within Ms Mayor's unit, ensuring that where government funding has been provided, that there is proper oversight and making sure that there is clarity around where those projects are up to.
Well, so they're there to ensure Labor's agenda. I thought that was your job.
The role...
You probably don't need to answer that.
No, I might not.
Mr Murray will go straight to so I think
Just one question from me,
Yeah,
Chair,
Ms.
just picking
Spinners,
up on Ms Ward's question about the heavy vehicle rest stop. Ms Mayers, you mentioned Oz Road guidelines. What class of rest stop are you envisaging that you'll be able to fit on this site? Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, 4 or Class 5?
So we will always start with looking at implementing the full guidelines for the best classification we can get for the site.
Which is Class 5? That's,
But we haven't
Class 1, sorry. Class 5 is the lower level. Yep.
One. So we haven't finished design at all, and we are working with all the industry on that. So we are far away, but we will always start from the guidelines being at Class 1 and then work through the environment that we're working within and see if we have to make any trade-offs to that through exemptions.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Cullen, I might just ask you about something I asked last time, I believe, which was around the speed zone reviews. So can I get an update on how many have occurred, speed zone reviews, and do you know the average time that they're taking? And I assume that's very individual in terms of the individual council's experience, and I'm particularly interested in whether how many councils are asking for the 30 kilometres per hour. I understand there's an increasing call for some particular areas of main streets, suburbs, schools, everything to be 30 kilometres instead of the 40 or 50.
Happy to respond to that, and I might also, Mr Hayes will have some information about our engagement with local councils as well. Mm-hmm. In terms of the reviews, so over the last 2004 speed zone reviews have been completed over the last 6 years.
2004?
4 speed zone reviews. Of these reviews, there's been around 3,000 speed zone changes over that period of time, 2,216 in regional locations and 720 in metro locations. In the 24 to 25 year, there's a total of 542 speed zone changes in the regional and 152 in the metropolitan area in that 24-25 period. And over that period of time as well, we've seen a significant increase in councils coming forward wanting to do high pedestrian activity areas. So there was around 27 council areas where we've had over the last 18 months that have actually completed high pedestrian activity areas or increased high pedestrian activity area zones within their local communities, and certainly don't have the exact numbers for the 30 Ks, but understand Cootamundra and a range of regional councils have actually over this last 18-month period also been implementing 30 Ks in their local high pedestrian activity areas as well. But happy
Do
to-
most of just are the majority of the requests granted? Like, do you have the statistics on that?
It's not as simple as that, because what we find is there are a number of repetitive requests. I guess the community, quite often you'll get 10 or 20 letters come in, from a community group, all requesting the same review of the same
I
piece
see.
of
So
road.
that's the 2004 is multiple, could be multiple requests for the same thing.
It can be multiple. It can come in via there's websites where they can do that, or we obviously work very closely with councils, with the police, with with other groups. I think what we're trying to do is become more strategic with the conversation, rather than being reactive, and working with the centre. The centre have identified a number of key roads that they believe, or that they have identified as the key dangerous roads that should be reviewed. We would like to spend more time focusing on those roads, not to the detriment of responding to community nominations, but the experts within the centre have nominated some key roads that they believe we should be looking at, and that's where we would prefer to be focusing more of our attention as we go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was 2004 actual speed zone reviews over that 6-year period, conducted in the regional areas.
So 2004 requests for...
No, actual speed zone reviews that were completed over that past 6-year period. And in 24-25, we had 542 speed zone changes and 152 speed zone changes in regional and metro.
Okay.
We have 167 reviews in progress at the moment. 75 new reviews have been identified. There are currently 242 outstanding reviews just across regional New South Wales. So it's an ongoing focus, and obviously, quite a dedicated group of people that work on this full time.
Okay, and so you mentioned being more strategic. Is there support, a kind of dedicated support in a proactive way, I suppose, for councils who are looking at the people-friendly placemaking 30 kilometres per hour centre? Is that what the department is doing, or is it still very piecemeal in terms of the councils identifying this as something that they are wanting to pursue, going to you treat them all individually?
I'll go first if you like. Sure. So it is absolutely essential that we work in really close partnership with the councils on this. One of the real risks we have is a council pushing back on the new speed zone standard that we're trying to implement. If a council isn't on the same journey that we are, they can certainly make it a challenge with the local community. So it's very important that we're working in partnership with council. Obviously, each council is different and has different focus, and different priorities. But a number of councils are very focused on the reducing the speed through the centre of their town. We're very supportive of that for obvious reasons. And then there's obviously the conversation at the other end, which is the standard of a road that's currently 100 kilometres an hour, or should it be 100 kilometres an hour based on its safety record?
So in terms of that prioritisation, so we have actually identified from a trauma reduction perspective where the highest priority speed zone reductions would be best to implement in terms of funding, and we've provided that to our regional colleagues in terms of these are the areas if we really want to reduce the trauma on these roads in relation to speed-related fatalities. Here are the locations where we should be focusing our attention over the network. And so that's partly on some local government roads and regional and also the state roads, noting that 68% of our fatalities and around 62% of our serious injuries happen on regional and state roads.
And so at what point, thank you, that's very useful, with that the data around our road network which are more dangerous than others. So that goes to councils if they're council roads and they're just able to consider it. And is it the same for the state? I mean, the government continues to, and rightly so, have targets to reduce the road toll. But at this stage, it's just there's nothing that requires the state government or councils to actually implement that. You're just giving them the information. Is that right, Mr. Cullen, in terms of the dangerous, more dangerous roads?
No, what I'd say in relation to that is that we have a targeted program as well, and so we've allocated around $177 million to
state.
To
right?
those road upgrades, which includes a combination of both speed zone management and physical upgrades, like as we heard earlier, wide centre lines and barrier systems and audio tactile. So matching the infrastructure systems, safe systems, to also a combination of speed zone management in those locations to get the best outcome in terms of trauma reduction. So there's a significant program, a $2.2 billion program in terms of the Towards Zero Safer Roads investment that funds both those town centre upgrades for high pedestrian activity areas, as well as the infrastructure and speed zone management on those higher speed roads in the regions.
Thank you. I'll have one last question actually, and then we're probably out. We're out. I have something provided to me by a constituent in Yass that has said that the local community association has been requesting for years, apparently, this is in Murrum-Bateman, a pedestrian crossing across the highway. This is where Murrum-Bateman Road meets the Barton Highway. They requested a pedestrian crossing around that part where the main shops are to the public toilets. This has been requested for quite some time, no luck. There's also apparently no lighting at the intersection at night, which makes it particularly dangerous. Why is it so hard? That's a Transport for New South Wales. That's not local council, is it, in terms of pedestrians, or is that being handed to local councils in terms of pedestrians on highways? Pedestrian crossings.
A state road or a council road?
Murrum-Bateman Road meets the Barton Highway. Anyone? I'm not sure actually.
I have to look into that, but if you would like to provide me the details, I'd be happy to investigate.
They're suggesting that it's Transport for New South Wales, which has rejected but that it's been difficult to get an approval from Transport for New South Wales for this.
I'm very happy to investigate if you wish to pass me the details.
All right, I'll
absolutely.
do that. Thank you. Yep. Excellent. Back to the opposition.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just a couple of quick ones there, and perhaps just following on from the Chair's questions about pedestrian safety and Mr. Cullen talking about safety more broadly, specifically the safer school zones and what's being worked on in that regard. That program is a joint venture with the federal government, is that right?
There has been significant investment in some safety around schools in a combination of the state government program and funding from the Community Road Safety Fund and the federal government, where significant number of school zone areas and infrastructure treatments were implemented as part of that combination of funding. In terms of safe school zones and there has been a review conducted as well based on community feedback around a range of schools that actually approach Transport for New South Wales with concerns about the existing structure for school zones. And currently the technical standard for school zones is currently being reviewed in response to that. A number of those school zones have actually now been planned to be extended This is in relation to concerns that the current technical guideline suggests that the school zone actually is on the road where the primary entrance to the school is. And there are some locations where there are trips to school where kids are getting off buses on roads which are not on the entrance road, and so extending the school zone would be a practical solution to protecting them in that sort of case. And so that technical standard has been upgraded, but also a number of those schools actually are now being funded to have those school zones upgraded as well.
Do you know how many schools have been part of this or will be part of this?
There were 35 schools that my understanding were reviewed as part of that process, and certainly that was in relation to them providing feedback to us, but the new technical rewrite of the standard would affect all school zones across the state.
Yeah, right. And of the 35, are you aware of how many of those are regional schools?
Don't have the breakdown in front of me, but happy to provide that on notice.
That would be great, and if it could even be a list, that would be wonderful as well. Do I still have time?
Yeah,
no. Okay, this
got
one
through
then.
till 5:15 now.
Thanks, Mr. Carlin. Just quickly, Mr. Macy, this one might be for you. We've talked a bit about XPT services and the reinvigoration project that's underway. We've been hearing accounts that the ticketing system is very confusing and travellers are often turning up expecting a train but getting a bus instead. How is this being communicated? Can we look at ways in which that might be better communicated to customers?
Sure, we'll certainly put in efforts to communicate that more so with customers.
Excellent. Now, that's what you call good service. And you mentioned the new regional fleet. So will that be specifically XPT services returning to Grafton?
They will certainly be returned to Grafton. The services currently transition through Grafton, but what we've done over the preceding few months is replaced one of those services to carry out the XPT life extension work, which I've spoken about earlier on.
So one, and so when they return to Grafton, that will increase to how many?
That'll be just a further 2 trains.
2, right, and that'll happen by April 2026?
That is the plan.
Great, thank you. And one more very quickly. The Minister mentioned earlier talking to, I think it was the Honourable Mr Banasiak who talked about taxis, and the Minister touched on and then was diverted on wheelchair accessible taxis for the regions. Is there any further information about that?
Yes, I can provide you some more information regarding that.
Yep.
So we have a $5 million wheelchair accessible taxi loan scheme that's available to taxi drivers. The interest-free loans are up to $125,000, and they're available to successful applicants with repayment terms over 10 years.
And so that's out there now. It's available now. Has there been an uptake?
So I think they've only been released this month, right. And so the application forms, etc., are on the Transport internet site.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Here you go, Nat.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask about the demerit point trial. Maybe Mr. Cullen, I'm not sure. In an earlier, whoever that might be, in an earlier estimate session, the previous Roads Minister stated when I asked him about the demerit point trial, he said we'll assess the trial properly. We won't be making a political judgment halfway through a trial before it's finally concluded. We'll be using the Centre for Road Safety to assess this. Mr. Cullen, in what form has the Centre for Road Safety assessed the program, or Ms. Webb?
So an initial review of the results of the first year of the trial, an interim report has been prepared. The trial has been renewed, and there will be further evaluation of the next phase of the trial.
And when was that initial review completed?
It was earlier this year, Bernard, wasn't it? It was about April, I would say. Oh, no, maybe later, June.
Yes, so there's so we did commission an independent evaluation process for the trial, and it's been extended so that we get more data in terms of the timeframes. And so that's now been extended, I think, just for until the next year.
It's yes,
for a
so
final report to be completed for government.
So was the independent evaluation, did that do the evaluation and say it should continue, or did it say we don't have enough data and we're going to continue it so we can get more data?
We're continuing to monitor the program, and so there'll be an update that will be provided to government.
When will that update be provided to government?
So the trial needs to continue into, and it'll conclude in the current year of the trial will conclude in January 26. There'll then be a period of months through to, I think it's about April, where we'll distribute the points and wait for any court processes to work their way through in terms of court outcomes, appeal outcomes, etc. When that data is concluded, that will enable the independent expert to review the data and evaluate the trial.
What review would you need of court processes? It's people that haven't had a merit point for 12 months. There's no court process involved, and they'd get one back.
So to ascertain, so if someone has a court process that is upheld, depends whether they receive a point back or don't receive a point.
Okay, but pending all the others, so everyone's points will be given back in April, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
So no one's been given a point back yet?
Yes, they have been. Yeah.
Right, okay. And then so the assessment will be conclude in January, the whole process, the review will finish in April 2026, is that right?
So no, the review will commence. The review will commence next year of the next after we conclude the next year of the trial, but it takes some months to do that assessment. And what they'll need is the data to be completed, and that will be completed when the points transfer occurs or is finalised in April.
So the points will be transferred in April, the data will be completed, the trial's extended to then, so when can we expect all of this to be finished?
The evaluation will occur and will be concluded mid-next year.
After April, so June?
Around about that time. I can't commit to a precise time. We'll have to get the data from the trial and wait for those court processes to go through, etc. So the data will be completed around about April, and then the expert will come in and evaluate the data.
How long will it take for the expert to evaluate the data after April?
So as I mentioned, in the interim evaluation that's occurred, it took a couple of months, 2 to 3 months for the data to be completed. I anticipate it'll take a similar amount of time for that review to occur.
Has the road toll increased or decreased since the trial started?
The road toll has increased since the trial started. We know that there are more drivers on the road. There are a range of factors as to why the road toll has increased, but yes, it has increased.
And so, in what form is the Centre for Road Safety assess the program? Are you saying, Mr. Cullen, it's all been given to the independent expert?
So the data's being independently analysed, and there's an independent evaluation process that's been put in place, and as Ms. Webb's pointed out, that'll come to its conclusion following the last set of demerit points that'll be managed in that beginning of next year in April or so, and so then that will be finalised.
Sure, thank you, but I guess my question is more specifically, what involvement has the Centre for Road Safety had in assessing the program?
So staff associated with the centre have actually been involved. Our evaluation people have been involved internally, who've actually scoped the evaluation framework. So road safety expertise in that area. Our policy people have been involved.
Just to be
road safety
clear,
regulation people who actually administer the scheme have been involved in that whole process.
But not, with respect, I'm not having a go, but just to clarify, that's not the assessment that is putting together for the independent party that assesses it. It's not doing the assessment.
Yeah, so the design...
It's either independent or it's
the design
not.
of the evaluation has been done by our experts within area, yes.
But the actual evaluation work, looking at the data, making an assessment and making recommendations, has not involved the Centre for Road Safety. Am I correct in understanding that to be the case?
It's been managed by staff within the Centre for Road Safety, absolutely. Yep.
The process is being managed, or the assessment and valuation of the success of the trial?
With a independent evaluation expert, and we've also done community engagement associated with that as well. So there's a range of different components of the evaluation which have been put together and are being tracked over the time frame for the delivery of this program over a number of years. A number of years of data in order to make an assessment about its impact.
Who is making that assessment of its impact? So
that's been done by staff within the Centre for Road Safety in terms of the evaluation, the policy, the the road safety regulation staff, with a contractor providing services for those expert external evaluation skills.
So those staff in the Centre for Road Safety, not in the independent assessor, are doing that assessment?
Yeah. And providing
evaluating
advice
the data.
And providing advice back to government.
Who decided that the trial needed to be continued?
The Minister.
And why was that?
So that's a matter of government policy, and this is a trial that's been commenced by the Minister.
Okay, thank you.
Minister Graham.
All right. But now Minister Aitchison, or is that being continued by Minister Graham?
Well, it was undertaken by Minister Graham in his capacity as Roads Minister, and that trial is now transitioned across to Minister Aitchison.
Yes, but sorry, did I understand your evidence to be that Minister Graham, when he was Roads Minister, asked for this to continue? Was his direction that it continue?
The timing at which the extension of the trial occurred was, I believe, Minister Graham was the Minister at the time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr Cullen, is the government's road safety focus satisfactory in your view?
So yes, and we have a government and a minister and a whole community and a range of partner agencies like police and justice and health and education who are all committed to reducing road trauma on our roads across New South Wales. And whilst we do have a increase in the number of fatalities on our roads over the last 18 months, I think the commitment of all of those, the community and a whole range of people right across the New South Wales community are committed to investing their time, effort in reducing trauma on our roads. It's clear that we're at a point where we've had more than 500,000 additional licences over the last 4 or 5 years. We've had more than 500,000 new vehicles registered on our roads. We've had a population increase of 400,000 population. All of those things create an upward pressure on road trauma, and clearly we're all committed to contributing to new ways of reducing road trauma, like the seatbelt automated enforcement and the
I acknowledge the
average speed camera trial.
Sure, and I acknowledge that intent and commitment, but is the record and I guess allocation of funding adequate to be reducing the road toll, because it seems it's going the wrong direction?
What I'd say to that is that incrementally over the last decade, every year has seen an increased forward estimates allocation for road safety within New South Wales, and we have a $2.8 billion allocation. $2.8 billion allocation over the forward estimates for investment in road safety.
Thank you.
We are at the point of the Road Safety Action Plan completing in 5-year plan, completing in 2026.
Yep, I can
and so
read
we've
that.
already
Thank you.
commenced work with our partners and with the Road Safety Advisory Council, who will be briefing shortly, to start to design, have a look at the modelling for
Thank
where
you.
we're at,
I can
and
read
start
that.
to
Much
design the
appreciated.
next 5-year plan to try to get to our target of 50%
Thank you, Mr.
reduction.
Cullen. Can I just go back to the M6? Yes, thank you. Sorry, Ms. Rubalcaba. How much has been spent on legal fees to date on the M6?
Thank you for the question. I don't have the detailed breakdown of that level, and I'm not sure.
Not after a detailed breakdown, just asking what's been spent on legal fees.
No,
and
we take
things.
that on notice at this stage.
Thank you. If we can get an answer to that to be helpful. Who's dealing with potholes? I think we had some mention of potholes earlier today. Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Yep, just in relation, I think you mentioned some of the work that's been done, and I appreciate that's an ongoing thing, particularly with all of this rain at the moment. Can I ask, is the cold mix still being used to deal with cold mix? There was a trial. That is something that seems to prosper in rain, doesn't need to wait for it to dry out. Is that still being used?
We use varying forms of different approaches in different parts of the state, and my understanding is we're still utilising the cold mix where it's appropriate. Yep.
Could you take on notice where the cold mix is being used post that trial? At what sites and what integration that is being used, or is that trial over and it's finished?
Can take that on notice.
All right, thank you. That would be helpful. And any other options? And you said you have other options. What are they and where are they being used?
Well, it depends on the road surface. So there's different methods that are appropriate for obviously the different road surfaces that apply.
All right. If you could take on notice what those different methods are, that would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Excellent, Mr. Lawrence.
No government questions, thank you.
Oh, bravo. Best thing you've said all day.
Okay, all right, thank you so much for attending once again. Budget estimates, and of course you know that we will get in touch, or the Secretariat will, in terms of questions you've taken on notice and supplementary questions from the members. Thanks so much for the work you're doing, for attending today. Thank you. That's the end of our session.